SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM.
Let's go, man!
We're back on the track Sunday,
1 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Worth 400
from Dover Motor Speedway.
Checker flag, baby. Yeah!
On SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Oh, yeah!
Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer! Yeah!
We're talking college basketball on ACC Today.
Great run for NC State men's basketball. The story of this team is one I don't think anybody will forget.
They were able to accomplish a lot. They captured the hearts and the minds of the nation. DJ Burns became an absolute star nationally. I love it.
ACC Today, weekdays from 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern. ACC Radio, Channel 371, and the SiriusXM app.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app. You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
The most important person in sports is you, the fan.
Let me tell you something. I'm a real fan.
And your place for sports talk is Mad Dog Sports Radio, where your voice is heard all day long.
I couldn't wait to get into the truck, turn on 82.
Share the thrill of victory.
The joy, the jubilation. I can't stop smiling.
And the agony of defeat.
When is this franchise going to realize people really care about this?
Passionate sports fans call 888-MAD-DOG-6.
You gotta love sports.
Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the SiriusXM app.
Each night after the horn sounds, NBA Radio has you covered with the best analysis of all the games.
When healthy, they check a lot of boxes.
We'll break down the playoff action.
Durant, left wing three again. This one goes again. All net for Kevin Durant.
And take you inside the locker room to hear from the players and coaches.
I thought it was our most connected game. Defensively, we're so physical.
Hear the NBA Radio Playoffs postgame show every night throughout the postseason on NBA Radio, Channel 86, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
CR-V Hybrid, it's full throttle confidence from track to trail. With real-time all-wheel drive and an efficient two-motor hybrid powertrain that can get you up to 820 kilometers of range per tank. Not only will it beat the track, it'll get you off the beaten track. Adventures start here. Lease the CR-V Touring Hybrid at 2.99% for 24 months and get a $1,000 Honda bonus. OAC, in stock now. Range based on combined fuel rating. See HondaOntario.com.
Wild's award-winning casino is now live in Ontario. With all your favorite slot, table, and live dealer games to choose from. And with a single account, you get 4 great casinos to play on. Visit wilds.com. 19 plus, Ontario only. Please play responsibly.
We have a plan that's connecting Ontario. We're leading the largest transit expansion in North America. New projects like the Ontario Line Subway and Hazel McCallion Light Rail will relieve overcrowding, with the Scarborough and Yonge North subways connecting more communities, and expanding GO Transit with more trips, faster train service, and two-way all-day service. Also, you can get around faster, safer, easier. See what we're building in your community at ontario.ca/builds. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
Got any plans for the summer?
Summer? It's barely spring.
I know, but you don't want to miss out on your spot in the sun. I was searching for weeks before I found my deal with Sell-Off Vacations.
Oh no, the FOMO's starting to kick in already?
Oh yeah, and with packages to Cuba, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic at up to 50% off, you know they're going to go fast.
You're right. I'm going to block out the next hour or so for a business meeting.
Don't wait. Book with your local travel expert or at
selloffvacations.com. Over a calm, glassy lake, you cast your line. Your new Toyota sits majestically by the water's edge. A loon calls in the distance. Or a duck. Anyways, one thing's for sure. This moment isn't just a dream. It's an invitation to adventure. So stop dreaming. Red Tag Days are on at Toyota. For a limited time, lease a 2024 Tundra 4x4 Crewmax SR from $164 weekly for 36 months at 5.99% with $5,100 down. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your local Ontario Toyota dealer today.
Now, I may not be a shrewd investor, but every time I bite into a Lone Star 85-cent chicken wing, my mouth feels like it's cornered the market of deliciousness. Buying low, 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 and I'm hitting the flavor jackpot.
More chicken wings?
Sold.
Had a feeling you'd say that. 85-cent Wing Wednesdays. Every Wednesday. Only at Lone Star. Hand-breaded or naked. With endless choices of flavors. 85 cents each. Wednesdays at Lone Star. Your home for fajitas, burritos, and good times. Visit lonestar.ca.
We're here with Sports Interaction, the sportsbook and casino, and we're going to see how much Americans know about hockey. Can you name a position on a hockey team?
No.
Quarterback.
What is your favorite celly?
What's the celly? The best one.
How long is a power play? You miss 100% of the shots.
Because you're...
Americans don't know about hockey. So why bet on hockey with one of its sports books? Sports Interaction, your homegrown sports book.
Ontario only. 19 plus. Please play responsibly. Concerned? Visit connectsontario.ca.
Today, I unleash the awesome potential of Bell Pure Fiber Internet. Accessing speeds no mortal man thought possible. Welcome to the age of glory, the age of conquest, the age of Gary.
Honey, are you playing your video game again?
Sure am.
Harness the power of Pure Fiber Internet starting from $60 a month. Visit bell.ca/Pure Fiber Internet for more details and to check availability. Bell, Internet just got better.
It's your business. You built it yourself. Let Rogers Sports & Media help make it grow. There's now an easy way to buy advertising. Rogers Sports & Media Ad Manager. Promote your business with Rogers Sports & Media, Canada's most beloved sports news and entertainment network. RSM Ad Manager is self-serve and simple. We'll even give you a $250 ad credit to build your first campaign today. Visit grow.rogersportsandmedia.com to claim your ad credit. That's grow.rogersportsandmedia.com.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big, on this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
With McDonald's $5.99 plus tax McMuffin meal deal, you can get a small premium roast coffee, crispy hash brown, and your favorite delicious go-to McMuffin. Get your meal deal today. For a limited time only at participating McDonald's in Ontario. Prices exclude delivery.
CJCL Toronto. This
slams the ball to right field, way back, way gone.
Is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Low rounding and heading for second to throw. In time
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Last one of the trip after a big start on the road, winning a series in San Diego, and 4 of 5 to start, the Blue Jays have hit a roadblock. Back-to-back losses puts Toronto in jeopardy of losing the 4-game series in Kansas City. With 4 runs scored in the last 2 games combined, the Blue Jays search for more from the bats today. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for tuning into this series finale. I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Major Leaguer Chris LaRue. Joe Ali is our host and producer today, with Tom Young as our technical director. Toronto Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Sydney and North Sydney, Nova Scotia. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. Trying to get back on the right side of the win column, Toronto sends out its most effective starter this season. Right-hander Jose Berrios brings his perfect 4-0 record to the mound against a rising southpaw star, Cole Ragans, for Kansas City. It's the Blue Jays and the Royals next. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball streaming on the Sportsnet app, sportsnet.ca, and across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timbermart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
We're two men and a truck. And we've got lots of men and lots of trucks. Whether you're planning a move to a new home or to a new office down the hall, big or small, we move them all. We even sell packing and moving supplies. But no matter what you need, we'll do it with a smile. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. So when you're planning your next move, call Two Men and a Truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Timbermart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Center. Visit timbermart.ca.
SiriusXM NFL Radio revs up live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft in Detroit, starting tonight at 8 Eastern.
With the first pick, the Chicago Bears select
pick-by-pick coverage of every round, instant analysis from our experts, and interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
I want to be a legend. I want to have a golden jacket.
Hear the 2024 NFL Draft.
Win it. A Super Bowl. That's what matters.
On NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Blue Jays fans, John Schneider joins MLB Network Radio every Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern on SiriusXM 89 and the SiriusXM app. Radio Network.
Blue Jays and Royals getting ready for a series finale in Kansas City. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Appreciate you joining us for this Thursday matinee before the Blue Jays head home to take on the Dodgers. Chris, it's Jose Berrios on the mound for the Blue Jays. He's been phenomenal so far this year. And even in his last two starts, when maybe his stuff, especially his non-fastballs, weren't working as well for him, he's still found a way to be completely lights out.
Yeah, he hasn't given up a run in 21 innings. That's incredible. But he's a guy that's really relied, especially over the last two starts. Like you said, he's really relied on his sinker, and he's really showing you that he's able to locate that thing really anywhere on the plate. Obviously, there's a ton of sink to it. There's a ton of run, but you still have to locate it, and he's doing a really good job of front-dooring it to lefties, throwing that thing inside to righties, really getting in on their hands. And I can't wait to see when he has that sinker going and that sweeper. We haven't seen a really good sweeper from him in probably 2.5 starts. He kind of lost it versus Seattle and really hasn't got it back. He's thrown a lot of spinners, a lot of cement mixers. But because that sinker has been so good, he hasn't given up a run in 21 innings.
We'll see if he can keep that going today against Cole Reagans and the Kansas City Royals. Before we get to that, let's go back to baseball control. Here's our host today, Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. Welcome back, indeed, inside Baseball Control. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Before we check out that standings update, courtesy of Bet365, I wanted to play this for you. We got a chance to see the Major League debut of Addison Barger yesterday. Well, here's Barger himself chatting with Sportsnet's Arden Zwelling down in Kansas City earlier this afternoon.
All right, so Addison, obviously a whirlwind day for you. You're first in the big leagues. It starts at midnight in Buffalo. It ends on the field, playing a new position. Now that you've kind of had some time to at least breathe and relax, how do you kind of reflect on how everything went?
I haven't had a lot of time to reflect on it yet. Kind of just went back to my hotel, fell asleep, and woke up, came here. But, awesome experience. I'm super grateful for all of this, and it was awesome.
Was there maybe like a quiet moment or an under the radar moment that you had yesterday that you think will stick with you? Because obviously we see everything that happens in the game. Was there something kind of behind the scenes that you're like, this is pretty cool?
Yeah, I think the whole day I was, kind of in awe. Like, it just to be here and finally make it to the big leagues, such a big deal that it's just it's hard to process, of course. Like, I'm sure it'll really kick in. Yesterday just kind of felt euphoric, all of it. So it's kind of been hard to process.
You said before the game that playing left field for the first time was going to be interesting, and obviously the ball finds you in the second inning immediately, and then you're crashing into the wall in the third. I mean, what's kind of your thought process out there as those balls are heading your way?
Yeah, I was just trying to get a read. The first one hits me, I just misread it. The ball was, the ball wasn't going anywhere to center, but it was flying to left, which is weird in its own. And, the lefty slice from left is just something I've never seen. So after that first one, I wasn't gonna miss another one. I'll tell you that. I was gonna the ball at the wall. I was gonna catch it no matter what.
It looked like you were gonna go through the wall.
Yeah, I was not risking letting that ball drop.
And we saw you kind of talking to Kevin Kiermaier in between innings, and I mean that's a pretty good guy to learn how to play the outfield from and get some tips from. I mean, what are those conversations like? What kind of insight did you get from him?
Yeah, I think he's just telling me. Obviously, he's played here a ton. He's one of the best to do it. So any info I can get from him is great. He was just kind of talking about the same thing I was saying. The ball is obviously traveling to left, so it's like let's play deeper. Let's play deeper out there because the Cards had me playing in, so that was an adjustment. Definitely helped a lot.
That is a little bit of Addison Barger's conversation with our own Arden Zwelling. You can hear the whole thing on sportsnet.ca. All right, let's check out the Bet365 standings update. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and you can even make a bet while the game is still being played. At 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Let's check out the AL East. Entering play today, Yankees are 17-8. Orioles are 16-8. Red Sox are 14-11. The Jays, after 2 straight losses, they are 13-12, and the Rays are 13-13. On the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, the Red Sox in action right now. Actually, they trail the Guardians 5-2. Jose Ramirez blasting a grand slam off a Chase Anderson cutter. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk today. Blair and Barker will have the post-game show this afternoon. They will be on both TV and radio, so if you want to leave them a message, the back leg line is how you can do it today, 416-413-3959. Please leave your name and location. Barker will remind you if you call in. And if you want to send them a text, 590-590, name and location as well. All right, after what was a little dicey start to this game, Tarp was on the field for about an hour before we got to the network open here. It does look like they are just about ready to get going, so we'll get you over to some action. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue with the call of today's game.
Thank you very much, Joe. Let's take a look at the lineups today. First for the visiting Toronto Blue Jays, who enter 13-12. As you mentioned, John Schneider's team leads off George Springer, the right fielder. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. plays first base. He'll bat second. Hitting third, Bo Bichette, the shortstop. Justin Turner back in the lineup, hitting cleanup and DHing. Davis Schneider, the left fielder, bats fifth. Ernie Clements, the third baseman today, he'll hit sixth. Dalton Varsho right behind him and playing center field. Alejandro Kirk catches today and bats eighth, with Isaiah Kiner-Falefa at second base, hitting ninth, and right-hander Jose Berrios about to make his sixth start. On the other side, the third baseman Michael Garcia leads off. Bobby Witt Jr., the shortstop, bats second. It's Vinny Pasquantino, the DH, batting third. Salvador Perez plays first base today after 3 straight catching days. He hits cleanup. Right fielder MJ Melendez hits fifth. Left fielder Adam Frazier hits sixth. And second baseman Michael Massey bats seventh. Catching and hitting eighth is Freddie Fermin, and then Kyle Isbell, the center fielder, bats ninth. The Kansas City Royals just strided out onto the field, and pitching for them today is the young left-hander who's captured the attention of a lot of the baseball world. It's Cole Reagans making his 6th start of the season. 0-2 with a 4.32 ERA, but he's a lefty that's got a big 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah, most of that ERA came in his last game against Baltimore. He pitched 1 2/3 innings, gave up 7 earned runs, but he will give up hits. He has that big fastball. I've seen it up to 99, even 100 miles an hour. One of the hardest throwing lefties in baseball, but he's around the zone a lot. So he's throwing hittable pitches. So you look at his ERA, you look at his stuff, you look at the amount of hits he's given up, and you wonder, how does that happen with a fastball that fast? Well, he's throwing that fastball generally in hittable locations, down the middle, inner third. He's not really locating as well as he should be. The Blue Jays should be pretty cognizant of that and be ready to hit, just like the Orioles were on April 20th.
Blue Jays would love to get it started in this first inning, and the first inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. George Springer walking to the plate, adjusting his batting gloves, and we are just about set to go for Game 4, Blue Jays and Royals in Kansas City. The Royals, with 3-2 wins on back-to-back nights, have taken a 2-1 advantage. Blue Jays wearing the road gray jerseys and pants. It's a light blue jersey for the Royals with a royal blue cap. Reagan's the lefty, stands in the middle of the rubber, winds up and fires. First pitch is a high fastball, ball 1. Time of the first pitch today, 2:12 Eastern. It's a cold one in Kansas City, 16 degrees. Feels a little bit cooler with a ton of wind. 1-0 to Springer. Called strike. There's definitely going to be eyes on the forecast today also. It would show that rain is going to start at some point in the next hour. 95% chance at 2 p.m. 1-1. Inside, 2 balls, 1 strike.
Yeah, it says on the forecast between 2 and 5 p.m. There's a lot of rain coming.
It's going to rain. Here's the 2-1 to Springer. Fouls off another heater. 4 straight fastballs from Reagan so far. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Players on both sides adjusting to the weather. Reagan's with a long sleeve undershirt, royal blue. Springer with a deep blue undershirt under his gray jersey as well. The 2-2 pitch. Ripped foul left side.
And you can see already Reagan's is throwing a lot of good hard fastballs, but they're pretty much down the middle. Fermin's setting up on the inside part of the plate to George Springer, and he just left that fastball right over the middle. George Springer just missing it.
Springer hasn't missed much in the last 2 games. 5 hits, including a double and a homer yesterday. The 2-2. Breaking ball slapped foul. That was the slider from Reagan, so along with his fastball, he's got a changeup, a cutter, a knuckle curve, and a slider. He'll use all of them, although he saves the slider for lefties a lot. Only 1 left-handed hitter in the lineup today for Toronto. 2-2 again. In the dirt. Went with the changeup that time, and it's a full count. Springer, a .232 hitter on the young season. 3 homers, 2 doubles, 5 RBIs. He's had a really good eye at the plate. 13 walks to 12 strikeouts. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got fooled that time on the changeup, and that's the first out of the inning.
And Reagan's has a pretty good changeup, 87 miles an hour. That one was 86, but he throws it 22% of the time. Obviously, he has confidence throwing it. He throws it in a 3-2 count there and gets Springer out in front.
Against righties, the usage of that pitch goes way up, too. He's thrown 95 changeups to righties, only 5 to lefties coming into today. Swing and a miss by Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who's staring at his left hand after ripping through a fastball. 0-1. 1 out, top of the first, no score. Blue Jays and Royals. Nobody aboard the 0-1. Swing and a miss at another high fastball. Vladdy late on 97. He'll ask for time. Still checking out that left hand. It's 0-2. Back in the box now. Reagan's takes a deep breath and shields his face with his glove. Into the wind. 0-2. Bouncing ball chopped high in the air to third. Picked up by Garcia. Throw over to first, beats Guerrero by a step. 2 down.
And the Royals have been pounding Vlad in with hard stuff all series long. 98 with a fastball there. Vlad gets jammed. Hits a kind of a bouncer to third base. He's having a tough time with those inside pitches recently.
Guerrero had 1 hit yesterday. Hitless the day before that. Here's Bo Bichette with 2 outs and the bases empty. 2 taps of the plate and Bo's ready to go. First pitch from Reagan's. Hit foul off to the right. 0-1. Home plate umpire today is Ryan Addison. Chris Guccione, the crew chief, umpires first. Brian Knight is the second base umpire with Alex McKay manning third. 0-1 to Bo. Swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes.
There's that cutter from Reagan's. Actually, a lot of movement on it. 93 on the inside part of the plate with good cut. That'll be a tough one.
Reagan's hunting a strikeout to end a 1-2-3 inning. Glove overhead, kicks up, 0-2. Fastball hit foul by Bichette. Bo went 0 for 4 yesterday, dropping his average to .231, 4 groundouts in yesterday's 3-2 loss for the Blue Jays. 2-strike pitch again. Downstairs with a fastball. No, they call strike 3. Bichette looking out to center. He can't believe it. A tough break there for Bo on a pitch that was definitely a ball, but it's a second strikeout of the inning for Reagans in a 1-2-3 top of the first. Jose Berrios out to the mound when we come back. No score, middle of 1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
How can Blue Jays closer Jordan Romano improve on his already iconic entrance from the bullpen? Tim Meza and Eric Swanson had their own thoughts.
Hear me out. We shoot you out of a cannon. Picture this. Gate opens and you ride in on a moose. One word. Roller skates. Super trendy right now.
Romano's thoughts?
I appreciate the ideas, but I got this.
On Monday, May 20th, the first 15,000 fans will get a Jordan Romano blue replica jersey. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
So that's a no on the moose?
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit ConnexOntario.ca.
This is Jose Berrios, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. No score, bottom of the first. Jose Berrios on the mound, and his pitch to Michael Garcia is hit foul to start the inning, 0-1. Sixth start of the season for Jose Berrios, who sports an 0.85 ERA and a 4-0 record so far. The righty's 0-1. Fastball called strike. That looked way in off the plate. There was a questionable called strike in the first inning going for Kansas City as well. Might be a bit of a big zone today. Berrios' 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase the slurve. First out is a 3-pitch strikeout for Jose.
And right there, you see that slider for strike 3 was pretty good, pretty tight, good downward action. That's a good sign for Jose Berrios.
Alejandro Kirk picked it. Garcia didn't really try to run. So that'll be one down quickly. Here comes Bobby Witt Jr. Witt's had the game-winning hit in each of the last 2 games. He's a .317 batter. Right on right pitch. Fastball hit in the air to center. Varsho camped under it, just creeps a couple steps in and makes the catch. 2 down.
And Berrios' 0.85 ERA is the lowest through 5 starts in the history of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. He's got a very good shot. I mean, every start that he keeps putting together was a tough start to pull off. But if he can make another good start, the lowest ERA through 6 starts in Blue Jays history is 1.28. Dave Stieb in 1983.
That's doable.
It's doable. Pitch to Vinny Pasquantino. Called strike 1, especially if you throw 5 straight strikes to start the game and have 2 quick outs in the first.
Yeah, his velo's down just a little bit, but like we said off the top, it's a little bit chilly. The rain is starting to come.
0-1. Fastball just misses high. 1 ball, 1 strike.
But on a positive note, his slider looks a lot better than it has over the last 2 games.
Pasquantino's a left-handed hitter, one of many in the Royals lineup today. 1-1. High and outside. Outside of the number 3 hitter, Pasquantino, batters 5, 6, and 7 in MJ Melendez, Adam Frazier, and Michael Massey will hit left today. 2-1. Low with the changeup, a weapon Berrios likes to use against lefties. It's 3 balls, 1 strike. No score, bottom of the first. Nobody on, 2 outs. Pasquantino up with Salvador Perez on deck. Berrios rocks and delivers. Fastball outside, ball 4.
And Berrios asking where that baseball was, and then kind of chuckles. Obviously, he thought that ball was a strike, but very clearly, from this point of view, that was about a ball off the plate.
Yeah, Alejandro Kirk's a good framer out there, but not going to do anything with that pitch. That was definitely outside. It's Kirk working with Berrios again with Vladdy at first, IKF at second. Bo Bichette at short, Ernie Clement plays third. Runner on first, the pitch to Salvador Perez is hammered to left, way back, out of here. Hung a slider, and Salvador Perez makes him pay. A 2-run homer in the first. 2-0 Royals.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times this series. Salvador Perez hitting a mistake from a Blue Jays pitcher. And Jose Berrios kind of hangs that slider over the middle of the plate. Alejandro Kirk was set up on the outside part of the plate. And Salvador Perez did not miss that baseball.
A 404-foot blast for Salvador Perez, his 7th on the year, and now an American League leading 25 RBIs. The pitch to MJ Melendez, outside, ball 1. So 2-0 Royals early on. Berrios looking down at the mound, listening to the pitch comm, tucks the ball into his red glove. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. The left-handed hitting Melendez, a .208 batter, 4 homers, 12 RBIs. Went 0 for 4 yesterday. 3 fielders' choices. The 1-1. Hit in the air softly to right. Springer charging in toward the line. Dives, and he made the catch. Underhanded Springer, full stretch, ends the inning. The Royals, though, pick up 2 on 1 hit. It's Salvador Perez's home run that makes it 2-0 Kansas City after the first. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Get closer to exclusive talk, comedy, and entertainment on SiriusXM. Be part of the buzzworthy moments with Andy Cohen.
Kelly Clarkson, I do want to do a duet with you.
No nonsense advice with Dr. Laura.
Is this advice that he asks you for? No. Then shut the hell up.
Unparalleled wit and A-list interviews with Conan O'Brien.
Billie Eilish.
How loud can you shout?
You haven't even heard it.
That's why I'm asking.
Don't miss an exclusive moment on SiriusXM.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues. Right now on Channel 87.
It's a home run for Ronald Acuna.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to daily fantasy playoff basketball to reacting to the NFL Draft, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
The South Carolina Gamecocks are on top of the women's college basketball world yet again.
Perfection for South Carolina. 38 games, 38 wins.
We're reacting to the perfect season and talking to the biggest names right here on Channel 374.
Congratulations, Coach Saley. What does this particular title mean to you?
This title is pretty special because it was unexpected.
Keep it locked into SiriusXM SEC Radio as we continue to break it all down and celebrate the Gamecocks' 3rd national title.
Hey, baseball fans, the NBA postseason is in full swing, and your home for nonstop discussion every day and playoff action on the court every night is SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 and on the brand new SiriusXM app.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
The second inning is presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. First pitch of the second is called a strike, but was definitely outside to Justin Turner. 0-1. I mean, man, in an inning and a half has this zone been big for both teams, I will say. 2-0 for the Royals, top of the second, the 0-1. That one way outside. Couldn't get the call there from Ryan Addison. 1-1.
Well, I'm sure Addison knows the forecast, and I know that he's not trying to make bad calls, but he probably does know the forecast.
1-1 pitch. That one is strike at the knees. 1-2. Rain forecasted to come at really any moment in Kansas City. Might even be going right now. The 1-2. In the dirt, Turner checked his swing, appeal to first. He did not go around. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Everybody in that Royals dugout was trying to sell that. You hear everybody yell, yes. Very clearly, Justin Turner did not offer at that.
Oh, and the rain's definitely going now, by the way. It is starting to come down in Kansas City. Turner leading off the second, the pitch. Line drive, left field, coming in with a dive. It's a catch from Adam Frazier. Taking a hit away from Justin Turner. There's 1 out in the top of the second.
Well, Justin Turner just got that off the end of the bat. It was a good changeup from Reagans. An elevated changeup, and he does what he does. He hits a line drive to left field just off the end of the bat.
Frazier, who plays a couple different spots around the field in the infield and outfield, flashing the leather, gets some claps from his starting pitcher, Cole Reagans. And here comes Davis Schneider. Reagans has retired the first 4 he's faced. His pitch to Schneider. Slow curve for strike 1. Schneider hitting .216, 5 extra base hits, 3 of them homers, 10 RBIs. 0-1. Missed with the curveball. 1 ball, 1 strike.
When you watch Reagans pitch, you start to wonder, how does this guy give up hits? He's got really good stuff.
And a lot of different weapons. The 1-1. Outside. Went with the changeup there, but missed. 2-1.
And I don't mean give up like hits. I mean give up a lot of hits. He gave up 10 hits to Houston. He gave up 9 hits to Baltimore. For a guy with this stuff, that's really strange.
Missed inside with a 2-1 cutter. And now Davis Schneider in the driver's seat. It's 3 balls, 1 strike with the rain coming down. Droplets streaking on the helmet of Schneider. 3-1 pitch. Fastball inside, ball 4. Davis Schneider's the first Blue Jays base runner today. And Reagans wiping the ball on his jersey, maybe searching for some grip now on a wet day in Kansas City. Here comes Ernie Clement.
Yeah, the rain's really starting to come down. I don't know how long this game will continue like this, but playing in the rain is really tough, especially when it's a little bit chilly.
The pitch to Ernie Clement. He shows bunt and puts it down on the third base side. Picked up by Reagans. Tough play over to first. He's out. Delayed call from first base umpire and crew chief Chris Guccione. It looked pretty close, but I don't believe the Blue Jays are going to take a look at it. So it'll be a sacrifice bunt there for Clement, who looked to be bunting for a base hit. Schneider up to second, 2 outs.
And I think there's more to that than what meets the eye. I think bunting when it's raining is a smart play because the ball is wet and whoever picks it up is throwing a wet baseball.
First pitch to Varsho off the fist, blooped into the middle of the diamond. Barehand play by Witt. His throw is late. Wow, I mean, for Bobby Witt to even make that a play is remarkable, but nothing Dalton Varsho touches is wrong right now. He gets a soft liner up the middle to fall for a base hit.
Yeah, everything he swings at, it seems like, falls for him. That was, I mean, how was that, a 70-foot blast from Dalton Varsho?
He
beats it out
43 miles an hour off the bat.
That is about as soft as it gets, and Dalton Varsho beats it out to first base.
I mean, most bloops are like 60 to 70 miles an hour off the bat. So now first and third for the Blue Jays. Here's Alejandro Kirk, 2 outs. 2-0 Royals, top of the second. And the pitch is a slow curve for strike 1. Kirk hitting just 172, although he does have 9 RBIs this year in 18 games. Perez sets up inside. The 0-1 is lined to center field. Charging in Isbell. He'll make the catch off to his left and end the inning. The Blue Jays with a hit and a walk. They strand a pair and do not score in the top of the second. 2-0 Royals headed to the bottom half. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rush Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Bring excitement to your landscape with proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better, so they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs, in the distinctive white container at your local garden center. Or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
George Springer has given the Blue Jays the lead once again.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
In just 1 week, you could become a millionaire. The Jays Care Amazing April take-home jackpot is at almost $2 million and is expected to keep growing over the next 6 games. Don't miss out. Visit bluejays.com/5050 to get your tickets from Ontario or Nova Scotia. Bottom of the second starts with Adam Frazier swinging at the first pitch he sees from Jose Berrios. Out to left, it's reined in by Davis Schneider for a flyout. 1 down. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. 2-0 for the Royals over the Blue Jays. Bottom half of the second. Rainy day in Kansas City. It's coming down right now. Lots of fans in hoods, ponchos, some umbrellas at Kauffman Stadium. The pitch to Michael Massey is a fastball for strike 1. This inning, in theory, a challenge for Berrios. Started with the left-handed hitting Frazier. Then you get Massey right after that. 0-1. Called strike 2, just dropping balls on the outside part of the zone against the lefty swinger.
Well, outside of that one pitch to Salvador Perez, Jose Berrios has looked pretty sharp.
Perez with a 2-run homer after a 2-out walk in the first. 0-2. Squibbed foul to the left side. Even with the rain coming down, there is some urgency to try and get this game in today. Blue Jays aren't coming back or aren't scheduled to come back to Kansas City this season. The 0-2 inside.
And as a player, you never want to have to fly back to a city just for one game on an off day. That's terrible.
Yeah. John Schneider had mentioned before the game, if they didn't get this one in, that probably next Thursday when the Blue Jays have an off day, they would play it. 1-2. Hit on the ground sharply to second. Picked up by IKF. He'll toss it to first. 2 down. Someone had asked, hey, you know, on that Wednesday, Monday to Wednesday, the Royals are in Toronto. Would you not just play the game then? But John Schneider had said, you know, it's September when there's not time to reschedule. You might do that, but they wouldn't do that in this case. And you understand why the Royals wouldn't want to lose a home game, even if they got to hit second in Toronto, which would be kind of funny, but not something that they want. 2 down, base is empty. Freddie Fermin's first trip to the plate starts with a line shot to left field for a base hit. Schneider curls around it and picks it up close to the foul line, keeping Fermin at first. But the backup catcher with a base hit dances back towards his dugout. He's aboard with 2 down.
Well, Jose Berrios actually made a really good pitch right there. That was a sinker in off the plate. And Fermin just pulls his hands through and drills it into left field. That was a good piece of hitting.
Venezuelan catcher chopping it up with Vladdy over at first as Kyle Isbell comes up, the center fielder and 9-hitter for the Royals. Berrios peeks over his left shoulder at first, sets and delivers. High and outside, ball 1.
And you can see his velo is clearly down. Obviously, the rain and the weather are affecting his fastball. But that fastball right there was 91 miles an hour. We haven't really seen that at all from him this season.
1-0. 93 bounced over the middle, and Bo Bichette picks it up, steps on second, and ends the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left for the Royals. 2-0 Kansas City at the end of 2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better. So they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss. Eric Swanson strikes out the side.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Isaiah Kiner-Falefa leads off for the Blue Jays. Top of the 3rd inning in a rainy Kansas City. 2-0 for the Royals over Toronto. 9-1-2 for the Blue Jays with Kiner-Falefa, George Springer, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. set to hit this inning for Toronto. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left, Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host and producer. Tom Young, our technical director. Umpires did meet with the grounds crew briefly before the inning started. The rain has not let up. It is still pouring down in Kansas City, but they play on as IKF steps into the box. Reagan's the lefty starter for the Royals. Takes a breath, nods his head, and winds the pitch. High, ball 1.
And Ben, I don't know if you saw that, but even in the rain, they still have the hot dog race.
I mean, they can't cancel the hot dog race.
Yeah, if the costumes are ruined.
The 1-0. Called strike.
And Relish came out on top.
Well, I was going to say Relish won, but I think I'm chalking that up to weather because it's usually a ketchup versus mustard kind of deal. 1-1 pitch. IKF pokes a ball foul. Kiner-Falefa hitting .262 coming into today. 5 extra base hits, including 1 homer. 5 RBIs.
There are a lot of ponchos in the stands right now. I don't even know where to buy a poncho.
Walmart. 1-2. Called strike 3. 97 on the inside corner. And Reagan strikes out a 3rd batter of the start. 1 out here in the top of the 3rd.
And again, you wonder, how does this guy give up a ton of hits? That was a 97-mile-an-hour fastball from a tall lefty on the inside part of the plate. IKF knew that was a strike. He just wanders back to the dugout, but that was a great pitch from Reagans.
First pitch to Springer, ripped on the ground to short. Picked up by Bobby Witt, the throw to first. 2 outs. The 3rd inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Sydney and North Sydney, Nova Scotia. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. 2 outs and the base is empty. 2-0 Royals, top of the third. Here's Vladimir Guerrero Jr., 0 for 1 today. The pitch. Called strike one. Interesting thing for Vlad and for Bo, who are both hitting below their career norms right now, neither have swung at the first pitch nearly as much as previous years. 0-1. Swing and a miss, strike two. And while at times they would receive a little bit of pushback, at least from the outside noise, the fans, on being that aggressive, both have great numbers against the first pitch and have taken it a lot this year. 0-2 is low, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, the problem with Vlad is he takes that first pitch. Let's talk about this at bat, for instance. He takes the first pitch, which is a good pitch to hit. It was on the inside part of the plate, a fastball that was straight, and then he swings at one off the plate.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Guerrero goes down to the changeup, and Reagans pitches another 1-2-3 inning with a pair of Ks. Middle of the third, it's 2-0 Royals. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's NFL Draft Week, and Sports Grid Radio is the only channel talking about the impact every pick has on the sports books. How many trades and how many players drafted at each position.
I don't think they're going to get to 10 when it comes to offensive linemen taken in the first round.
We'll track all the picks as they come off the board and update the live impact on Super Bowl odds and team win totals for the upcoming season.
8 is a good season. They're more in the neighborhood of 5 or 6.
Follow the NFL Draft starting tonight at 8 in the East on Sports Grid Radio, channel 159 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on SiriusXM FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving, scores!
And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on SiriusXM FC 157 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
The Busted Open podcast is now available on YouTube. This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show on the planet. You can now watch and listen to the award-winning Busted Open podcast every single day on YouTube. Our best interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and some of our best content from the past. All available right now when you go to youtube.com/@BustedOpenPodcast. Subscribe right now.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, channel 84.
Home half of the third in Kansas City. It's 2-0 for the Royals in Game 4 of this series between the Blue Jays and the Royals. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Jose Berrios back on the rubber facing the top of the order. It's Michael Garcia leading off. Here's the pitch. Called strike one. Rain still pouring down in Kansas City, apparently way off in the distance. Flashes of lightning as well. But the game continues. The 0-1. Low with the changeup. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Vermin shaking his head, basically telling Addison that's not a strike, but that was very clearly not a strike, well below the strike zone.
Garcia 0 for 1, struck out on a slurve in the first. 1-1. Bounced it foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And like I said in the last inning, even though he left that ball over the middle of the plate to Salvador Perez, every other pitch he's thrown has been a good pitch with a lot of movement, a lot of action through the strike zone. Just that one spinning mistake to Salvador Perez.
Perez due up 4th this inning. 1-2. Bounced the slurve. Garcia wouldn't offer. Michael Garcia is a 2016 signing by the Royals out of Venezuela. Debuted in the majors against the Blue Jays in 2022. That series where the Royals had to call up like 10 different guys to come to Rogers Center. Two ball, 2 strike pitch. Low ball 3. The first plate appearance of Garcia's career would end in a strikeout. Trevor Richards struck him out, but he wouldn't have to wait much longer. He did come up with his first major league hit on July 30th, 2022 off of Garrett Cole at Yankee Stadium. So not a bad one to start with. I'm sure he's got that baseball somewhere.
Garcia, not Cole.
Yes, definitely. 3-2 pitch. Hit foul off the back leg of Garcia, who spins out of the box and will take a walk here. Still a full count.
There was so much movement on that sinker right there. It started on the outside, almost on the black, and then broke on the inside part of the plate. And obviously, if you're swinging at that, as Garcia did, you are not going to get all of it. And he did, and he just fouled it off his kneecap.
Oh, that did not look comfortable.
Off the ground first, luckily, but that thing hit directly on the kneecap.
Garcia good to go, though, back in the box. Berrios getting some dirt out of his cleats. The rain continues to come down here. But the right-hander now kicking out some dirt and stepping on the rubber. Full count. Nobody out, nobody on. Start of the bottom of the third. It's 2-0 for the Royals. 3-2 pitch. Inside, ball 4. Berrios hit the spot where Kirk set up. They just couldn't get Garcia to swing. And he'll be the second walk issued by Berrios so far in this start.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious as to why Alejandro Kirk on a 3-2 pitch was set up actually off the plate. That looked like a 1-2 location or an 0-2 location. A good hitter doesn't swing at that pitch, so I'm unsure why Kirk would be set up there.
Kirk adjusting the strap on his glove. Here's Bobby Witt Jr. The pitch. Outside, ball 1. Bobby Witt has his pants pulled up to his knees, showing his socks. Not a look that he or a handful of the Royals were rocking until recently. Maikel Garcia, the runner on first, included in that style. Here's the pitch. And it's hit foul, 1-1.
I tell you what, though, I'm actually digging those light blue Royals jerseys, the light blue socks, and then Bobby Witt Jr. has the light blue cleats. That's a pretty good look.
It's got a little bit of like 80s Royals to it with the light blue.
But not quite, though. It's like new school almost.
Yeah.
That's not the exact color of their 80s jerseys, is it? It's more
You're talking to
vibrant.
the colorblind guy.
Oh, that's true. I keep forgetting, but it's more vibrant than that.
Runner on first, no outs. 2-0 Royals, bottom 3. The 1-1 to Bobby Witt Jr. Called strike. Well, the reason that he's hiked up his pant legs, and a couple other guys on the team too, was after losing to the Blue Jays in Game 1 of the series, the Royals had lost 3 games in a row. It's their longest losing streak of the season. They were looking to change something up, even something as small as the positioning of their pants. They went to that, and they've won 2 in a row. 1-2 pitch. Slice to right field. Springer going back just a little bit. Curls toward right center and makes the catch. 1 out. Maikel Garcia will hold at first. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. Don't strike out on your next home improvement project. Your team at Timbermart has the great advice and the products you need, so you'll get the job done right. Knock it out of the park and win the day with Timbermart, Canada's building center. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host and producer, Tom Young, our technical director. 1 out and a runner on first. Bottom of the third, 2-0 Kansas City. First pitch to Vinny Pasquantino is ball 1. Left-handed hitter walked and scored in the first inning on Salvador Perez's home run, the difference in the game. Left on right matchup. And the 1-0. Just outside for ball 2.
And you can't mess around here. You can't let Salvador Perez come to the plate with somebody on first and second. You have to throw strikes here. You have to throw something that looks like it's hittable. These first 2 pitches haven't been hittable yet.
Berrios set with his glove at his belt. 2-0. High ball 3. Perez leads the American League with 25 RBIs. He's the batter on deck. Pasquantino asking for time. Berrios still trying to get some dirt out of his cleats.
Well, when that clay gets wet, it gets really chunky. And I'm assuming that's what's happening right now.
Berrios banging the back of his foot on the rubber, both sides. Now he's good to go. 3-0 to Pasquantino. Called strike one.
Got a little bit of help right there. Now he needs to throw that good two-seamer down in the zone. Let Pasquantino hit that thing into the ground. Maybe hit into a double play.
The DH today for the Royals is a 244 hitter. 3-1 pitch. Hit foul. Full count. Runner was off on the pitch, but Garcia will have to turn and head back to first. Vinny Pasquantino trying to put together a healthy season. Last year limited to 61 games. He tore his labrum in June and had season-ending surgery. Off to a decent start this year. A walk already today, and a turn and a throw to first. Garcia just gets back standing. Decided not to slide there. Guerrero tagged him on the right hip and nearly had him on the Berrios pickoff move.
Yeah, I think the reaction from Vlad is he's unsure if he's out or not, and he's looking into the dugout seeing if Gil Kim is going to give the thumbs up or the thumbs down. That was really close over there.
I think he just evaded the tag.
Yeah, but I like looking at the reaction of Vlad, and when Vlad is kind of unsure, that's when you know he could be out.
3-2 again. Runner takes off again, and the pitch is low, ball 4. Third walk of the day already for Berrios, and now he's in a difficult spot with 2 on, 1 out, and Salvador Perez coming up.
And this is where you have to be careful. Salvador Perez is such a good run producer. When he comes up in situations like this, he doesn't let the game speed up on him, just like a lot of guys do when there's runners on base. They try to do too much. But Perez is just so good at slowing the game down, getting his pitch, hitting a line drive. We've seen him hit a lot of line drives in this series.
Batting .500 in the series so far, 6 for 12. 2 on, 1 out, the pitch. Bounce to third, picked up by Clement. He'll throw to second for 1. IKF to first, and that ends the inning. A 5-4-3 double play to keep it 2-0 Royals at the end of 3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NFL Draft is on SiriusXM. Take your pick on how to listen with the SiriusXM app.
With the first pick,
NFL Radio brings you every selection and exclusive interviews. Hear insights from the experts that covered the players in college on SiriusXM College Sports Radio. Fantasy Sports Radio forecasts their fantasy football impact. And get instant reaction on Mad Dog Sports Radio. The NFL Draft. Listen live, pause, and rewind. All on the SiriusXM app.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your SiriusXM subscription? What? Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on SiriusXM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
After injuries caused Brooks Koepka to wonder whether he could ever be healthy enough to win another major, that question was answered at the 2023 PGA Championship.
Koepka taps in for par. Brooks Koepka is the winner of the 105th PGA Championship. Impressive performance.
His 5th major title came in a 2-shot win over Victor Hovland. Listen to the 106th PGA Championship beginning May 13th on SiriusXM Channel 92 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on SiriusXM.
At Radio Network.
Bo Bichette to lead off for the Blue Jays. Top of the 4th inning. Toronto still looking for its first run. 2-0 Royals. Cole Reagan's the lefty, fires home, and Bichette stings the ball up the middle. Speared on one hop by Bobby Witt Jr. He'll toss it over to first. And there's 1 out. The 4th inning is presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Bo smoked that ball almost 110 miles an hour off the bat, but didn't get it up enough and hit it to the wrong spot. So now Justin Turner is up with 1 out and the bases empty. 2-0 Royals. Here's the pitch. Outside. Turner, the former Oriole, Met, Dodger, and Red Sox. Take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard in a sec. 1-0. Called strike. Looked like Turner would pick up a hit in his first at-bat when he lined the ball softly to left, but Adam Frazier came up with a diving catch. 1-1. Sailed the breaking ball. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. That went all the way over Salvador Perez, who couldn't reach it, and went straight into the backstop.
And as soon as Reagans let go of that ball, he kind of looked down to the dirt there, the clay, and started playing with it. Obviously, that mound is not in pristine condition.
Berrios had similar issues last inning, kicking dirt around a ton. The 2-1. Turner drives the ball left field. Frazier on the run, and he'll watch it go over his head and 1 hop into the wall. Turner around first. He's at second. It's his team-leading 8th double of the year to tie Bobby Witt Jr. for the American League lead.
And Justin Turner, a lot like Salvador Perez, just waits for the mistakes. And Reagans there throws that slider in the middle of the plate, and he just drills it into left center, 1-hopping that wall out there. I don't know who I'd rather have in my lineup, Salvador Perez or Justin Turner.
I'll take both. I'll take both any day. Turner on second now with 1 out. Here's Davis Schneider. He takes the first pitch upstairs for a ball, 1-0. The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto first raised the trophy in '92. Join them for wings, ribs, beer, cocktails, and catch every play at your local St. Louis Bar and Grill. 1-0 swing and a miss, 1-1. Download the app or visit stlouiswings.com for more details. Always devilishly good. And in a rainy day in Kansas City, it's 2-0 for the Royals, top of the 4th. Out in Cleveland, the Guardians beating the Red Sox. 1-1 to Schneider. Down and away, ball 2. 5-2 is the Guardians' lead right now. Top of the 6th with the Red Sox threatening. The difference in the game is a Jose Ramirez grand slam. That put Cleveland up 5-0. 5-2 right now on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Next pitch to Schneider. Outside again, ball 3. Some big misses from Reagans this inning, and you wonder if all that rain going on in the last 3 innings is starting to really impact these pitchers.
Well, I watched the replay of that pitch that he sailed to the backstop, and it clearly showed that he slipped on his landing foot. And if that's happening, I mean, I'm assuming that he would ask the grounds crew to fix that if that actually was happening every single pitch, but the rain definitely affects pitchers.
3-1. Down ball 4. Second walk of the day for Davis Schneider. He's on first, and the Blue Jays threatening now with just 1 out. They have runners on first and second. Ernie Clement's about to come out, but first Matt Quatraro is talking with the home plate umpire Ryan Addison. And I wonder if this has to do with the ground conditions overall.
Well, yeah, I think so. There was a very obvious slip when Reagans landed on that right foot. And you can't pitch if you're slipping every single time. Ryan Addison obviously out there to ask him what's going on, but
talking with Reagans, who just had a little bit of, like, I don't know exactly what to call it, but kind of like a thin metal object that he was scraping dirt out of his cleats with.
Well, it's a lot of the times it's a tongue suppressor.
Okay, so it looked like that.
Same thing that the doctor uses to suppress your tongue. I don't know if that's what they're using there, but that's what a lot of teams use.
First pitch to Ernie Clement, fouled back, 0-1. First and second for the Blue Jays, 1 out, top of the 4th, 2-0 Royals. Clement with no registered at-bats yet, a sacrifice bunt in the second inning. The 0-1. Popped up, back of first, past Quintino, or make it Perez into foul territory. It's Perez at first today, but that ball lands in the seats. 0-2.
Well, Perez, 33 years old. He can't catch 4 games in a row. That's asking
3
a
in a
lot.
row is pretty impressive. And he played 140 games last year.
But you need that bat in the lineup, so you got to put him somewhere.
Clement in a 2-strike hold. Turner on second. Schneider on first. Reagan sets, glove at his chest, looks at Turner. A look at Schneider as well, and the 0-2. Slice toward right. Long run here for Melendez, and it drops into foul territory. Just a couple feet wide of the right field line. Almost a bloop single there for Ernie Clement.
Well, this is a big at-bat, not only for Ernie Clement, but for this Blue Jays offense, because coming into this game, they were hitting 199 with runners in scoring position.
4th worst in Major League Baseball. One of only 4 teams to be hitting below 200 with runners in scoring position. The others are St. Louis, the Chicago White Sox, and Minnesota. 2-strike pitch to Clement again. Downstairs, ball 1. Reagan's again using that file or whatever it is to get dirt out of his cleats. A little bit more forgiveness right now with the pitch clock, as both starters have had to take a couple different breaks in between pitches to make sure that they have just a little bit of grip when they land. Ready to go again at the count of 1-2. The pitch. Schneider, or make it Clement, lines it up the middle, down in center, a base hit. Turner around third, he'll score. Around second, headed to third is Schneider. It's an RBI single for Ernie Clement. It's a 2-1 game now with still runners on the corners and 1 out.
And Ernie Clement did such a good job of not trying to do too much with that pitch. It was a good slider down the middle of the plate, and he just drills it. Actually didn't drill it. He kind of just finessed it into right field there. That's a great piece of hitting.
Sliced that slider into right center. And for Ernie Clement, his 6th RBI of the season, he gets the Blue Jays on the board here. And they're potentially a fly ball away from tying up this game with Dalton Varsho up to the plate. Varsho somehow won the left-on-left matchup the first time. He hit a pop-up essentially into the middle of the diamond that eluded everyone. 1st and 3rd, 1 down the pitch. Varsho bunts and will line it foul. That one hung up in the air, but Perez couldn't get to it before it hit the ground. 0-1.
Well, this is a tough AB for any left-handed hitter. Even though Dalton Varsho is red hot right now, Reagan's is a tough AB for left-handed hitters.
Varsho has reached base in 8 of his 13 trips to the plate so far in this series. 1st and 3rd, 1 down. The 1-strike pitch. Outside, 1-1. Reagan's doesn't face a lot of left-handed hitting, but when he does, it's almost exclusively fastball slider. Reagan's palming the ball for some grip. Third baseman Michael Garcia plays in, and Salvador Perez a little bit in from his hold on first. The 1-1 bounced. Good pick by Fermin, sliding to his left. Did have his body somewhat in the way, but scooped it up to keep Davis Schneider at third. I know Varsho's like the hottest hitter they have right now, but I wonder what they're thinking about Ernie Clement moving here from first with a runner on third. Wet ball for Fermin, seeing what happens. It is a lefty on the mound, though. A long look at Clement by Reagan's. And the 2-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2.
I don't mind that idea. I love putting pressure on the defense, making them think, making them work. And with the way the ball is, it's probably wet. The ground is wet, so Fermin might not even throw.
Clement leading off first, Schneider off third, and a step off and throw over by the left-handed pitcher Reagan's. Clement dives back safely.
Well, clearly Reagan's thinking the same thing that you're thinking.
Maybe try to force the issue with a tough matchup for Dalton Varsho right now, left on left. Varsho's going to ask for time. Reagan's is coming set very early and then kind of using the pitch clock to his advantage, which for a 26-year-old in just his third season is pretty advanced. He's having long looks at both the hitter and the runners. His 2-2. Varsho hits it in the air, shallow right. Going back out, the second baseman, Massey, makes the call and reels it in. Nobody could move anywhere. It wasn't hit deep enough. Now 2 outs with still runners on the corners.
Yeah, like I said, that was just a tough AB for Varsho, regardless of how hot he is. Reagan's with such good stuff, and then he mixes in that elevated fastball there. There's not much Varsho can do. He's just trying to put the bat on the ball there.
So now the Blue Jays will ask for a hit here to try and tie this game up. It's 2-1 Royals after the RBI single from Ernie Clement. Clement on first, Schneider on third, 2 outs, and Alejandro Kirkup, who's 0 for 1 with a line out to center. Here's the pitch. Way high, ball 1. And if you're Schneider, you have to be ready here because there's been some big misses from Reagans this inning.
Well, Reagans is really struggling to get a grip on that baseball. He threw that curveball, and it clearly wasn't a very effective curveball up in the zone. But as soon as he threw it, he started wiping his hand on his leg, and then he put his hand in between both of his legs. The rain is really affecting the way he's throwing right now.
1-0. Swing and a foul back. By the way, an official game in Major League Baseball is 5 innings, or if the home team is leading heading into the bottom of the 5th, it could be 4.5. Rain's still really coming down. We're in the 4th. This could be a huge spot right now in the game. Blue Jays almost have to treat this like it's the 8th inning, down 1 run. First and third, 2 down, 1-1 pitch. Kirk foul tips it into the glove. Strike 2.
Well, if I'm Reagans, I'm not coming with anything soft here. Not only because it's raining and I can't get a grip, but because Alejandro Kirk is way behind my fastball.
Kirk steps out of the box for a moment and then right back in. Schneider taking his lead in foul territory off third. Clement is well off first. 1-2. Clement takes off. The pitch is high and a fake throw down to second. Fermin steps in front of the plate but doesn't release it. It's a stolen base for Ernie Clement, his second of the season, and now second and third for the Blue Jays. 2 outs and a 2-2 count to Alejandro Kirk.
That's a smart play from Fermin. That ball is wet. There's a chance that he can throw that baseball away. And Ernie Clement actually stopped in between first and second to try to steal that run. Davis Schneider would have taken off if Fermin would have thrown that baseball. Smart play all around.
2-2. Kirk reaches out and pokes the ball behind first. Perez in foul territory makes the squeeze and ends the inning. The Blue Jays score 1 on 2 hits, but they strand runners on second and third and trail 2-1 through 3.5 innings of work. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timbermart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
At the core, we are the same. Our games have grown differently, but here we celebrate our similarities. Join us for Cricket Night at the Park, presented by TD. Find your seats at bluejays.com.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
Hey, this is Chad Green. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
I was brought up in the front row, that fire and brimstone.
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ellie, our host and producer, Tom Young, our technical director. Bottom of the fourth inning, Blue Jays trail the Royals 2-1 on a cold, rainy day in Kansas City. The fans that are in the seats are heavily covered in ponchos, umbrellas, and hoods, but the players out on the field continue to brave this weather. Berrios out for his fourth inning of work. It's the pocket of left-handed hitters in the Kansas City lineup, two up right now. Three lefty swingers, and MJ Melendez, Adam Frazier, and Michael Massey will hit. They're combined 0 for 3 to start the game.
Well, like I said before, Jose Berrios has looked pretty good in this game. That one mistake to Salvador Perez. But you can tell this rain is starting to affect him. He's changing baseballs. He's messing with his cleats. He's messing with the mound. Just like Reagan's last inning, who threw a couple of breaking balls that were nowhere near the strike zone because he slipped or because that ball was wet. Jose Berrios really needs to concentrate on throwing that good sinker down and getting out of this inning.
First pitch to MJ Melendez is high, ball one. Berrios does know plenty about pitching in poor conditions. Played in the AL Central for a long time when there are some open, cold weather ballparks. 1-0, lifted to left. Schneider shuffling back, walks to his right and makes the catch. 1 out.
Yeah, playing in that new Minnesota Stadium, Target Field. Wow.
Beautiful ballpark.
Wow.
But fully open ballpark in Minnesota it's tough.
I don't know who gave the thumbs up for that.
It's so nice, though.
It's very nice in the summertime. We were there.
So much better.
We were there last year for the playoffs. It was incredible. But it was nice weather. Think about April and May.
It wasn't April, yeah. First pitch to Adam Frazier, called strike one. Well, when I worked with the Fort Wayne Tin Caps in the Midwest League, I mean, it's basically AL Central territory around there. We played a game to start the season in Dayton, Ohio. It was snowing. 0-1. Frazier with an uncomfortable swing on a cutter inside, 0-2.
And the rain is really starting to come down now. You can tell Jose Berrios is pretty uncomfortable, drying his hands, messing with his cleats.
2-1 Royals, bottom of the fourth, 1 out, the 0-2. Frazier takes a sinker for ball one. Well, in one indication, the Royals did not water their dirt pregame like a lot of teams do, so it was kind of that light brown color. Now it looks like right after the grounds crew at Rogers Center gets off from hosing down the dirt. 1-2 pitch, bounced foul right side. I mean, it's a much darker color of dirt. And that's all from the rain, nothing from the grounds crew in terms of putting water out there.
Yeah, there's two areas that have that lighter, that I think they call it turfus. It kind of soaks up the water. It's the mound, and then around home plate. Everywhere else is that dark brown.
1-2. Way high, slipped out of the hand of Berrios.
Yeah, as soon as Berrios threw that pitch, he kind of looked off to the left and started wiping his hand. It's tough pitching in the rain. It really is, especially when you very clearly Major League Baseball wants to get this game through 5 innings.
MLB made the call pregame to green light this game. Now in the hands of the umpires. We're in the fourth. The 2-2. Smoke to right field. Going back, Springer near the track, slows down and makes the catch overhead. Hard hit ball by Frazier, but the second out of the inning.
It looks like everybody is just sweating profusely, but that's just the rain, and their jerseys are soaked from the rain. There goes some turfus. Jose Berrios said something, and the grounds crew comes out. It almost looks like they're feeding birds.
How's the turfus compared to cat litter? Because we never had any turfus.
Yeah, turfus
around
is
here.
Turfus is for the big leagues. Did you say cat litter?
Yeah, kitty litter.
I've never seen that ever. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's a thing.
First pitch to Michael Massey, called strike one.
Maybe I just haven't noticed.
Look, if the Thornhill Reds had, or the Vaughn Vikings, or Newmarket, there was no turfus around there. You went to the closest Walmart, you picked up cat litter. It absorbs everything. 0-1 to Massey. Hit well to right field. Springer on the run near the corner. Reaches up and makes a nice over-the-shoulder catch before banging into the wall. 2 tough plays for Springer. He makes them both, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Jose Berrios. 5th inning about to come up. 2-1 Royals. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hear the 2024 NFL Draft on SiriusXM.
With the first pick,
NFL Radio will be in Detroit as Rick Neuheisel, Jason Horowitz, Jim Miller, and Pat Kerwin provide instant analysis.
He makes all the throws. You will be defending the whole field.
As well as exclusive interviews with coaches, executives, and players.
I want to be the best quarterback. Legends live on, and I want to be a legend.
Listen to every round of the NFL Draft, starting tonight at 7 Eastern on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
It's a home run for Ronald Acuna.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to daily fantasy playoff basketball to reacting to the NFL Draft, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Get ready for the 2024 NFL Draft on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
Touchdown, Caleb Williams.
Catch exclusive interviews with the top prospects as they begin their journey to the NFL. And hear pick-by-pick coverage of the 2024 Draft from Detroit.
With the first pick, the Chicago Bears select.
Your home for the 2024 NFL Draft is SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365. Coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
At Radio Network.
Top of the 5th inning about to get underway in Kansas City. Very rainy. And with 5 innings being an official game in Major League Baseball, Blue Jays might have to treat it like the 9th. It's 2-1 for the Royals. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa leads off. Here's the pitch from Cole Reagans. Inside, ball 1.
Yeah, it is really coming down. You can see those ponchos behind home plate really starting to wave in the wind.
1-0. IKF swings and hits it in the air, right side foul territory. Reagan's giving it a chase, but that'll drop into a puddle just behind the first base dugout. 1-1.
Reagans is actually trying to protect his hand and keep it dry, covering his bare hand with his glove. Never seen that before.
I mean, it's really coming down.
Yeah, it's coming down. You can tell they're trying to get through 5 here.
1-1 is low, 2-1. And so for the Blue Jays, you do have to treat this like the 9th. You don't know that there's going to be another inning. They could end the game after this half inning if the Royals are still leading. IKF 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Came against the lefty Reagans, who's the starter today, back in the 3rd. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a high drive, center field. Isbell on a dead sprint back, and he makes the catch on the track. What a play. Half jump, half slip from the center fielder, whose right elbow is covered in dirt. What a beautiful play in center by Kyle Isbell to take extra bases away from IKF.
Well, that was an incredible play, probably staring up at the rain. And then Reagans with 2 hands up in the air, taking his hat off and clapping. Wow, what a play from Kyle Isbell out in center field, fighting the weather too.
As he went to jump, his right foot almost slipped to the side, but he still made the catch, tumbling onto the track. Here's George Springer. Swing and a pop-up, back of second. Massey going out into right center field. And he's called off last second by Isbell, who nearly comes into the infield to make the play. 2 outs. And again, we don't know that there's going to be an inning after this. This could be the last chance for the Blue Jays here. Down 2-1 in the 5th.
I would imagine it is. It's really starting to come down. You can tell in the jerseys. Everybody's jersey is soaking. The hat brims are dripping with sweat. Or sorry, with rain.
Maybe a mix. Yeah. Here's the pitch to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Swing and a bouncer foul. 2-1 Royals, top of the 5th, 2 outs and the bases empty. On the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, Boston is inched closer. They trail now 5-4 to Cleveland after it was 5-0 Guardians. The 0-1. Bounce to the plate. Also on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, Oakland A's visiting the New York Yankees tonight at 7:05 in the Bronx. Alex Wood pitches for Oakland against Nestor Cortez for the Yankees, a pair of left-handed starters. 1-1 count against Guerrero. The pitch. Low ball 2. Vladdy wiping some rain off his very shiny helmet right now. Reagan's facing the plate, steps to the side into the wind, and the 2-1. Inside ball 3. Blue Jays' lone run came last inning on an Ernie Clement RBI single. He knocked in Turner, who doubled to start the rally. Here's the 3-1 to Vlad. Inside ball 4. Guerrero extends this inning with a walk and gives Bo Bichette an opportunity to try and flip the game.
A good job right there from Vlad. Not expanding and taking 3 tough pitches down in the zone and then inside, and he kind of throws his bat and confidently walks to first base. A good at-bat from Vlad.
16th walk of the year already for Guerrero. Here comes Bo Bichette. Again, this could be the final chance for the Blue Jays. Top of the 5th on a very rainy day in Kansas City. Reagan steps off the rubber. Runner on first is Vlad. Bichette at the plate. 2 outs. 2-1 Royals. Top 5. The pitch. Curveball misses high and outside. 1-0.
And Reagan is clearly struggling with the grip again. Every time he tries to throw that curveball, it just spins, and then he leaves it arm side high. That's telltale sign that he doesn't have the grip.
1-0. Missed with the curveball way high. Fermin had to stand up out of the crouch to reel it in. 2-0.
I know that they're probably concerned that Bo Bichette is up at the plate, but if I'm Reagan's, I just go with the fastball.
If I'm Bo, I have to be looking for the fastball, right?
He is fighting it out there.
Wiping his hand on his pants, asking for a new baseball, shaking his hand. He threw that one back toward the dugout with a bit of frustration. And he'll get a new one.
Well, he knows that if it was a regular situation, he wouldn't be out there right now. The tarp would be on the field. If it wasn't a getaway day and they had time to replay this game or play another day.
If they were in the same division and came back later in the year. 2-0. Bichette swings and lifts the ball down the right field line. On the run, Melendez toward the foul line, makes the catch, and ends the top of the 5th. We'll see what happens from here. But that could be the ball game as we've reached official game status right now. We'll take a break and come back. It's 2-1 Royals, middle of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Fantasy Sports Radio is introducing you to the future stars of fantasy football at the NFL Draft.
With the first pick.
Hear pick-by-pick analysis from the fantasy football perspective. Find out which rookies you need to draft if you want to win your league.
Marvin Harrison is the best wide receiver prospect I've ever seen.
The NFL Draft lives on Fantasy Sports Radio. Tonight at 8 Eastern on Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
1 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Worth 400 from Dover Motor Speedway.
Checker flag, baby. Yeah.
On SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah.
Blue Jays fans, your manager, John Schneider, joins MLB Network Radio's Power Alley every other Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
I got all the confidence in the world in Joe Romano. I've known him for a long time. I know his demeanor. And I always say, when you're talking about a closer, giving up a couple runs in the 9th inning, it's just so much more magnified than a starting pitcher giving up a 2-run homer.
Managers at the mic on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89 and the SXM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win whichever fantasy sport you play. Right now on Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Despite some puddles in front of the plate, we play on in Kansas City. Bottom of the 5th is about to start. Jose Berrios warming up on the mound. It's 2-1 Royals over Blue Jays. Freddie Fermin, Kyle Isbell, and Maikel Garcia will hit this inning as they get some more of that. What do they call that again, Chris? Turfus?
Cat litter.
Cat litter on the front of the plate. We'll go over the injury report brought to you by Bergmanis Prira Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Prira Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Prira will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca. Blue Jays making one roster move today due to an injury. Bowden Francis, after pitching in yesterday's game, has been placed on the 15-day injured list with right forearm tendinitis. John Schneider said before the game he felt it a little bit in San Diego and then again yesterday. And with some off days scheduled in, 3 of them coming in the next 2 weeks, they're going to get Francis some time to make sure he's 100%. Brendan Little, the hard-throwing lefty reliever who impressed at times in spring, has been called up in his place. Rain's still coming down, but baseball still being played in Kansas City. Jose Berrios' pitch to Freddie Fermin is a fastball for strike 1.
Well, Ryan Addison and John Schneider had a lengthy conversation in between innings, and you can almost guarantee that John Schneider was pleading his case. He wants this game to continue. Obviously, they're down by 1 run. It's still a close game.
0-1 pitch in there, strike 2.
You don't just want to give up on a ball game because it's raining and because you don't come back here and you're not in the same division, things like that. John Schneider wants this ball game.
It's a 2-1 Royals lead. Fermin 1 for 1 today. The pitch. Hooked on the ground to third. Backhanded by Clement. He'll throw over to first. 1 out.
But there are very clearly puddles on that infield. I have to say, it's rare when you see puddles on a big league infield and the game not postponed or at least bringing out the tarp.
Yeah, they're really pushing for this one. We thought maybe after 4.5, you've reached an official game, it would be done. Both managers did speak to the umpires, and I guess with all the lobbying, it was John Schneider whose side won that one. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. doing some field work of his own. He's wiping off the first base bag, which is covered in that clumped up dirt and clay over at first. 1 out, nobody on. Here's Kyle Isbell, whose leaping catch last inning robbed the Blue Jays of a potential rally. First pitch outside to the left-handed hitter, 1-0. Isbell ended the second inning with a ground out into a fielder's choice. 1-0. He lines the ball up the middle. That'll send Varsho back to the track. A leap, and it's over his head and bounces off the wall. Isbell heading around second. He wants third. Varsho's throw to IKF. The relay to third. Not in time. Kyle Isbell with a stand-up triple with 1 out.
And that was almost identical to the play that Kyle Isbell made. Dalton Varsho going back, a really tough play, looking up at that rain coming down, and it was a lower line drive, so that makes it even more difficult. But Dalton Varsho, such a good outfielder. If he can't make that play, that's a near impossible play.
What a series for Isbell. Also had a homer in game 1, a double yesterday, and now a triple today. His first triple of the season after yesterday's triple was turned into a double when they did a scoring correction. Infield in, 2-1 with 1 out. The pitch to Maikel Garcia, poked foul. Garcia 0 for 1 with a walk, struck out in the first and walked in the third. Vladdy way in right now in case they try a squeeze play, and Berrios is going to step off and ask for a new baseball. Barely anyone in the seat still right now. With that rain continuing, puddles on the right side near the first base positioning. Puddle's on the left side near both where the shortstop and third baseman would play. Here's the 0-1. Popped up. Back of first. The second baseman, IKF, making the call. Makes the catch in foul territory. Isbell tags, takes a couple steps, but retreats to third. An important second out there. Now the infield can play back once again with still a runner on third for Kansas City. Although here comes Bobby Witt.
Yeah, of course, Bobby Witt, such a tough out, but you were right. Lad was way in, probably 10 feet in on that infield grass, waiting for a squeeze play or a bunt of some kind. But Garcia just pops it up to IKF at second base.
So here's Witt, who's had 2 big RBI hits the last 2 days. 0 for 2 with a pair of flyouts this afternoon. First pitch is off the end of the bat, foul. In game 2 of this series, following a run-scoring error, Bobby Witt Jr. came up with 2 outs and doubled in a pair of runs to give the Royals a 3-2 lead that they would hold. In yesterday's game, with it being 2-1, Witt came up with an RBI single to make it 3-1. The Blue Jays would fight to make it 3-2, but lose that score again. 0-1 pitch from Berrios lands low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Witt still batting .311 despite the 0 for so far. 1-1. Low ball 2. And we're probably watching one of the generational players going forward in baseball, and Bobby Witt, who already went for 30 homers and 49 stolen bases last year in his second season. The 2-1. Off the end of the bat, foul. Guerrero ranging back and watches it fall into the third row of seats. Bobby Witt Jr. was so good at so young. He played for that all-star loaded USA roster in the World Baseball Classic last year. It wasn't a main part of it, was not a starter. But on a team that batted Trey Turner in the back 3, Bobby Witt Jr. was also involved.
Yeah, Bobby Witt Jr., only 23 years old. And already a guy that comes to the plate with a runner in scoring position, and you're fearful of that guy because he like Salvador Perez, he slows the game down. At 23 years old, he just slows the game down, doesn't try to do too much. He's trying to use the big part of the field right now. He's not trying to hit a homer. He just wants to get that run in from third base.
2 outs and the 2-2 pitch. Slurve hit foul right side.
But yeah, he had 49 stolen bases last year.
And 30 homers. Like marrying that kind of speed and power at 22 years old.
He's basically the American League Ronald Acuna Jr.
I mean, there was no one that had as many stolen bases and homers other than Acuna when you're looking at adding them together like Bobby Witt did. 2-2. Slurve hit foul again to the right side. That one backed up on Berrios, landed on the inside edge, but Witt still couldn't do much with it. And now he'll wipe off his barrel under his left armpit to get some of that rain droplets off of it before the next 2-2 pitch.
Yeah, Witt struggling. Jose Berrios taking his time. Obviously, the pitch clock is not a factor anymore.
Yeah, they keep turning it off, resetting it. Berrios ready to go, though. Set for the 2-2 pitch. Here it comes. Smoked on the ground, foul. Somehow he got to a fastball way up and in and turned on it, but hit it in front of the camera well on the third base side, just beyond the Blue Jays dugout.
And he's a lot like Justin Turner, where he's just annoying. There's some lightning right now, but he's annoying to pitch to because you throw a good pitch, he'll foul it off, and he's just waiting for you to throw a mistake.
And there's still a chance, by the way, even though the Royals have hit again, that this game doesn't go forward into a 6th inning. Pouring rain in Kansas City. Puddles all over the infield. And it's 2-1 Royals, bottom of the 5th. A runner on third, 2 outs and a 2-2 count. Berrios trying to strand the Kyle Isbell triple that came with 1 out. He reaches back and fires. Off the end of the bat, a liner to right. Foul.
And that slider right there was off the plate, probably 3 balls off the plate. And Bobby Witt Jr., protecting and fighting with 2 strikes, he reaches the bat out. And you could tell that he's either trying to hit that ball down the right field line or trying to foul it off. He's just doing a good job of staying alive. Just like Justin Turner. Justin Turner's the exact same way.
And Bobby Witt's, again, only 23 years old. Second overall pick in 2019. The 2-2 again. Lifted foul right side again. Witt dunks that one into the seats. And this battle just continues and continues. That was the 9th pitch thrown to Bobby Witt in this inning.
Frustrating. As a pitcher, that's frustrating. It's annoying. You can use all those words, and he's a guy that you almost just want to put on base and move on to the next one.
And Berrios has made good pitches. Berrios trying to get some grip. And really the pitch clock is just plain off at this point. Not a factor right now. 2-2. Bounced up the middle. Glove by Bichette at short. His throw over to first. There, a step ahead of Witt to end the inning. Berrios dances out of trouble after that 1-out triple. It's still 2-1 for the Royals, and we hope there's a 6th inning coming up. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2-minute truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2-minute truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks. So give us a call today.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We have a plan that's connecting Ontario. We're building new roads and highways like the Bradford Bypass and Highway 413 to shorten your daily commute by up to an hour, and adding more lanes to reduce gridlock on some of North America's busiest routes to keep you and our economy moving forward. Also, you can get around faster, safer, easier. See what we're building in your community at ontario.ca/builds. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
Young Savage, why you trapping so hard?
Hey, this is Kevin Biggio. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Blue Jays and Royals playing Game 4 of this series, and a little bit of confusion over whether it's continuing. The tarp at one point was being rolled out, but it looks like they reeled it back in. And it appears that maybe, just maybe, baseball is continuing on this rain-soaked day in Kansas City. The umpires counseling right now, though. Matt Quattraro, the manager for Kansas City, talking right now with the umpires. But the grounds crew started to roll out the tarp, and the umpires emphatically told them to stop as they discuss what's going on here before the 6th. It's 2-1 Royals right now, by the way.
Well, there's so much going on. John Schneider knows that as soon as this game is called, you look at the radar, this game will not continue. As soon as this game is called, the tarp is not coming off. And he knows that this is an official game, and they are down. So John Schneider is fighting every single decision they're trying to make. He wants this ball game. Like I said, if his team was up 3-2, he wouldn't mind if they called this game, because the game's over, they win the game, they go home. But because they're down, you could see how frustrated he is, pleading his case with the umpires. He actually did a good job, because they probably wanted to pull the tarp.
Yeah, it looks like maybe he's succeeded. Again, I don't know for sure. if this game is going to continue or not. The umpires are right now on the field, and the grounds crew is doing work on some of the puddly spots in the infield. A number of different spots where you can see visible puddles, not just around the plate where it was early on, but out pretty much all over the infield, which you just don't see all that much. They're raking, they're dumping anything absorbent on there to try and soak it up, and they're just trying to fight against this rain, which continues to go. A couple of the Royals are out in the infield right now, not throwing the ball around as the grounds crew is occupying the infield. There was a tweet from Ben Nicholson-Smith of Sportsnet saying that the game is in a delay. However, they haven't put the tarp on the field yet.
I think when they pull that tarp, the game's over. That's it. I think they're doing everything in their power right now because John Schneider did such a good job arguing his case to continue with this game. They're dumping all kinds of bags of turfus onto that infield. Look, if this was a regular game and they were going to play against each other again, or this wasn't the last game of the series, this game would be banged and they would go home to their hotels and come back tomorrow and continue the game. But because this is an official game and the Blue Jays don't come back to Kansas City, the Blue Jays need to continue this ball game. It is really raining right now.
Yeah, it's just a question of whether the dirt that they keep pouring can even keep up with the rain through a full inning. I mean, they are dumping pounds and pounds of dirt on that infield right now, that turfus, to try and just soak everything up, raking it on every part of the infield. No one warming up just yet, but also no one's left the dugouts. No one's gone back to the clubhouse like they might during a delay. And the umpires continue to talk to the grounds crew, looking at a phone right now, presumably the weather forecast, to see what's going on.
And everybody's jackets are just soaking wet. Ryan Addison, the home plate umpire, his hair is just drenched. That is not sweat, that's rain. Chris Bassett kind of shrugging his shoulders, looking at somebody in the Kansas City Royals dugout. Nobody wants to play in a game like this, but they know that they have to. They know that they have to continue on.
The Blue Jays trying to avoid a third straight loss here in Kansas City, seeing if they can get a chance. Down 2-1 early on because of a 2-run shot by Salvador Perez in the first inning. At the time, we didn't realize how big that might be in this game. It's the difference in the 2-1 game. And you see Royals players out there pointing at different parts of the field. Obviously, you know, if the score was flipped, the roles would be flipped. The Blue Jays would be asking to end the game, and the Royals would be talking about how they can play on the field. But right now, as it stands, it's the Blue Jays doing everything they can to keep this game going, while the Royals try and argue that maybe the playing conditions aren't optimal.
Well, they aren't optimal, but the Royals are correct in this situation.
I mean,
the
they're
Royals,
far from, or I guess not playable, I guess.
And I understand it's actually pretty unsafe. We saw Royals starting pitcher
Cole Reagans
slipping when he was throwing the baseball. His right foot would slip. That's unsafe. When you can potentially pull a groin or a hamstring because it is wet on that mound. And here comes John Schneider again discussing what's happening with the umpires.
And the forecast doesn't show the rain really stopping. The umpires are talking with Schneider. And we'll see what the result of this is. Again, no one has left the dugouts yet. The tarp is not on the field, but it does look like potentially some long odds here for the Blue Jays to keep playing with all of those puddles around the infield.
Vlad and Guillermo Martinez are talking hitting in the dugout. You can see them talking about where his hand placement is. It's always interesting to see that. But looking at the infield, that is absurd. I'm sorry. There are puddles. There are puddles all over the place.
Not in probably 30, 40 years at least have games been played with huge puddles all around the infield. And this ball game looks like it's at least in a delay right now.
But I think that John Schneider has looked at the radar. He knows what's happening with that radar. He knows it's probably going to rain for the rest of the day. That's why he's arguing so much, and that's why he doesn't want this tarp coming on, but here comes the tarp.
Yeah, tarp is being rolled out. At a minimum right now, we are in a delay. While we try to get a little bit more clarity on the status, we'll send it over to Baseball Control right now for some out-of-town scores with today's host, Show Ali.
Sure you guys don't want to keep it? Keep it for some more tarp conversation? No, I'm kidding. Thanks, guys. Welcome back inside Baseball Control here in our downtown Toronto studios. Yeah, it very much looks like this game is in a delay. The grounds crew rolling out this gigantic tarp off of the giant cylinder there in right field. They are scooting it over the diamond right now. So certainly at the very least in a delay, but I'm kind of of the same mind as Chris that once this game goes into a delay, it probably is not going to resume. But hey, it might. So we will keep you up to date on all things Blue Jays as they are trailing the Royals 2-1 as this game appears to be going into a delay. All right. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk today. Blair and Barker, regardless if this game gets banged or not, they will have the post-game show this afternoon. They'll be on both TV and radio. So if you want to leave them a message, the back leg line is how you can do it today, 416-413-3959. You can please leave your name and location. If you forget, when you call, the dulcet tones of one Kevin Barker will remind you to leave your name and location. If you want to send them a text, 590-590, name and location as well, you can do so right now via the People's Text line. And I will get that out to you and get those out to Blair and Barker once this game, we have some official knowledge of what's going on here. All right, I want to check the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. And actually, to start, I wanted to do something a little bit different, as today we are remembering the great Bob Cole, who passed away last night at the age of 90, the greatest broadcaster to do it in this great country of ours. Let's remember Bob with some of his best calls, and this is one of my favorites.
Gilmore back in the net. Andrechuk in front with Borshevsky. It is Gilmore waiting around the net. He's open. Gilmore! Solo job! And he's won it in the second overtime period. How about that?
I'll never get tired of hearing Bob say, oh my, what a night for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Honestly, that's one of the great calls. The legendary Bob Cole's call of Doug Gilmour's wraparound goals against the Blues back in 93. We could do this all day with the best calls, but of course we remember the great Bob Cole, who passed away last night at age 90, and he will be missed across the country. If you missed the Jeff Merrick show today, I highly recommend giving it a listen if you want to hear some memories about Bob Cole. Jeff spoke to Dick Irvin, Harry Neal, Cassie Campbell, Mark Askin, J.D. Davison. There were a lot of great interviews and conversations on the second hour of the Merrick Show today, so I definitely heartily recommend giving that a listen wherever you grab your favorite podcast. Speaking of hockey, Stanley Cup playoffs, round one action continuing this evening, 2 games on the schedule. The Battle of Florida continues in Tampa this evening. Panthers at Lightning Game 3. Panthers have a 2-0 series lead after an overtime goal from Carter Verhaeghe in Game 2. Puck drop tonight goes at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on the main Sportsnet channel. A little bit after that, we'll get Hurricanes at Islanders. New York looking to get back in the series after an epic collapse in Game 2. Canes with a 2-0 series lead so far. Puck drop of Game 3 will be at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. You can watch that game on Sportsnet 360 tonight. 4 games on the go tomorrow night, including Rangers at Capitals. Rangers are up 2-0 in that series. Canucks at Predators. That series is tied at 1. No Thatcher Demko. He is week to week, according to head coach Rick Tocchet. So that series tied at 1. That'll go in Nashville tomorrow night. Jets at Avalanche as this series shifts to Denver. That series tied as 1 as well. And Oilers at Kings tied at 1 also, after an overtime goal from Anze Kopitar late last night. NBA playoffs continuing tonight as well. 3 games on the go. Cavaliers at Magic goes at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 Pacific this evening. Cleveland up 2-0 in that first round series. Knicks with a late comeback of their own in Game 2, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. Puck drop. Knicks up 2-0 in that series. Nuggets at Lakers will be the final game on the schedule tonight, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. Denver is up 2-0 in that first round series as well. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Again, if you're just joining me right now, right here, I can see I'm at Baseball Control in our downtown Toronto studios, Show Alley with you, and I can see the sat feeds of Kauffman Stadium, and very rainy, waterlogged scenes going on at Kauffman Stadium. You can actually see the side scoreboards out just above left field, and it says in very bold letters, we are in a rain delay. So we'll see if and when this game does get back underway. We played a little bit of this for you earlier, and I wanted to play this whole thing as we await some news on what goes on in a rain delay. And again, you can certainly text me, 590-590, name and location. If you want to send it to me, or you can send them to Blair and Barker. We'll make sure these texts get passed along here as we figure out what's going on with Jays Royals today. But I wanted to play a piece of audio for you. We got to see the debut of Addison Barger yesterday, his Major League debut. He was not just added to the active roster, he actually played out in left field, and not a lot of heralded results for Addison Barger, but still, it was an exciting debut for a guy with great compact-looking swing, had a little bit of adventure in his very first play out in left field, made a great catch the second time out there in left field as well. Let's hear a little bit of what Barger had to say. He spoke to Sportsnet's own Arden Zwelling before today's ballgame.
All right, so Addison, obviously a whirlwind day for you. You're first in the big leagues. It starts at midnight in Buffalo. It ends on the field, playing a new position. Now that you've kind of had some time to at least breathe and relax, how do you kind of reflect on how everything went?
I haven't had a lot of time to reflect on it yet. Kind of just went back to my hotel, fell asleep, and woke up, came here. But, awesome experience. I'm super grateful for all of this, and it was awesome.
Was there maybe like a quiet moment or an under the radar moment that he had yesterday that you think will stick with you? Because obviously we see everything that happens in the game. Was there something kind of behind the scenes that you were like, this is pretty cool?
Yeah, I think the whole day I was, kind of in awe. Like, it just to be here and finally make it to the big leagues, such a big deal that it's just it's hard to process, of course. Like, I'm sure it'll really kick in. Yesterday just kind of felt euphoric, all of it. So it's kind of been hard to process.
You said before the game that playing left field for the first time was going to be interesting, and obviously the ball finds you in the second inning immediately, and then you're crashing into the wall in the third. What's kind of your thought process out there as those balls are heading your way?
Yeah, I was just trying to get a read. The first one hits me, I just misread it. The ball was, it wasn't the ball wasn't going anywhere to center, but it was flying to left, which is weird in its own. And, the lefty slice from left is just something I've never seen. So after that first one, I wasn't going to miss another one. I'll tell you that. I was going to, like, the ball to the wall, I was going to catch it no matter what.
It looked like you were going to go through the wall.
Yeah, I was not risking letting that ball drop.
And we saw you kind of talking to Kevin Kiermaier in between innings, and that's a pretty good guy to learn how to play the outfield from and get some tips from. What are those conversations like? What kind of insight did you get from him?
Yeah, I think he's just, telling me, obviously he's played here a ton, and he's one of the best to do it. So any info I can get from him is great. He was just kind of talking about, the same thing I was saying. The ball was obviously traveling to left, so it's like, let's play deeper. Let's play deeper out there, because the Cards had me playing in, so that was an adjustment. Definitely helped a lot.
So the flip side of having the big outfield is that in your first plate appearance, you could have had a home run in a different ballpark, but here, unfortunately, it's a fly out. But, you hit the ball hard twice, you get deep into some counts. How are you feeling about what you were able to do in the batter's box?
Yeah, all things considered, I was pretty happy with it, what I did in the box. Didn't necessarily, luck wasn't on my side, but I put a couple good swings on balls, and I can't ask for a whole lot more out of myself than that. I thought I got the first one for sure, and it's just not hit a wall out there.
Well, it's pretty obvious that you can hit the ball pretty hard in a really long way, but the thing that's really interesting about your minor league career, honestly, is just how the walk rate has increased and the strikeout rate has decreased. How much of a focus has approach been for you over the last few years?
Yeah, it's been a big part of it. So for me, it's all about just the approach going up, game planning against the pitcher. Usually I'm looking for one pitch, and I think that's helped me a lot. When I'm trying to cover everything, I think it's easier to expand on the zone a little bit. And now I have more of an approach, like I'm looking for one pitch, and if I don't get it, I'm pretty much not swinging until 2 strikes. And I think that's allowed me just to walk more and also have a higher contact rate.
Yeah, the results speak for themselves. It's been really cool just watching like the Buffalo box scores this year, because it's not only yourself, right? Or Elvis Martinez is barreling everything. Spencer Horwitz has like a 500 OBP batting leadoff. What's it been like kind of hitting around those guys in Buffalo?
Yeah, it's been really good. It's been really good in Buffalo. Like you said, Arolis has been, crushing it. Obviously, huge power. Unbelievable. Spencer, 500 on base. I mean, Spencer's almost never on base, it seems like, which is normal for him. Like, he's unbelievable. He's got an unbelievable approach, and, he's one of the best at getting on base, no doubt about it.
All right, well, day 1 in the books. I'll let you get back to day 2, but thanks for your time, man.
All right, thank you.
That is Addison Barger chatting with Sportsnet's own Arden Zwelling. You can hear that whole conversation again on sportsnet.ca if you want the video component of it as well. I'm Show Ali. They're listening to our rain delay programming here on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Jay's currently trailing the Royals 2-1 as the tarp is on the field at a very waterlogged Kauffman Stadium. You want to give me a text, 590-590, name and location. I believe the rule is once the game goes into a delay, they must wait at least 30 minutes before the game can actually be called. So we're about like halfway there. I want to say maybe like a third of the way there, right? So we'll be able to know whether or not this game actually gets banged in probably like 15, 20 minutes. But as soon as we hear, I will pass that word along to you. And once we know what is going on with this game, we'll be able to get you over to Blair and Barker. Of course, if you want to leave Blair and Barker a message, you can certainly do so right now. They will be on both TV and radio today, regardless of what happens in this game. If this game does resume or if this game does get banged at some point, either way, Blair and Barker will have Jay's Talk. If you want to leave them a message, the back leg line is how you do it today. Again, 416-413-3959. Please leave your name and location. If you want to send them or me a text, 590-590, name and location. All right, joining me right now on our rain delay program from not so sunny Kansas City is Ben Nicholson-Smith of Sportsnet. BNS, how's it going, man?
Show, I'm doing pretty well. A little rainy here, not the ideal conditions.
Where are you? Where are you right now? Are you like outside anywhere?
No, I am in the press box trying to find an area that's both covered and quiet. So that's the current plan.
All right. Well, I appreciate you taking some time out to join me. I had seen right before they started rolling the tarp out onto the field, I saw your tweet come down that this game was in a delay, and I looked up basically to see the umpires run around with John Schneider and Kotaro. There seemed to be some, I don't know if miscommunication is the right word, but it just seemed to be a little chaotic down on the field in between each of the last half innings. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
Yeah, I would definitely say that's fair. It looked like Schneider was trying to persuade the umpires to get the field ready just in case. Hey, give it one more shot. Let's try to get this in. Of course, for the Blue Jays, they know that at this point they've batted 5 times. So at any point it can be called, and then the game would be over. They wouldn't get any more chances. And that's honestly, that's probably what's going to happen here. Like, this game is probably going to go down. Doesn't look like the forecast is very forgiving. And so the Jays are probably going to lose this game, and they're only going to have had 5 chances to bat. So definitely not ideal. Schneider seemed to be pushing for more chances there. But in all likelihood, this is going to go down as a Royals win.
Yeah, Cole Reagans looked like, Jose Berrios too, but they both looked like they were really struggling just gripping the baseball down the stretch there, especially Reagans. I mean, there was a moment in the last half inning where he threw the ball kind of with a little disgust almost away from himself at the mound, and Fermin delivers one to him, and he kind of wipes it off, and he clearly, and Berrios as well, kind of shrugging up to the heavens after the inning was over. So they clearly were having a tough time. It probably is the right thing, but again, if it does end up as a 2-1 Jays loss, that would be a tough way to end the series. After it started with a win, and in theory would end with 3 straight losses, that is a tough way to go. Well, let's talk about what we saw from the Blue Jays, maybe not only today, Ben, but also over the course of this whole series. And you and I did many conversations last year. You joined me on Jay's Talk very often. And what was the thing you and I talked about a lot last year? It was the offense and the power outage. Well, I think here we are, I guess, about to be 26 games if this game gets banged into the season. And it feels like that has been the calling card, unfortunately, alongside great pitching and defense. But that has been the calling card of the 2024 Toronto Blue Jays.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's pretty accurate because their starting pitching has been pretty good. Today, emblematic of that again, right? Where Jose Berrios 2 runs in 5 innings. I mean, sure, no complaints with that. That plays. But they just haven't got the offense going. And look, today against Cole Reagans, like, I find it hard to get too, worked up about losing in 5 innings to a really good pitcher in the rain. I mean, it's just one of those weird games. But, you look at yesterday, you look at the day before, they had a lot of chances. And it wasn't Cole Reagans on the mound. And the results weren't there. You look at the season as a whole, they just haven't consistently scored runs. And some of their really important hitters are not delivering the way they need to. So that's a problem. I mean, you need to score a lot of runs in this league. You need to give your defense some room for error. Because as we've seen in the last couple of days, if you don't create any margin for error, then all of a sudden, Vlad Jr. drops the ball, Addison Barger circles under a fly ball awkwardly, an extra run scores, game over, you lose. So it's too tough a league. The teams that you play are too good to get away with scoring 3-4 runs a game, and the Jays really need to find that offense.
It's just such a tough ask, right? Because, again, the pitching has been pretty immaculate. Like, they all got off to kind of a tough start, apart from Berrios. But by and large, after basically the first turn through the rotation, they've all been very good, I would say. And the defense has been, again, it took some time to get going. I think you can largely attribute that to the spring and coming off the spring, transitioning to the regular season. But, again, after the first series or first week of games, again, that seemed to equalize, normalize as well. It's just the offense hasn't. And that's got to be so tough to constantly being asked to walk a tightrope, because it basically feels like if the pitchers and defense are not 100% perfect, and I mean, how can they possibly be doing that literally every single game? If they're not perfect every single time out, it often leads to, if not losses, Ben, it sometimes feels like it leads to, at the very least, a lot of low-scoring games, which I think is why a lot of fans, and I can see the text line, we get the calls on Jays Talk, you see the sentiment on social media, as I'm sure you do, but I think that's why it leads to a lot of fan frustration, because it'd be one thing if they were losing games, but they're losing like 7-6, right? Because at least then you're getting offense. It's when you lose games 2-1 that you get a little frustrated.
Of course, yeah. I mean, that's when it's so close. It's right there for you to take. The Blue Jays have been in a lot of these games, so it's not as though they're getting blown out for the most part. And we know that they do have some really good attributes on this team, even defensively, right? We talk about the last couple of days and how frustrating that's been defensively for this team. But on the whole, this year, they've actually been a really good defensive team. And guys like Dalton Varsho are playing out of their minds, making incredible plays. So it's not a team that doesn't have any positives. Clearly, they do some things well. But again, you've got to score some more runs. If they don't do that, then this is going to be a frustrating season, and they're going to underperform and waste a lot of potential. So 26 games in is way too early to say that that's the fate of this team. They still have time, of course, but if they do end up 13-13, heading back to Toronto to play one of the best teams in baseball in the LA Dodgers, I mean, that's not a horrible place to be, but it's definitely not a great place to be. And they have a lot of work ahead of them, especially if they're just 500 after 26 games in the season. That's a reasonable chunk of time that they haven't taken advantage of to make any gains in a very tough division.
Yeah, I'm the king of saying it's early, absolutely, but and I think there is a time and place for that, but you're right. I mean, after 26 games, even if it's 162 games in the full season, I think that is, while that might not be the finished product you see, I think 26 games is enough time to make some statements. I mean, because otherwise, when would be the time? Is it after the All-Star break? Is it in September? There has to be certain benchmarks. And again, a lot of it is arbitrary. I totally get that. But, you look at how the Blue Jays are. And, we get a lot of these questions on Jays Talk, and I continually wonder about it the further in the season we go, Ben. But, you look at the division. The Yankees are 17-8. The Orioles are 16-8. The Red Sox did win today, so they are 14-11. The Blue Jays are 13-12 right now. If they lose, they'll be 13-13. The Rays are also 13-13. As we expected, the division is competitive. Obviously, there's still a lot of games against the rest of the American League East coming up very soon, so that could easily change, but it does make it a lot harder for you, because you and I talked about this before, and you've talked about this with Arden on At the Letters, but you look at the playoff field, and even if you assume every team from last year is going to be as good as they were again, which probably is not going to be exactly the same case, but then you add in teams like the Tigers maybe, or the Royals even, who we got to see right this week, the playoff picture becomes that much more crowded. And again, I'm not saying a 3-game series against the Dodgers is going to bury them in April, but it does put you behind the 8 ball a little bit more if you can't get the offense clicking right.
Yeah, exactly. So they need their big guys to start hitting more. I mean, you can't have Springer and Bichette and Vlad Jr. hitting the way they are. I mean, Vlad Jr.'s been around league average, same with Springer. Bichette's been around there, but these are really important hitters. They're supposed to be driving the offense of this team, not just kind of hanging around the MLB average. So you pair that with underperforming hitters like Kevin Kiermaier, Alejandro Kirk. I mean, Kirk has done essentially nothing offensively all season. So, we've said it before, like going into this season, the Blue Jays made a big bet on internal improvements. And to this point, those internal improvements haven't turned around, with the exception of Varsho, who's having a great year. But Vladdy, he hasn't turned around. Neither is Springer, neither is Kirk. So that's on those players. It's also in the front office, because the front office said that they believed that this was a group that could do more. So if the front office makes that bet and those players don't perform better, then ultimately that is a failure of Ross Atkins and his front office.
I'm chatting with Ben Nicholson-Smith here on the Blue Jays rain delay program. Show Ali with you on the Sportsnet Radio Network. We're just waiting a word to see what does indeed happen at a rainy Kauffman Stadium, which is where BNS is joining us from. So, Ben, you talk about Vladdy and guys like Springer and Bo to a lesser extent. I think Bo does get somewhat of a pass because, at the very least, in recent memory, certainly as far as recently as last season, he has shown that he can carry the mail a little bit here. So I think that's probably why he gets a little bit of a pass. But of course, Vladdy will always be a conversation topic, essentially until he's not, right? Like until he is no longer a Blue Jay, or until they do decide and pony up and give him a gigantic contract extension, or whether it's somewhere in between, as the truth usually lies. But until one of those three things happens, he is always going to be a subject of discussion when it comes to this Blue Jays team. And I guess you mentioned Dalton Varsho having a step forward this season. And that's great to see. That's something you wanted to see. And it has, at least for me, quieted the comparisons with Moreno and Gurriel Jr. when it comes to the trade, which is kind of nice. But at the same time, when it comes to evaluating Vladdy, I know we just said 26 games is probably enough time to make, declarations about the team to certain extents. But, how do you evaluate Vladdy? It just seems like an impossible thing to do, because on one hand, a lot of his detractors will say, well, 2021 was a long time ago. And a lot of other people will say, well, 2021 proves he can do it. And while things usually fall somewhere in the middle, that's a tough place to be, because he's rapidly approaching free agency in the next year and a half.
That's right. Yeah, just a year plus to go. He hits free agency at the end of 2025. You mentioned the possibility of an extension, and I gotta say, just reading between the lines here, it would be very, very surprising to me if anything happened, before this offseason. I certainly don't see an in-season deal. That would be very, very surprising. But you never know. So as for how we evaluate Vlad Jr., I think that you just look at the numbers and you look at the plays that he's making or not making. So to me, the evaluation of him so far this season is pretty simple. He's been, an okay but pretty unremarkable hitter, and he's been at times a good defender, but he made a colossal error that cost the Blue Jays a win a couple days ago. Yeah. So that overall player just is kind of middling, really. It's nothing that's going to push a franchise forward. It's not going to launch the Blue Jays, toward an American League East title. Certainly not an MVP candidate. He's obviously capable of better, but the player he is right now, the player he's been so far this season, is more ordinary than the Blue Jays would have wanted to see.
Well, if that's the case, then do you consider what a lot of fans have been clamoring for and move him out of that spot in the order? Like, do you have some kind of drastic shakeup of the order? Like, if these are the players you're going to get, like if this is who we're going to get for the foreseeable future, and we don't know who's coming, and Elvis Martinez and Addison Barger's up with the team, but Spencer Horwitz, if all these other guys are going to stay in the minors, and the guys you have right now are who you're going to see play ball games for the next, until the trade deadline, let's say. Do you at any point consider moving Vladdy down the order? Like, do you do something like a Springer 1, Varsho 2, Bo 3, Turner 4? Like, do you ever consider something like that? Because on the one hand, I think it's probably not completely out of the realm of possibility. On the other hand, the entire team has not hit well, so I'm not sure there'd be a lot of obvious answers waiting in the wings there.
Right, exactly. It's not like you have some great options. I'll tell you what John Schneider said when we asked him about this the other day, and then I'll tell you my thoughts. So Schneider said that he wants to give it essentially a month, maybe a bit more than a month, before he starts making drastic changes. So to me, that means Vladdy, Bo, George Springer, Justin Turner, they're likely to be that top 4 for at least another week, 2 weeks. Now, how I view it is, I don't think it's necessarily an insult to a player if you switch things up. And I'd point to the Yankees, who had Gleyber Torres as their leadoff hitter to start the season. He didn't get off to a great start. Anthony Volpe did. So Anthony Volpe goes up, he's leadoff. Gleyber Torres is further down in the order. And I don't see that as an insult to Gleyber Torres, personally. Now, every team is different, every player is different, every manager is different. And so that's for John Schneider to sort of navigate and figure out. But I can point to all kinds of different times in Blue Jays history and baseball history where you move things around, you see what works. I certainly don't think you want to see Vlad Jr. hitting 6th or 7th, but if he hits 4th, if he hits leadoff, if he hits, I have no problem with that. Same with Bo Bichette. You know, if Bo Bichette hits 3rd or leadoff, that's fine. You can mix these things up and you can change it. And I understand these players generally want some kind of consistency, so you don't want to be too haphazard with it, but I do think that there's some room for flexibility.
Well, I think for me, too, it's just, I think a lot of the discussions that come with Vladdy should be hitting like 6th or 7th also comes with an element of like, oh, he should be like punished essentially. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not sure that is the, like, not that that's not the message you want to be sending to really any player. I'm not really actually sure that saying to a guy, okay, you're batting 2nd and you've been not so great, you're not very hot, well, you're going to bat 7th. I'm not really sure it is a punishment, if that makes sense.
Right, yeah. And I think, ultimately you might be punishing the player, but you're also punishing the team.
Right,
because you're putting one of your better hitters lower in the order. So it becomes self-defeating. I think that, yeah, at this point, we're talking about adults. You're not going to punish them. You're not going to try to, send a message that way. If there's something that the Blue Jays want Vlad Jr. to know, there are lots of more productive ways that they can kind of convey that to him.
I'm chatting with Ben Nicholson-Smith here on our Blue Jays rain delay program. Ben, if anything, it's kind of looked like it's raining harder, honestly, at Kauffman Stadium. It looks a lot darker. You can still see some lightning flashes going on in the background. My view is of right behind home plate, looking out towards the field, like towards the pitcher's mound, towards the giant screen in center field. But it does not look like this game is going to be getting going anytime soon, although we are still awaiting some news on what happens if this game is made official and it's called, which would then be a 2-1 Blue Jays loss to the Kansas City Royals to wrap up this 4-game set. So, Ben, I did want to ask you about something positive. I mean, we've been a little negative. We can be a little positive about the things that are going right, which is, of course, the pitching. And, I said this to you off the top, but the pitching has been, again, they got off to kind of a funky start. Basically, everyone not named Jose Berrios. But since then, all of them have looked a lot better. Even Kevin Gausman. I think there was some concern with the velo, Kevin Gausman, and he was, he was having some whiffs, but still he was getting hit pretty hard. His second outing rather. But since then, I think the entire starting rotation has largely lived up to its expectations. And I dare say, even though we got the result we got yesterday, I dare say I'd include Yariel Rodriguez in that as well.
I think that's fair. He was pretty good, and even though he allowed those 3 hits in the 5th inning, he was at least able to work into that 5th frame and give the Blue Jays a little bit more length, or at least a hint at some more length. So I think 1 through 5 is pretty good. It's very good. This is 1 through 5. This is the strength of the team. This is a great rotation. And so as much as we're talking about, hey, the offense is disappointing, and we have to, they need to find some answers there. Let's not lose sight of the fact this is undeniably one of the best starting rotations in baseball. And it's a good thing, too, because they don't have a lot of depth beyond that starting 5. And you look at Bowden Francis, who was placed on the injured list today. You look at Alek Manoah, who had struggled in his AAA start yesterday and will need more time at AAA before being able to rejoin the Major League team. Ricky Tiedemann, of course, on the minor league injured list. So they need this front 5. They need Yariel Rodriguez to probably go 4 or 5 innings every time out. And it can't be 3. He needs to give them at least a little bit more of that regular turn. But yeah, this is the reason that the Blue Jays have been able to compete despite not scoring more.
Yariel Rodriguez too is super interesting to me, Ben, because this is a guy who is now basically in North America has started 5 times, 3 times with the Blue Jays, twice with the Bisons, and that's it, essentially, right? Like, the guy had only really pitched in Cuba. He only really pitched in Japan after that. We saw him a little bit at the World Baseball Classic, but, like, by and large, that was it. And now here he is, and he's being entrusted with the number 5 spot in the rotation. Effectively, depending on where you believe Alek Manoah is in his progress, and the last time out yesterday was not super promising, unfortunately, but wherever you believe Manoah is, Rodriguez is really interesting because he has looked pretty good every time out. For a guy who has never really pitched before in North America, he looks pretty confident out there on the mound. I've said he looks pretty unflappable. I do still wonder if Y-Rod's future on this team is that of a long-term starter versus like a really high leverage arm, long guy out of the pen, for example. But having said that, I think it's probably best the Blue Jays figure out whatever he is now, because I mean, you mentioned Tiedemann very briefly there. Tiedemann with the elbow injury, and we've seen a lot of injuries across Major League Baseball this year. So you hope for the best for him, but you don't really know what's going on with Tiedemann. So seems unlikely we get major league contributions from Tiedemann this year. And then after that, a lot of the other pitching prospects who weren't going to contribute anytime soon anyways, also injured. So there's not a lot of depth coming from the minor leagues right now for a rotation that, beyond Jose Berrios, isn't exactly signed super long term. Like Osman for a couple more years, Bassett for one more, Kikuchi a free agent after this season. So it's probably for the best they figure out what Yariel Rodriguez is, considering they did give the guy a 5-year deal this offseason.
Yeah, and I think those are all valid points, Joe. But to me, I almost just look at the next week, and you just have to get through some really tough teams. You have to win games and compete right now. And there will be questions for him as far as his role and as far as what the rest of that Blue Jays rotation looks like, but they don't need to be answered right now. And it's just a good thing for the Blue Jays that he can give them 4 or 5 innings now, because you can always dial back. You can always go from 4 or 5 innings to, hey, he's giving you 1 out of the bullpen. The stuff's playing up. He's up to 96 with some nasty breaking stuff. Great. That's a shift that you can make at any time.
Right.
But it's a lot harder to make the other shift in the other direction, where you go from a 1-inning pitcher to someone who's filling a gap in your rotation. So I think this is the way you want to do it, and he's looked good. This looks like a pitcher who belongs in the major leagues and can get some big outs for the Blue Jays.
Ben, before I let you go, and I appreciate you spending some time with me as we await word on what's going on with Blue Jays Royals Game 4 at Kauffman Stadium. Still in a rain delay here. But I wanted to ask you a question that actually I've gotten on the text line a couple of times. And I mean, most of these questions I can discuss, but actually I have no idea what the latest is on this question. I figure you might know better than me. So I'm going to ask you what the texters are saying. And Patrick in Peterborough and Paul from Perth both just want to know what the latest is on Joey Votto, because I think lately, especially with what we've seen, even over the last 2 games even, but you can really extend this over the course of the season, with what the Blue Jays have gotten production-wise from Daniel Vogelbach, I think there is a question mark as to, well, is Vogelbach just holding the place for Joey Votto? And I think after he hit the home run and slipped on the bat in the dugout in the spring, it didn't really feel like it was that serious, and yet we haven't really heard. Like, he's been the missing man for the last basically month. So do you have any more information? If you don't, that's okay, but I figured I'd get the latest from you because you are far more plugged in than I am.
Well, yeah, I did ask around about Joey Votto here this week. So the short answer is he's not close to helping the Major League team.
Okay.
And in fact, he's not close to being able to help the minor league team either. He's not yet in minor league rehab games, even though that was more than a month ago now that he slipped on the bat in the dugout and rolled that ankle. So obviously 40 years old and needs to make sure that he's fully healthy before he's going to get into games. There's no point in rushing back. But clearly it was a more severe sprain than anyone first hoped. And so what that means is he's gradually been taking some swings and doing a little bit of running work, but he's not in games yet. So right now he is behind where he was a month ago or 5 weeks ago. So unfortunately for the Blue Jays, it hasn't moved in a positive direction. It's kind of moved in the other direction so far.
Right.
And yeah, we'll see where that goes. But certainly Daniel Vogelbach doesn't have to be looking over his shoulder on that front.
Yeah, it certainly seems like, after in the immediate aftermath, after Votto stepped on the bat, I thought to myself, man, like, did Vogelbach pay the bat boy to sprinkle some bats around the dugout in the spring? But it seems to be way more serious than it initially led on. So, Votto's okay. I just in my mind, I have the mental image of Vladimir Guerrero Sr., I guess, wearing a Blue Jays uniform and then like never actually playing for the Blue Jays. So I kind of wonder if that's where things will eventually head for Joey Votto. I don't know. Maybe he does actually play. I hope it does happen because I think that would be exciting. But yeah, like you said, not very close to game action. Ben, look, appreciate you spending some time with me here on this rain delay program. Where can people find the latest episode of At the Letters, and what did you and Arden discuss in the latest episode?
Well, you can find it wherever you find your podcasts. And yeah, we discussed a little bit of Vladdy, a little bit of the Blue Jays' search for offense, their pitching, which, as we talked about, has been quite good. So always welcome new listeners. So if anyone wants to look us up, At the Letters is basically on wherever you would look for in a podcast, whether that's Apple Podcasts or Spotify. You could find it anyway.
That has been Nicholson Smith, and like he said, you can find his great work on Sportsnet.ca and At the Letters on Sportsnet.ca and wherever you find your favorite podcasts as well. BNS, appreciate this, man. Stein, try and stay dry out there, all right?
I'll do my best, show. That's the plan.
There you go. It's Ben Nicholson Smith from Sportsnet.ca. You're listening to the Blue Jays rain delay program here on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Show Ali with you until we find out what's going on at Kauffman Stadium in a rainy Kansas City. I can see the feeds here at Baseball Control. And again, my view is like a giant TV screen, essentially. But my view is just behind home plate, kind of the camera affixed to the second level, I suppose, the facing of the second level, looking out towards the field of play. Tarp on the field, not a soul to be seen out there. And the grounds crew, fans, players. It looks like they're playing another game on the scoreboard out in Kansas City. So I don't know. It does keep saying this game is in a rain delay, so it doesn't really feel like we are that close to game action. Let's go to the text line, 590-590, name and location. I'll read some of your text here. Like I said, Paul from Perth and Patrick in Peterborough, thank you for your text about Joey Votto. Like Ben said, not very close to returning. Paul had also asked, why is Barger favored at this point over Orelvis? I like the power from both. What are the next steps with Alek Manoah? Is it different with a Bowden injury? Okay, so Alek Manoah, Paul, the other day, yesterday, I believe, actually, Alek Manoah only managed to get through 3 innings of work. He allowed 7 hits, 6 earned runs with about 87, 88 pitches. So the last time out, prior to yesterday, he had pitched, I think it was 5 2/3. He allowed 2 earned runs, both of which had come via a home run. So that home run had actually come in the first inning of work. So that Alek Manoah had only let up, 3 hits and no earned runs his next time out. I thought was very promising. You got to say, very, very promising. But I don't know. Then you go out the next time, and he gets hammered in 3 innings, 88 pitches, 6 earned runs. I think you have 2 home runs. I think there were 3 or 4 walks mixed in there as well without looking at it. So it feels as though, even though the Blue Jays do have this 30-day injury window to deal with before they can make a real determination as to whether or not he gets optioned for real, because he's really just on a rehab assignment right now. It does not feel, Paul, as though Manoah is that close. I bet your answer to the Barger question over Orelvis, my guess is simply that Barger is a little more major league ready when it comes to his defensive work. Obviously, would I like to see Orelvis Martinez's offensive work and his bat come up here? Absolutely. I mean, at this point, I'll take anyone, right? When it comes to the offensive problems this team seems to display on a regular basis, I'll take anyone. I'll take literally any guy with a pulse who looks like he enjoys hitting the baseball. Blair and Barker talked about Barger yesterday in his major league debut on Jays Talk. The guy standing by for Jays Talk today as well. But I honestly wondered, genuinely, what was keeping Orelvis Martinez back. But I think really it's just logjam positionally and then also defensive work. So you hope that improves to a point where he can be called up. But I tend to think that is the answer to your question. I see a text here from, Greg on the road, driving from Regina to Saskatoon, listening on 1190 in the Blue Jay Network. How is this game not called? Player safety has to be a top concern. Well, Greg, I'm going to guess this game gets called very soon. But again, no one's on the field. So if we do find out, it'll probably come from the team or from the press box. But hey, no texting while driving, Greg. Don't be. Maybe it was a voice to text message. I tend to think that's the case. I choose to believe that. I see here, Go Jays from Johnny in Ottawa, sitting in my office, listening online. I'm hoping the game continues. The boys can split the series. I do hope so as well, but similar to Greg's text Johnny. I'm thinking that's probably not super likely. Paul in Oakville, what about Trevor Bauer? Depth at no cost. Look, I feel like it's probably not going to happen, only because I know there have been some developments in the legal issues like the off-field stuff lately, but I think what we've seen from this team as an organization going all the way back to when Roberto Osuna got traded is that they don't really want the smoke from dealing with those issues. Nor do I think they shouldn't. No organization really should. And yeah, I'm just not sure. Like the other part of it is Bauer is not like shoring up the rotation is not exactly the problem, right? I know we just talked with BNS about Yair Rodriguez needing to fulfill a potential void as the fifth spot, but I don't know. Is that really the part of this team you really need to change right now? It's really the offense you need to change. Anyways, I'm not sure that's necessarily the place you need to be devoting resources to. Let's put it that way. Even with the injury to Tiedemann and, whatever you might continue to get out of Wyrod, which I hope is positive because he's looked great. I'm not sure you necessarily want that distraction on your team right now. You're listening to the Blue Jays rain delay show, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's bring in our next guest. Is our next guest there? Blake Murphy, joining me from Jays Talk Plus. Blake, how's it going, man?
I'm good. I'll give you a little spoiler ahead of time. Whatever BNS's answers were to the questions, mine are the opposite. So you can fire those same ones at me. Family Feud style. I won't repeat an answer. I'm going the other direction. How you doing, man?
Good, man. I haven't gotten a chance to catch up with you in a while. So what you're saying is we should bat Vladdy seventh every day. That's what needs to happen going forward every day.
If he said bat him third, yeah, bat him seventh. I don't know, the inverse of the order. Whatever Ben said, I'll do the opposite. And I say this because he's in Kansas City and not enjoying barbecue. It's just objectionable to me. So yeah, let's get it here.
What do you do with Vlad though? I mean, you know what I mean? I saw a thread from, and I'm not sure if you talked about this with Sportsnet's own Chris Black the other day, but I saw a thread from Chris at Down to Black on X, I suppose, not Twitter. But Chris, great follow, always backs up his claims with statistical evidence. But I think I got this sense, Blake, that a lot of people took what Chris was saying and kind of got like a little miffed by it because, he was basically saying, like, no, Vladdy's not a bad player, essentially. And I think it came kind of in the direct heels or right before, I forget, of the 0 for 5 day, grounds into a double play, the error that eventually costs them the game. So I get people's ire at Vladimir Guerrero Jr. right now. But at the same time, I don't know. Like, do you really want to be batting the guy in the lower half of the order, even if he is struggling?
Yeah, I mean, batting order wise, look, a lot of the times you do those changes because you want to shake something loose. There's not, you're not going to decide at this point in the season, well, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is now and moving forward a worse hitter than, say, Ernie Clement. Say Ernie's the guy you want to move up in the order. You're doing it just to try something different, give it a different look. There's not, you're not going to be able to make a good, like evidence-based argument to shake the lineup up just for the sake of shaking it up. Now, obviously, the other part of this is like if it was just one guy, yeah, you could move things around. But if you're going to drop your 1, 2, and 3 hitters, the top of your order is going to look pretty bad. So, it's a tough spot right now. I'm all for doing it to give a guy a different look, just to mix things up because the things they've been trying aren't working. But I don't think we're going to have a scenario where, Vlad or Bo or whoever slide down one day and that's what fixed them. I think you'd be doing that for the sake of trying something new. Bigger picture with Vlad, I agree with some of what Chris is saying, and we did a whole segment on this on Jays Talk Plus with Chris, and it wasn't necessarily saying Vlad is playing well. It was just kind of going into some of the criticisms of Vlad and more of a okay, which parts of this are accurate and which parts aren't, with the intention of let's focus on the stuff that's actually the biggest problem. Let's focus on the fact that, he is having trouble with fastballs. His damage rate is on a 4-year decline in terms of he hits the ball really hard, but are his hard hit balls in the right spot? So they have the right launch, things like that. So yeah, let's focus it on there. Let's not focus on hey, he doesn't come through in the 8th inning of a close game because, the numbers are fine there or whatever. Vlad is not big picture a bad player necessarily. He is wearing a bad player's uniform so far this season though, which is really troubling for the Blue Jays. Like his batting line now on the season, after today he's at a 214 with a 667 OPS. That's not and we're talking about a month of baseball. At any other point in Vlad's career, if he had a month like that, you would call it his worst month of the season. You'd call it an extended slump. So this isn't just like a little bit of noise here. This is a pretty good chunk of the season where he hasn't been able to come through, and exacerbated by the fact that Bo Bichette is not off to a great start either until the last couple games. George Springer not off to a very good start here as well. It's bleak at the top of that order, and again, before we went into delay here today, another 0 for 8 for the top 3 spots in that order.
Yeah, it was a tough look because, and again, I know today I always feel like you get kind of a built-in excuse with the weather, but when it happens over the course of an entire season, the excuse becomes a little smaller.
It's also, I think it's harder for the pitcher on a day like this. Like you saw Cole Ragans and Jose Berrios like unable to get their plant foot down, having to scrape their cleats off after everything. The walk Vlad took, there were several like non-competitive pitches in that plate appearance where Ragans obviously couldn't get his footing down. So, I'm sure it's not comfortable. It's not anyone's preference to play in that, but my guess is that would affect the pitchers even more than the hitters.
Yeah, Ragans, like there was a point where I think in consecutive half innings, Ragans was, like you said, he's kind of like using whatever, like a stick or whatever was on the mound to dig all the clay out from his cleats, and then he would throw balls away in disgust because he clearly could not just grip the ball physically the way he wants to. And then like the very next half inning, Berrios gets out there, and Berrios is like gesturing into the sky as like rain is pouring onto him with like a, what are you going to do? And then like the camera will cut to Bassett in the dugout, who I guess was to pitch tomorrow, also in gesturing, what are you going to do? So it's that kind of game, which is why, as a lightning flashes at Kauffman Stadium, which is why it's tough to evaluate a lot of guys, especially the pitchers, on games like this. But Blake, when you look at those top 3 guys, Springer, Bo, and Vladdy, I mean, it's not as though like help is coming. You know what I mean? It's not as though there are guys. Okay, there's one individual who's going to come from the minors, even if it was a Elvis Martinez, and is going to completely switch how things go, essentially, right? So it just feels like really it's like the beatings will continue until morale improves type of things going on out here for the Blue Jays, only because, and like you said, Springer turned things around in the last couple of days to maybe just a little under a week. But I mean, there is some leeway for Bo because he has done it, but for Vladdy, it just feels like a lot of people's patience has grown pretty thin here.
Yeah, and look, there's always going to be the component, too, that Bo is solid on the base paths and plays shortstop. And Vladimir Guerrero Jr. plays, since his Gold Glove year, what I would call a below-average defense at first base and is one of the most negative base runners in baseball. So there are other elements to that as well. But I think, what you're saying is also, if I'm hearing you right, is, Bo has had this before and rounded out of it. Also, Bo still looks like Bo up there. Vlad has, the pitch selection hasn't been quite as strong. The swing looks kind of long and inconsistent. You don't have to squint that hard. Like Bo hits that triple with the bases loaded the other day, changing up his 2-strike approach. And you're like, oh yeah, that's the swing that I know. That's still in there. Vlad looks, even though Vlad's surface level numbers are a little better, he looks further from being peak Vladimir Guerrero Jr. than Bo Bichette looks. In terms of, one guy coming and helping, sure, Addison Barger, could spark the offense a little bit. He hit the heck out of a couple balls yesterday. Alec Marsh is even on the IL now from that comebacker. And Elvis Martinez has been like, if you obviously the home runs and the batting average are great, but even like the batted ball stuff is like best in class across all of minor league baseball so far. Even if those guys came up and they started hitting, and you play Davis Schneider every day and he's hitting, it helps. But if your 2 or 3 best players are not hitting at the level that you need them to hit, like all that stuff at the margins is, you're going to lose a 4-2 game 4-3 instead. If you're going to break this streak of you never score more than 5 runs, teams really aren't afraid to pitch to you. It seems like every starter who comes in has a good outing. That's got to start with the best players on the team, and that's supposed to be Bo Bichette and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. So, again, that stuff all matters. That stuff all helps. But until those guys get going a little bit, this is not going to look like the Jays team that this front office thought could get back to a level offensively to take advantage of how good this pitching staff is. And so far it has it's felt a little squandered how good a pitching they've got to start the season here.
I'm chatting with Blake Murphy here on the Blue Jays Rain Delay program. Show Ali here with you in our downtown Toronto studios across the Sportsnet Radio network. Still awaiting word as to what will happen with Jays Royals Game 4. Jays currently down 2-1, but enough time and game has passed that they could, if they want to, make this an official game. One of the Blue Jays, I believe hitting coaches, it might be Matt Haig, but I'm not sure, is sitting right now in the Blue Jays dugout. A couple of Blue Jays players have actually come out of the dugout just to it kind of looks like they just took an Instagram story, Blake, and just for their phones, and then went right back inside the clubhouse. So does not look like we are any closer to finding out what will go on right now, at least, at Kauffman Stadium. I wanted
honestly, knowing Matt Haig a little bit, he's probably like, he wants to get some hacks in. He's like, well, if no one else is going to get out here, let me hit. Let me take a couple swings.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Whoever it is right now, because they're a little far away from the camera, but looking very pensive as they spit some sunflower seeds onto the floor of the Blue Jays dugout. So, again, hopefully we'll get some word on to what happens with Jays Royals Game 4 as the series wraps up. Blue Jays going to play the first of 3 against the Dodgers at the Rogers Center tomorrow. I did want to ask you about Dalton Varsho, Blake, because Varsho, I mean, we coming into this season, we talked about, okay, we need bounce-back seasons from Alejandro Kirk, George Springer, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and Dalton Varsho. And so far, I would say that the guy we've gotten the biggest quote-unquote bounce-back from has been Varsho. He's looked great in the last, 10 to 12 games, thereabouts. He also had a slow start to the season. Looks phenomenal, kind of putting his shoulder forward. While Gary Varsho was on with Blair and Barker talking about the changes he's made and slowing things down, as much as of a cliche that can sometimes be. But what have you seen from Varsho during this ridiculous hot streak that he's been on?
Yeah, it's been great. And I was filling in for Jeff Blair that day on Blair and Barker.
That's right.
So I got to sit in on that Gary Varsho conversation. And look, some of the swing mechanic stuff and the adjustments they're doing, that stuff's really cool. It was also great. Like, Gary Varsho was, in addition to being a player, a coach at the major league level and focused on outfield defense a lot of the time. So to hear him talk about Varsho's process and how he's gotten the reps in and turned himself from a catcher / third baseman to arguably the best defensive outfielder in baseball is pretty fun. At the plate, like, I'm going to, like, there are mechanical things, and again, people can go listen to the Gary interview. Gary Varsho and Kevin Barker talking hitting mechanics.
It was great.
Was, again, really, really fun for me to get to sit in on. But, I think there's a component of this that is confidence related, that you are starting to see the results. I think there's probably an element, and Dan Schulman's spoken about this before, of, the pressure that was, as a player, you don't care who you got traded for, but there was a big trade for you and you were supposed to be a big piece, and you underperformed on a team that underperformed, and there's a pressure that goes along with that. So there's probably a bit of a kind of positive snowball effect to him starting to see results here. I think he's improved his ability to cover that inner half of the plate. Stance looks a little bit more open. Gary Varsho talked with us a lot about what was happening in his lower half when his swing was off last year, and they spent a lot of time in the offseason trying to, quiet that rear side, the rear end down is, I think, the term Gary used, and just get it more consistent, get the swing plane more consistent so you can cover more. You're better able to adjust if you guess wrong and things like that. It's been great, though, man. He had like 10 extra base hits over a span of 10 starts, which I think only Matt Chapman and maybe one other Blue Jay did all of last year. 6 homers over a 9-game stretch, which no Blue Jay did last year. Now that he's getting on base a little bit more, we've seen it happen on the base paths as well. A couple stolen bases this week. It didn't work out. I loved the bunt attempt on the 0-0 with runners on the corners and the fielders holding at the bases in this game earlier today. I just think he's a guy who's feels pretty good about where his swing's at right now. And, ironically, we talk about all these guys you wanted to bounce back from. Varsho's probably the one guy where you would have been like, okay, even if he only hits okay, the defensive value and the base running value is so high, he's still a helpful player. Right. These other guys don't offer that same high floor. So really great stuff from Varsho so far. Easily on the position player side, been the team's MVP early on.
The thing that it always interests me about conversations when it comes to Varsho has been certainly the value he provides offensively, which you wanted to see more from this season, and you're getting it, like we're talking about, but also obviously the value he brings defensively. And it's interesting, Blake, right? Because, you look at the way awards are calculated, for example, and I mean, it's April 25th. There were a long way until we can say, Varsho's going to win a Gold Glove. But a big part of the reason why I think we didn't say that last year was because of he splits time in different positions, right? So you compare what Varsho does when he splits time in left field and center field to like Kiermaier, for example, who largely only plays, he either plays in center or he's not playing at all. And I mean, maybe this changes now. I mean, I don't expect Kiermaier's going to miss that much time, but he is on the IL right now, so maybe it changes people's perceptions a teensy bit, but it's just because Varsho is so talented defensively, it almost feels like he gets shafted because he splits time at the different positions, where if you were to if you were to say, okay, who's a Gold Glover in the outfield, or who's one of the best leaders in defensive runs saved in all of baseball, most people, I think, and I don't think it's crazy, but most people would point to Varsho, but he does get shafted a little bit because he splits time at the two different positions.
Yeah, that was certainly the case last year, and you'd have to, I guess, fit him in as in the utility spot, which I think people tend to think more of as like utility infielders or the Zobrist type that bounce all over the place, not just a guy who splits two positions. Look, the numbers are what they are. The eye test is what it is. He's one of the small handful of best defensive outfielders in the league. If you ever get the chance, ask Chris Bassett about this, and he will rant about Varsho not winning a Gold Glove last year. Man, in terms of the jumps he gets, the reads he gets, the angles he takes the balls, even like if there was one weakness in his defensive profile when he slides from left to center, you'd say, oh, the arm's not that great. The arm speed's been better this year too. So there are no boxes left unchecked other than like, yeah, maybe when it's really, really slippery and he tries to make a 5% catch probability catch like he did today, that's just out of reach when it's rainy and muddy. He's been terrific defensively, and yeah, you're not going to move Kiermaier out of center field, but at Kiermaier's age, with the left-handedness, with Varsho playing as well as he is, it wouldn't surprise me if, by the time Kiermaier comes back, he eventually slides into more of like a fourth outfielder type role where he's playing against not every single right. He's playing against some of them, but a Davis Schneider's still getting some reps in there or whatever. And Varsho is playing, a larger share of the time in center field. And then I don't know if your split is like 100 games in center and like 45 games in left. Is that enough to get on the ballot as a center fielder? Probably at that point.
Yeah, it's really interesting how they split it, because even if you were to change the definition of like the utility Gold Gloves, I think Stephen Kwan won the utility Gold Glove last year. Okay. So if that's the case, then I could easily see Varsho being a shoo-in for that award as well. But I do think there's some kind of positional limit that changes whether or not you would be eligible for a particular position, like a singular position or that utility spot. And it would seem, and I know I'm being kind of a homer, but it would seem kind of odd to not give Varsho any recognition. But again, it's April 25th. Maybe it does kind of naturally sorts itself out by the end of the season. But again, Varsho has been absolutely phenomenal, both offensively and defensively. It's funny, you mentioned Kevin Kiermaier, and it's just, you look at how the defense and pitching has evolved for this team. And again, they've been great, both of those two things, both those aspects of this team so far this season. And you look at the defense in particular. Let's say you do what you proposed, Blake, and you have Kiermaier as your kind of your fourth outfielder. You can manage him a little bit more. He's a little older. I mean, he had the hip thing, and the hip injury is where he had the surgery just a couple of years ago as well. So you obviously want to load manage someone like Kiermaier, who's a little older, as much as possible. So I totally get that. But if you were to put Varsho in center more regularly, would you feel okay if the left fielder on a semi-regular basis was Davis Schneider, or maybe not Addison Barger, but a mix of guys probably leading the way by Davis Schneider?
I mean, look, it's not my favorite thing in the world to have a weaker spot defensively in the outfield. This is obviously a front office that has tried to steer away from that, and the pitchers probably don't like it all that much. But, I mean, what has the story of the season been, right? Is like this team just does not have enough offense, and if that is a way to get more offense into the lineup every day, these are the trade-offs you have when you don't have when you're not the Atlanta Braves, who have 9 like unquestioned in there every day kind of guys. These are the trade-offs you have to work through. So, the way things have gone right now, how badly they need bats like Schneider or Barger who have at least some upside there, I could certainly see it. You probably pick this a little bit based on, who's on the mound that day and things like that as well. Generally, they've tended toward, hey, if Gausman or Kikuchi are pitching, well, those guys are less ball and play oriented than Berrios and Bassett. So maybe you go with maybe that's a Schneider in left field day, a Barger in left field day. Whereas for a Bassett, who's a lot more pitch to contact, you want Kiermaier in there. There are ways to rotate it around it. And, there's the showmanism of these things always have a way of working themselves out anyway with, injury or whatever. But, I mean, I think the way this season's gone, they have to be willing to take a little bit of a hit defensively in left field to get more offense in the lineup, because they're just, I mean, you can't be 22nd in the league in runs scored and expect to make the playoffs in the American League East. It's just these other teams are good enough pitching wise, good enough defensively, and can hit. You got to keep up in some way.
part of me kind of thinks too that it's not out of the realm of possibility. Even if, let's say, this game ends in a loss and they call it, which again we're still awaiting word on that. But let's say this game is a loss. The Blue Jays go back to Toronto tomorrow. They're 13-13. So it's not a lost season by any means, but they had a relatively tough schedule to start the season. But you obviously want more, no doubt about it. But at the same time, I do wonder when it comes to augmenting the lineup, and you and I kind of talked a little bit early on when you first joined me about guys coming up from the minors. Well, if it's not someone from the minors, I do wonder if there is a willingness for the team to go out and make a trade. And one of the things you do on JStalk Plus that I actually love, Blake, is when you have conversations with guys like Eno Saris or Keith Law, and they're talking about prospects from all over Major League Baseball, and they give their takes on the Orelvis Martinez's of the world or the Ricky Tiedemans of the world. That's one of my favorite things you do. And I wonder, and you will know the prospects far more intimately than I do, but like, can you even use prospect capital to go out and get like I'm aiming really pie in the sky here, but go out and get a Luis Robert Jr. from the Chicago White Sox? I know he's injured right now, but still, like, do you even have the prospect capital to go out and improve the team in a major way, not just in getting another version of Daniel Vogelbach or something like that?
Yeah, in theory you do. There are always prospects and there are always teams who are sellers and will prefer prospects to their other guys, but one of the challenges of having the worst farm system in the American League East and having like if we were ranking all the playoff hopeful teams in terms of quality of farm system, the Jays would be toward the bottom. And what that means, it doesn't mean you don't have prospects to make a trade. It doesn't mean no one's ever going to hit, but it does mean if Luis Robert Jr. becomes available or someone like, when we were kicking around Jose Ramirez possibilities the other year before he signed his extension, the reality is that if other teams have better farm systems, they can top your package if they choose to do so. Like the Jays got 2 years of Matt Chapman for a prospect package that was oriented around volume, not quality of prospect. And yeah, maybe the Oakland A's are always going to be a team like that. If you're the Chicago White Sox, I don't know. Maybe you are looking for the most blue chip prospect in a trade and you don't care as much about the depth. So that's kind of where you run into it. Like, yeah, every team in baseball is going to have some level of interest in Orelvis Martinez, Ricky Tiedemann if he were healthy, some of Josh Kasevich, guys like that are in the higher levels of the minors and have shown improvement as they go up each successive level. But if you are, and again, the farm system rankings aren't everything, right? But those rankings by Fangraphs and Baseball America and ESPN, those are put together by talking to major league front offices and seeing which guys major league front offices value the most. So you can do it. Those trades will be there. But if you're in a bidding war with Tampa Bay or Baltimore or even the Yankees, like those teams, if they so choose, could put better prospect capital into trades. So that'll be the challenge for them when they do get around to that. Probably we're headed for another trade deadline where we're talking about some of the same type of targets, though, Show.
Yeah, you're probably right. I don't love that, but you're probably right, which is seems pretty par for the course. By the way, I've never gotten your take on this, Blake, but I'm curious because I've heard Ben and Arden talk about this on At the Letters, but the idea of like what's in theory, causing a lot of these pitcher injuries. And I know Blair and Barker had Dr. James Andrews, who's now retired, but he was on their show a couple weeks ago. And I thought that was a really interesting conversation, mainly because we haven't really heard from Dr. Andrews a whole lot during his very long career. But I just thought that was really interesting just in how a lot of players are putting more stress on their arm. The pitchers are making their arms do things that human arms probably were never really engineered to do. And then at the same time, you have a lot of young players getting Tommy John surgery, like when they're really, really young and coming out of that and not having it being done to them as they move on in their major league careers. I'm curious, like a lot of people seem to be a proponent of the idea that like injuries are caused by the pitch clock and all these different things. I'm curious where you've fallen on that in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think there are a number of factors going on at once, and this is a longer term thing that the pitch clock, really, if you think about, why did the pitch clock get introduced? Some of it is about, let's get some running back in the game and things like that. But a part of it was, in Major League Baseball's estimation, things had tilted too far toward the pitcher. They had to give something back to the hitters, and they thought that the pitch clock was a way to accomplish that to some degree. And so, okay, this has made things worse, but why did we get to a position in the first place where everything had tilted more toward the pitchers? And it's because of increased velocity, increased spin, things like that. There have been a couple of guys who have talked about it. Chris Bassett's talked about it a little bit, Justin Verlander, and I'm paraphrasing here, not quoting them directly, but basically the system is designed now where even from a young age, throwing as hard as you possibly can is, that's how you have results. That's how you get noticed and things like that. And if you look at, you could tell a pitcher who's in AAA, it's going to be better for your arm long term if you sit 93, 94 and only dial it up to 96, 97 in big spots. And they might understand that intellectually, but they're trying to get called up to the majors. They're trying to go from that minor league salary to that $750K minimum salary. And if they are throwing 96, 97 every single pitch, maybe that helps them with a half run of ERA. Maybe that gets them to the majors a little bit earlier. And then if they get injured, that's the consequence of it. So, the data backs this up as well. Like the range of fastball velocities over time has shrunk to where, Justin Verlander, when he first came in the league, he would throw anywhere from like 89 to 97. And nobody does that now. Everyone keeps their fastballs with, like, we make a big deal out of it if Kevin Gausman throws a fastball that's like 91, 92 instead of 96, 97. You go back in baseball 10, 15 years, that wasn't all that irregular. So I think it's, there's no answer that's going to be anything but a combination of these factors that go as far down as youth baseball and what gets you noticed and what has you success at those levels, how we're training players, what the incentive system is. And I don't know what the answer is for kind of putting the toothpaste back in the tube, because I don't think you can tell the 160 guys in a baseball organization who are under contract, hey, do something that maybe doesn't suit you right this second and doesn't help your numbers as much, doesn't get you to the majors as fast, but maybe once you get there, it helps you have a little bit more longevity. I just don't think we're wired like that. So I don't know. They're going to have to explore some pretty creative things, I think, here to try to get this to a spot where the entire system isn't contributing to and really like exponentially making the issue worse.
Right, exactly, right. Because you look at the way things go in the minors, and it's kind of hard to tell like a young man to be like, hey, don't throw the ball as hard, because they've been taught that over the last, well, not even over the last several years, over their entire lives, essentially, that throwing the ball as hard as you humanly possibly can is going to be how you show off your flamethrowing arm and you get up to the majors as soon as possible. And then you look at the majors, for example, and I don't know, I think after Blake Snell went on the IL the other day, I want to say it's something like 8 of the top 10 guys or top 12 guys who received Cy Young votes last season are all in the IL or have missed significant chunks of time this season. So it's clearly a problem. I just, like you said, though, I don't think there's an obvious answer if you do want to try and solve this problem. But I think it's a really interesting one, because it's one Major League Baseball is going to have to find at least a partial solution for. I'm chatting with Blake Murphy here on the Blue Jays Rain Delay program. We're still, Show Alley, with you, trying to find out what is going on at Kauffman Stadium. We're just over an hour into this rain delay, and still the scenics at Kauffman Stadium have not changed, Blake. So we're still awaiting a word to see what goes down if this game does become an official result, which would, right this second, be a 2-1 loss for the Blue Jays. You know what? Because we're waiting so long, I do want to chat some non-Blue Jay stuff with you, if that's okay.
Sure.
I assume you are still paying attention to the NBA playoffs?
Of course.
Okay,
of course. I've got 2, sometimes even 3 screens going at all times right now, because I got obviously eye on the Leafs as well. It's chaotic. It's fun.
I have vastly enjoyed the NHL playoffs, or Stanley Cup playoffs, I should say, and the NBA playoffs have been a lot of fun to watch. But I got to say, I've really enjoyed watching the 2 Canadians make some real noise in the NBA playoffs. Certainly Jamal Murray burying the Los Angeles Lakers the other night with that fadeaway jumper over an outstretched Anthony Davis, and then Canada's own Shai Gilgeous-Alexander the night before with his own fadeaway jump shot to bury the Pelicans, and then they just run roughshod over the Pelicans last night. With the Summer Olympics coming up soon, I'm sure we're going to be talking about those 2 guys in a very different context. But I have to say, I think of all the storylines in the playoffs, and certainly LeBron trying to continue his dominance of the NBA, doing things at age, however old he is now, at a point where most people's at similar careers are like shuffling around the court, and he's doing things like making incredible bank shots with guys draped all over him. That still remains one of my favorite storylines. But watching both Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jamal Murray do their things for the Thunder and Nuggets respectively has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, and LeBron's 39, which
39,
you know, as a 37-year-old, that's so old to me. I'm not close to that age at all. Yeah, it's been a blast, man. And like the Shea and Jamal stuff, it's like as a Canadian basketball fan, it's a challenge in like selflessness or selfishness where, you know, the longer those guys go on a run, the slightly less chance they play in Paris. It was the same with like when Jordy Fernandez gets hired by the Nets. Everyone's first reaction is, oh, that's awesome, great for Jordy. And then 1.5 seconds later, everyone's like, ooh, is he still going to be available to coach for Canada at the Olympics? So you run into a little bit of that, but it's so fun, man. Like some of the shots that Shea has made, and Jamal Murray's always like he's had a reputation now as a clutch shot maker. He was one of the most clutch players in the entire NBA playoffs last year as they went on that championship run. But for Shea to get to show this at this level where I think everyone knows Shea's good. Like Shea was the first Canadian since Nash to make All-NBA last year. He's going to finish top 3 in MVP voting. He's got the numbers. The Thunder were a fun team. But I do think sometimes that until you show it in the playoffs, people might think, oh, well, you know, it's the regular season. How much are teams locked in on your one-on-one game and things like that? And what Shea's getting to show, he's getting to show it now against the Pelicans, but he'll really get to show it as he faces teams with stiffer perimeter defense. Dyson Daniels is a very nice defender. So it's still good that Shea's going off against him like that. But the depth of options Shea has playing one-on-one, where he's become a true like 4-level scorer, can get to the rim, can work that floater range, can get into the mid-range package, and has a little bit of a 3-ball there as well. They're really, you look at the handle, you look at his ability to change speeds, the way he works kind of his shoulder angles and things like that. And I know some people don't like some people who aren't Thunder or Canadian basketball fans, you know, you get a tiny bit of the hardened, like, I'm so good at this, I know I can get you off your feet and get to the free throw line, but that's an efficient way to score. So it's been really fun to see him take this to the next level in a playoff environment here. Jamal's just Jamal. I'm just like, it's almost spoiled how used to it we've become after a couple playoff runs here.
Yeah, it's very true, actually. I feel like I'm already used to Jamal Murray doing insane things as an NBA champion already. But
so are the Lakers.
It's very true. It's very true. It's funny, in the immediate aftermath of that game winner, I saw a whole bunch of people pull up shots of him doing that exact same shot against the Lakers over the last several years, which is pretty great to see. Hey, I know Chet Holmgren thinks this, but is Shea the MVP?
I don't think he's going to win it. So I take part in, if you've ever seen ESPN's MVP straw poll that Tim Bontemps does 3 times a year, and it's tended to be pretty accurate toward what it ends up being on the ballot. So I have a vote in that. I don't have an actual MVP vote, but I do vote in the straw poll. And I was one of the 20 or so people that had Shea first on my ballot at like the 72 game mark when we last did it. I think it's probably going to go Jokic. Luka Doncic obviously had this really nice late push where the Mavericks ended the season as the hottest team. I really don't think you can go wrong with any of the 3 of them, right? Like Shea, the Thunder ended up finishing in first, but they were tied with the Nuggets, and the Mavs won 50 games too. So you can't really do the team quality thing. Shea lost a little steam down the stretch, being in and out of the lineup a little bit. They all have, like, Luka Doncic almost averaged like 35, 10, and 10. The fact that that's not a slam dunk MVP case is crazy. So I don't know. I don't think you can go wrong with any of them. The sense that I got from seeing people's early ballots and talking to a few people with votes is I think Shea's going to come up on the outside looking in, but he'll be on the top 3 for sure, which is, again, something Steve Nash is the only Canadian to ever do before.
You know, it's pretty crazy. I was actually having this conversation with Donovan Bennett the other day, but Donovan made the case that what Shea is doing now might be maybe even more impressive than what Nash did when he won his MVPs. Is that sacrilegious as a Canadian basketball fan to even say?
I mean, there's a level of discomfort there because Nash won a couple MVPs, but like there's also an element of like Nash and the Thunder have not won a title yet, obviously. Not even this is their first actual playoff series, but that team is young and has a lot of upside, and there's going to be some time for Shea to do some work here in terms of playoff success. Obviously, the FIBA bronze medal, the World Cup bronze medal, is something that no Canadian team had ever done, and Steve Nash obviously meant a lot to the national program, but his time with the senior men's national team kind of came before he hit that MVP level. So if you're talking about like who's had the best, 18-month stretch.
Right.
I don't think it's that unreasonable. We'll have to zoom out at the end of these playoffs, at the end of the Olympics, and compare, because again, Nash does have 2 MVPs and has had a pretty big hand with those Suns teams in starting what would eventually become, in part, kind of something the Warriors would pick up and run with from there, a revolution in how NBA offenses are designed and what they value and how they create, efficient looks and stuff like that. So Nash will always have that on his resume as well. But yeah, if Shea goes on a little conference finals run here and then takes Canada to the podium at the Olympics, I think it's a real conversation to have.
Yeah, I can't wait. I know you do a lot of the conversations for Sportsnet.ca, certainly on basketball as well as baseball. But Blake, I cannot wait for the Summer Olympics. It's going to be a lot of fun, and especially in the middle of the summer when it's just baseball and the NBA is done for this season and the NHL is done for this season. It's usually kind of like the dead of summer. It's going to be a lot of fun to have something other than only baseball. I know that sounds sacrilegious on its own, but I am very excited to have the Olympics to talk about because they are one of the they're one of the few times we as the media can say us. You know what I mean? You can kind of say that when it comes to Team Canada. Before I let you go, and I appreciate you being extremely generous with your time for me, as always. I really appreciate it, man. But before I let you go, do you have a thought on Bob Cole, who passed away today? Because honestly, I saw that news. I was in the newsroom a couple hours before first pitch, and Jeff Merrick was getting ready with Matt Marchese for his show. And then the news came down in the newsroom, and we all kind of were thinking it was a very somber atmosphere because Bob Cole, the greatest, in my opinion, the greatest to ever do it. And again, I'm not young enough or old enough to have experience like Foster Hewitt, for example. But I mean, Bob Cole, legend. Got to meet him the one time when I was doing Hockey Central Saturday, Hockey Central at noon for Sportsnet. Couldn't have been nicer to me, and I know he'll be missed by millions of Canadians across the country.
Yeah, he is a giant in what we do, right? The number of memories we all have tied to the sport of hockey that have Bob Cole's voice as the narrator there, as the person guiding us through some of the most emotionally charged moments in any of our lives as sports fans is incredible. You obviously hear all these stories, just like the one you're telling about how gracious a person he was with his time and his energy and things like that. My family is from Newfoundland, so he's always, it's always been something that my dad has found really cool. My grandfather found really cool to have that voice of Hockey Night in Canada be someone from St. John's as well, where, like my dad growing up on a tiny island off the coast of St. John's, CBC was the only channel they get, and Hockey Night in Canada every Saturday is voiced by a guy who's from Newfoundland. So I know, I talked to my dad a little bit earlier today, and it hit him pretty hard. Yeah, it's obviously very, very sad. You hope that, as a 90-year-old, he had, he had an incredible career. You hope he had an incredible life as well, and that, the fact that he lived to 90, everyone can celebrate his life and appreciate everything he meant to really all Canadian sports fans, I think, and, several generations of us in sports media who came after him.
Very well said, Blake. And Tim McAuliffe and Arash Madani with some tributes on Sportsnet.ca. If you want to hear that, it's I thought it was pretty moving. I heard those earlier today as well. So, but great words from you. Appreciate you joining me here on a very long edition of the Rain Delay program as we discuss things not only Blue Jays baseball, but hey, appreciate it. I'm sure I'll see you around the station very soon, and I'll talk to you later.
All right, man. Enjoy. Are you? Sorry, before I go, are you going down for any of the Shohei games this weekend? Will I see you in the radio booth?
Yes, I will be doing Jay's pre and post for Saturday and Sunday, so I will see you there.
Perfect. I'll see you down there, buddy.
There he goes. That's Blake Murphy, who is the host of Jays Talk Plus right here across the network. You can, of course, find Jays Talk Plus on the Jays Talk podcast feed, and you can, of course, reach Blake on Twitter as well, at Blake Murphy, ODC. Yeah, I mentioned the Bob Cole news at the end, of course, because certainly it's sad, but I think it's important to celebrate an incredible career from Bob Cole. Seriously, a legend amongst legends. And again, Merrick did a great job on his show earlier today in the 1 o'clock Eastern hour. They only talked about Bob Cole, no commercial breaks. It was great. And they talked to Dick Irvin, who sounded amazing for being 92 years old. They talked to Harry Neal. They talked to Cassie Campbell, J.D. Davison, who is now the president, I believe, of the Columbus Blue Jackets, but of course was a broadcaster, a player. So they had a lot of really cool tributes. Mark Askin, longtime NHL on Sportsnet producer. worked with Bob for a very long time. So if you haven't listened to it, I strongly recommend putting that on your downloads list, the Jeff Merrick Show, wherever you grab your favorite podcast. All right, so they have not yet called this game. They haven't actually told us what's going on here. I'm sitting here at Baseball Control, Show Alley with you, and I can see the skies above Kansas City, above Kauffman Stadium, have looked like they have not changed. The flags, the Canadian flag, the American flag, and I think it's just like a Royals flag out there in right field, billowing still, so still quite windy. The rain has not looked like it's stopped. No one's around the field because sometimes you get to see like they go pull up the stakes or they're milling about the infield where the dirt meets the grass. Nothing like that. No movement whatsoever. I tend to think there's probably a decision coming pretty soon because we are well over an hour into this rain delay program. It's really funny. I said to anyone who would listen that Kauffman Stadium over the past, just as while I've been doing this, Kauffman Stadium has been the place where we've gotten the most rain delays. And I think Tom would agree, like in the last couple of years. Everyone's like, the weather, the forecast looks fine. It looks fine this week. And then like yesterday, it's like flash floods head to Kansas City, or like tornadoes and electrical storms are heading to Kansas City. And I thought to myself, man, I guess I'm getting the last laugh, but that's not true because I'm here. So the funny thing is, hopefully we do get some news as to what is happening with the rain delay in Kansas City. Again, 2-1, the Blue Jays stuck right now, I suppose. But if they do call this, it will be a loss for the Jays as they would go to 13-13 on the season. All right, let's check out some texts. 590-590. Name and location you want to text me. Blair and Barker are still standing by downstairs, so if we do get a decision on this, we'll get you over to them for the end of this Blue Jays coverage. The fan pregame will follow locally in Toronto in the next hour as well. But 590-590, name and location, that's the people's text line, and always happy to take your text. I see a text here from Mark in Thorold, and Mark, always appreciate your text. He says, hey, show, have a discussion about the pros and cons of trading Vladimir Guerrero Jr. for Josh Naylor. Who would do it and who wouldn't do it? Boy, it's tough to say that the Jays wouldn't do it right now based on the way Vladdy's been playing. Also because obviously, and I know this is why Mark kind of zeroed in on Josh Naylor. The Naylor brothers are all Canadians, so I think that would be really cool, hailing from Mississauga. But, I feel like the Guardians probably wouldn't do it, mainly because I think he's still pretty cost-controlled, and Vladdy is going to be a free agent. And I think the big question about why Vladdy has not been extended is because clearly the player and his camp and the team and their camp see the valuation very differently, right? Because if there was some kind of agreed upon valuation for Vladdy, certainly, I think it wouldn't even be a question. Like, he'd be extended already, essentially, right? So if that's the case, then I don't know. I'm not sure with the uncertainty contract-wise. You're probably, and this is why whenever we get texts about trading Vladdy, right? I think there was one I had seen from earlier about trading him, but I can't find it right this second. I'll look for it in 2 minutes here. But a lot of texts basically coming in over the text line, really not just today, but over the course of the entire last couple of weeks about trading Vladdy. And it's so tough to get a valuation of him. And I think I've asked the question to fans too, and it's like, what do you think you're going to get for him? If you don't think he's all that valuable, what do you think other teams think? And there seems to be a perception out there that other teams would be happy to trade for him. I'm not sure that's the case because of the contract uncertainty, let's call it. Jeff has said a couple of times that he thinks that both of them are going to at least test free agency, and that it's a real great possibility that neither of them re-sign, which is very true. It's definitely a possibility. It's just I find it hard to evaluate trades in Major League Baseball specifically because prospects are used so often, but also because, I mean, the guy, like, what you trade for Vladdy, doesn't like being traded to Team X, and then he just leaves in a couple of years. I mean, that could be said for a lot of players, but boy, I think that does make it hard to pin down a value on him. I think that's also why you won't see him get traded. Do I think that Bo and Vladdy will probably test free agency at this point? Yeah. Bo always, by the way, has always struck me as a guy who, no matter what, even if he does eventually re-sign with the Blue Jays, he's always struck me as a guy who's going to test free agency. You know what I mean? Like he just because, he has the experience with the family. He's always seemed pretty no nonsense. And then the other thing too is the position he plays, right? I mean, Vladdy's a first baseman who, as Jeff Passan has said, probably not going to be you're never going to be the greatest terror on the base paths, right? Maybe it might be a different conversation if Vladdy had stayed at third base, but he's obviously a first baseman. Bo is a shortstop, and the shortstop conversation. I mean, you guys know. Look at all the contracts that have been handed out to shortstops in the last even 3 years. Look how much money Xander Bogaerts got for the Padres. Look how much money Dansby Swanson got. Look how much money Trey Turner got. These guys got ridiculous amounts of cash, right? So if that's the case, then if I were Bo, there's no way I would not accept. I would accept a lower dollar figure deal from really any team before I tested free agency, because it stands to reason if you are an upper echelon offensive player and your league average defensively, and Bo has been pretty good defensively in the last year and a bit, you're probably going to make a lot of money. Right? You might as well test it. I mean, what Trey Turner and Xander Bogaerts got felt like they consistently reset the market. So I feel like that's probably in the cards for Bo. Maybe less so for Vladdy, because he has been very consistent about wanting a contract specifically from the Blue Jays. But gosh, that is so tough to forecast. You know what? Let's hear a little bit of audio. Blair and Barker, who are still standing by for Jays Talk. If you want to leave them a message, 416-413-3959 is the back leg line. You can leave them a message. Please leave your name and location. You can also certainly still text me, 590-590, name and location, if you want to address it to Blair and Barker. If they do eventually get on for Jays Talk, we will try and get those over to the boys. But the guys actually did have a chance to catch up with one of my favorite interviewers, Jason Stark. Here's a little snippet of their conversation as Blair, Barker, and Stark discuss the Blue Jays and certainly some situations around Major League Baseball.
Plans right now are that we will be on postgame, and as always, we will be going to the back leg line during for our postgame show, 416-413-3959. You can leave questions, comments, recipes, jokes for Kevin Barker. Bring in Jason Stark of The Athletic and the MLB Network. Mr. Stark, always good to have you join us. The Athletic did... Jeff. Hey, The Athletic did a... what do you do? The Athletic did a look at the top... I mean, this is just the top 10 front offices in MLB. You were part of it. Admit you were part of it. I saw your name on the bottom. You voted, is what he's saying. 40 people. You couldn't find one person that said the Jays front office was doing a good job? Not one? Did you not talk to Ross Atkins? Or maybe Ross didn't even vote for himself. I don't know.
All right, that was not the question. We didn't go all 30 front offices and ask, do they do a good job? What the way we went about it was to ask, rank your top 5 front offices in the game. You cannot vote for your own. And so, if you'd done a top 10, if you did a top 12, if you'd done something else, I'm pretty sure the Jays would have gotten some votes at that point. But top 5, pretty hard, I think, to put them in there.
Yes.
Don't you?
Yeah. No. I'm not surprised at all. And in point of fact, they were not the only team to not get mentioned. There were, by my count, I think 14, 16 teams, something like that. But I mean, it just gave me a chance to take a shot at the Jays front office. That's all. So,
I know what that was.
And I will move on. From it now. Was there, looking at the list though, was there a common theme? Mm-hmm. Like there were some that
minor league system or that kind of thing.
Yeah. I can't say that. You know what? The only thing that really surprised me, I guess, and maybe I shouldn't be, is the amount of people or I shouldn't say the amount of people, but how well thought of the Yankees front office was. And I don't know why that surprised me. Maybe it's just because Brian Cashman's part of the furniture. He's been around forever. But was there, anyhow, all that aside, I'm rambling here. Was there a common thread to what made a real good front office?
Well, I don't know that if there was one, it's probably not what you would expect. Okay, I know the teams that I've surveyed, the Dodgers, the Rays, and the Guardians, I would say came up over and over, and then the Braves and Orioles in a slightly for slightly different reasons. Mm-hmm. Like the Dodgers are the Rays with money.
Right. Yeah.
Okay? That's pretty much what they are. And so the ability to maximize your roster, your system, the moves you make, and performance year in, year out, given your market size, I think would be the basic criteria that was used. I mean, tell me the Guardians and the Dodgers, though, have anything in common. What they have in common is just how they think, how their leaders lead, how they manage resources within the framework of what's possible where they are. It's amazing that the Guardians continue to win and succeed and develop pitching and develop players, given the fact they have no revenues. They're so revenue challenged in their market that I think success per revenue dollars is probably the criteria with them as it is with the Rays, even though those two teams do it in very different ways. And then the Dodgers, they have every advantage in the book, but they do everything well. The Yankees, since you brought them up, the Yankees got votes just because I know they have a lot of dollars that they can throw at every problem. I get that. Not every throw is complete, There's definitely some receivers overthrown in recent years, but the ability to be good for 30 years, the ability to avoid ever having a rebuilding year, and just for whatever you may think of that team, may think of Brian Cashman, he's another guy. He's a leader. He's thoughtful. He's inclusive. They don't do anything without it being incredibly well thought through. Now, they're not the only team. I think you could say that about the Jays, but the Yankees haven't rebuilt for 30 years.
Yeah.
That's got to be worth something.
That is Jason Stark of The Athletic chatting with Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker. The boys standing by, for the results of Jays-Royals Game 4 at Kauffman Stadium. Still no update here on the Rain Delay program. Show Ali with you. Although I suspect we will get some kind of update maybe in the next 15 minutes or so, which will be... So in 15 minutes, it'll be 5:30 Eastern, so 4:30 Central. So maybe we will find out what the plan is. As again, if this game were to end, it would end up a 2-1 Blue Jays loss to wrap up the final game of a 4-game set in Kansas City at Kauffman Stadium. A quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard with some reminders of things coming up a little bit later on tonight. Stanley Cup playoffs round 1 action and continuing this evening. 2 games on the schedule. The Battle of Florida continues in Tampa tonight, moving from Sunrise to Tampa. Panthers at Lightning Game 3. Panthers have a 2-0 series lead after they got an overtime goal from who else? Carter Verhaeghe in Game 2. He scored quite a few overtime winners in the playoffs over the years. Puck drop tonight goes at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on Sportsnet, including, I believe, for the Lightning. So he has done it quite a few times. Later on, we'll get Hurricanes at Islanders. New York looking to get back in the series after truly an epic collapse at the end of Game 2. Canes with a 2-0 series lead so far. Puck drop of Game 3 will be at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. You can watch that game on Sportsnet 360. So the Battle of Florida will be on the main Sportsnet channel. Tomorrow night, don't forget, 4 games on the go. That includes Rangers at Capitals. Rangers are up 2-0 in their series. Canucks at Predators. Series is tied at 1. Sounds like Casey DeSmith will likely be the goalie there again after Thatcher Demko was said to be week to week by Rick Tocchet, head coach of the Canucks. Jets at Avalanche. This series moves to Colorado. Series tied at 1. And Oilers at Kings also tied at 1 after an overtime goal from Anze Kopitar late last night. NBA playoffs also continue tonight, as we spoke about with Blake. 3 games on the go this evening. Cavaliers at Magic goes at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific this evening. Cleveland is up 2-0 in that first round series. So tip-off of that one goes in a little less than 2 hours. Knicks with a late comeback of their own in Game 2 over the 76ers. Game 3 tip-off is 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. Knicks up 2-0 in that series. Nuggets at Lakers will be the final game on the schedule this evening. Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic going to lead the Nuggets to maybe a 3-0 series lead in Los Angeles, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. And you can certainly find coverage of all of those games at sportsnet.ca. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by Crown Rest Protection. Again, you're listening to the Blue Jays rain delay program. And joining me here is Ben Schulman, voice of the Toronto Blue Jays. Ben, what's up, man? How's it going?
It's going well. I mean, as well
okay?
as an hour. Are you okay? Is more the question. I mean, credit to you for keeping this going for this long. It's been quite a delay. I can't say that I thought we would still be in a delay at this point, one way or another, but it leads me to maybe incorrectly believe that they are really trying to play this game because the Blue Jays could be on a flight home right now and getting ready for the Dodgers, and yet they're not, and they're still there with literally 0 fans in the seats right now for the Kansas City Royals.
Yeah, I have not seen maybe more than 1 or 2 living souls wander around Kauffman Stadium in the past 90 minutes, essentially. So I'm hopeful we do get some kind of results soon. The scenes at Kauffman Stadium do show on the scoreboard. They're playing other games, it looks like, on the scoreboard in KC, and it does still say we are in a rain delay. So maybe they are trying to get it in, but I mean, the skies do not look necessarily as though they are opening up anytime soon. So at least for some sunshine, maybe for some more rain. Anyway, so, Ben, I got some text here on the text line. You probably heard me talking about it before we played a little bit of that Jason Stark conversation with B&B, yep. But about Vladdy. And, Vladdy, and I said this to Blake, and I said this to BNS, but he is always going to be a subject of conversation. Essentially until he's not, right? Essentially until he decides that he's going to perform statistically like Ronald Acuna Jr. Maybe he's a bad example because he steals a million bases, right?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
But a power-wise, you want to see the kinds of results that Acuna gives you that even, I don't know, Fernando Tatis Jr. gives you. The player I always thought Vlad would look like would be Yordan Alvarez. That's because Yordan Alvarez is not exactly the biggest base stealer in the world. He just comes up and rakes, right? And I think that's, for me at least, that was what the ideal, in terms of a modern comparison, that was the ideal player for what Vladdy would end up as. And it's not what necessarily Blue Jays fans, or certainly you and I, have gotten to see in the last couple of years. And, you heard me do the text line, and people can certainly feel free to continue texting 590-590, leave your name and location. But people were saying, hey, should you trade Vladdy for Josh Naylor? Who would do that trade? And then I actually just got a text saying, hey, how can people even be talking about Vladdy getting traded? He wants to stay as a Blue Jay for his entire life. His dad loves Montreal, loves Toronto. Why are people talking this way against Vlad? He's just in a slump. You know what I mean? You get both sides of the coin. It's just Vladdy is... At least, and you tell me if you think otherwise, but for me, he seems like he is the most, he's the issue that causes people to get emotional about the most. More than any player on the roster, more than the coaches, more than Ross Atkins, more than the way the team is constructed, more than Rodgers, more than anything. Vladdy seems to draw the ire and loyalty more than any other singular aspect of this team.
Yeah, and I think you earn that kind of attention. I mean, if he, for his entire career, hit 250 and never had a season of more than 21 home runs, people wouldn't talk about him every single game. You do that when you do what he did in 2021, even some of what he did in 2022, hitting 30 home runs that season, and he's going to be at the forefront of things. When things go well, I think there was a Patrick Ewing line a long time ago when he missed the finger roll at the rim in the playoffs. I think it was that game. A reporter had asked him, you have John Starks or you have whoever, you're not a shooter. Why are you taking the last shot? And he said, well, you're going to blame me if we win or lose anyway, so I may as well take the shot. And to a certain extent, Vladdy is in that kind of role. Baseball's a little bit different of a sport than basketball, but he's going to be the focal point of a lot. If he hits a big home run for them, a lot of people are going to give him credit for the win. If he goes 0 for 5, a lot of people are going to give him credit for a loss. Yeah. Sometimes both ways it's unwarranted. A lot of the time it is warranted, though, because at the end of the day, he is supposed to be your marquee hitter. I mean, there's really no two ways about it. This team, Bo Bichette certainly being in the mix there too, George Springer being in the mix, but this team is built around those three guys, and I really still think that Vladdy is in the forefront of that offensively. At least this team, at a minimum, is built around Vlad and Bo, and so they expect a lot out of him for whatever, like you said, for whatever went on in the offseason, for however you feel about the bottom half of the order, for however you feel about decision making in games. Still, the majority of this team offensively is going to go as far as the guys near the top of the order take them. I mean, the Los Angeles Dodgers don't win games because James Outman hits home runs all the time. Yeah. Like, no offense to him.
That'll be a nice for a fantasy team.
And he's a good player. Like, don't get me wrong. They're winning games because Mookie Betts, Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, and Will Smith are doing what they need to do. The majority of teams in baseball run through the top 4 or 5 guys in the order. Maybe the Atlanta Braves have a little more depth. Maybe the Dodgers have a little more depth. The Phillies, the Orioles. But these are very, very few teams. And it doesn't mean that these teams are the only ones that can win World Series. I mean, there are teams that win World Series that are relying upon Adolis Garcia to have a massive playoffs, relying upon Corey Seager to have a massive playoffs. They were pretty deep, the Rangers, but still, you have to have your big guys be your big guys. So it makes sense that if they perform, they should get the credit. And if they don't perform, they probably aren't going to get the credit or going to get the credit for a loss a lot of the time because they're the most important players to the team. Everyone is important. Baseball, I think one of the reasons I love it, it's unique in that way. Mike Trout can't lead teams to the playoffs every year like LeBron James. It's not physically possible to do that. But at the same time, he makes a huge impact on their winning. And so you have to have your best guys be your best guys. Blue Jays haven't been able to count on that consistently so far this season.
And I think the reason you zero in on the top half of the lineup and specifically on Vladdy is because really the rest of the team largely has been fine. Like for what you expect out of them, I think you've gotten kind of what you expected, right? Like Kevin Biggio, maybe a little less in the last week or so, but by and large,
probably more in the first couple weeks, right?
I think that's fair. His bat looked great, and he was taking walks. His eye looked good, and he was making good swings too. And it's only really in the last couple times, and I think this has always been a bugaboo on Biggio, but maybe you want him to swing the bat a little bit more sometimes. But again, generally speaking, he's not exactly one of the guys, and this is also a change from when he got called up, but he's not the guy you consider to be part of the quote-unquote core. So you got what you got from Biggio. Danny Jansen has missed time with injury, but when he's come back, he's been fine, even if you do want a little bit more from him. And guys like Davis Schneider and Ernie Clement have been kind of what you expected. Maybe you've even gotten more from what you expected from guys like Ernie Clement, for example.
Yeah, I think Clement's done really, really well so far. I mean, he's the polar opposite of Kevin Biggio, and so very occasionally I worry because he has the highest chase rate in all of baseball. He swings about as much as anyone, but then he hits a home run at a ball at his eyes, and you're just like, this guy has contact skills that not just very few people on the Blue Jays, but maybe very few people around their division or around their league really have, because it's tough to hit a ball that's up at your neck or higher out of the yard. So I think he's been a plus for them. I mean, Dalton Varsho has been a huge plus for them so far. Obviously, it took a little bit of time to get up there, but he's hitting really well. He's probably been their best hitter so far, him or Justin Turner. Yeah. Turner's, I think, delivered more than even you could have expected, even if you had positive, outlooks on what it's going to be for him. IKF has hit slightly above his averages.
I've been kind of impressed by IKF.
He's certainly done enough in the bottom third of the order. I really don't look at bats. It changes every night, but I don't look at bats 4 to 9 or 6 to 9 or whatever and think that they're not really getting enough out of it. I think they'd love a little more offense from the catcher spot. You mentioned Jansen's injury. That plays a factor.
Sure, yeah.
Kirk is certainly off to a slow start. I think the numbers show that. But I think for the most part, most of your runs have to come from your top 3. Like, I just think, or top 4. I think that's how it works on most baseball teams. And when the bottom of the order is getting on, you need big extra base hits with runners on from guys at the top. And we've seen flashes. I mean, George Springer has certainly looked better in the last couple days than he did before. There was definitely a stretch, especially at home, where Bo Bichette was hitting a lot. We've certainly seen flashes from Vlad with some huge home runs, and he is walking a ton still at this point, but it hasn't been consistent enough, and all you have to do is look at the run totals to really see that. I mean, the 5 runs I think is enough, so I do find it awkward sometimes when stats are framing their lack of offense and they say, like, they've scored 5 or fewer in this many games, because 5 runs is a pretty good output.
Yeah.
But they haven't scored more than 5 runs since the Yankee series on the opening road trip. Like, not once, as far as I'm aware. So maybe I'm missing one in there, but they lost 9-8 on that road trip.
Yep.
I'm not sure there's a 6
right
in there after. Maybe the Colorado games, they scored 5 both times, I think. So yeah, I don't think they have a 6 in there, and the internet could probably fact check me on that, but they're not scoring enough, and I think that a lot of it just comes down to the top three, which they've acknowledged. Like, I'm not telling any secrets here. Bo Bichette talked about it a couple nights ago. It's going to come from those guys, or it's not going to come from those guys. That's pretty much. It's a little reductive, but that's pretty much how most lineups work at the end of the day.
Yeah, they scored 8 runs in a loss on Saturday, April 6th. They lost 9-8, like you said, to the Yankees on Saturday, April 6th in the Bronx. And since then, they have not scored more than 5 runs, basically.
Which 5s are fine. Again, I actually don't have much of an issue with 5s. A couple games in there where, hey, you were up, you hit a grand slam in the first inning against the Rockies. You'll save your pen a little bit by making 5-8. You can use some of the lower leverage guys.
Right.
I do think that matters. But for the most part, if you score 5 runs, you should win a game, especially with the pitching that they roll out there. So that's fine. But you could use some 8s for the bullpen, and you certainly could use even some more 4s than you're getting right now.
The bullpen has actually been a little banged up lately. And again, I think, and I know a lot of people, when they point to like inflated ERAs, for example, of this team, they do actually, a lot of it is not on the starters, a lot of it is on the bullpen. But, I find that a little unfair because the bullpen was not in the most optimal position to begin the season. And now they are in a better spot. But I mean, today we got the news that Ben Francis is headed to the 10-day or 15-day IL for pitchers, and Chad Green had already been sent down to the IL, retroactive to, I think it was April 17th. So maybe, I know Chris was saying that maybe, based on that injury, the teres major strain, maybe you don't see Chad Green for a couple of weeks. And I mean, who knows? Like really, who knows when it comes to injuries? Really,
it's hard to tell.
Yeah, every person deals with it differently. Totally understand that, but at the same time, I mean, you're without Chad Green. Baden France, I think, provided a service, even if it wasn't the exact role you imagined he would provide at the beginning of the season.
Last 2 outings looked fine.
Yeah. I have no real complaints, especially since Baden Francis got taken out of the starting rotation, kind of got lined up with Ariel Rodriguez, and he performed, I thought, fine. Like, his stuff looks, generally speaking, a little crisper as a reliever, it kind of felt. So I have no real issue. But now you don't have Baden Francis either, right? So Ariel Rodriguez is going to remain in that 5-spot rotation starting spot for at least for now. But it essentially means it does feel you are asking a lot of certainly Jimmy Garcia, who's been phenomenal. Like, he pitches like this through the rest. Like he pitches like this through to July. He's going to be an all-star because he has been phenomenal, right? So but you do need more from Jimmy Garcia, in the sense that you need to he needs to continue pitching the way he's pitching. You need more from Jordan Romano, who looks like he's rounding back into form.
He's looked pretty good.
Eric Swanson, I think, had a bit of a rough start when he first got called off the IL, but he's rounding back into form as well. Yenis Cabrera did look good the last time out.
Mesa's been moving in that direction.
He's been moving in that direction. Trevor Richards as well. But you have a lot of guys, and you know more than most people that I am very fond of the circle of trust.
For sure.
And right now, if you're constructing the circle of trust for the bullpen, I would put Chad Green in there, but he's unavailable. So really, the inner circle of trust is comprised solely of Jimmy Garcia and Jordan Romano, and everyone else is kind of like knocking on the door. They're like getting ready to get back in there. That's an okay place to be, but when you don't have a lot of options, it does make walking that tightrope a lot harder.
Certainly. I mean, this team is constructed, when healthy, to have one of the better bullpens in baseball, and I am under the impression that Eric Swanson will get back to his form at some point. I mean, it's just like, no one knows for sure.
Yeah,
but I feel pretty good about him. I thought he was really good last year for the Blue Jays, and he had, even beyond the other guys, a much more stunted spring training for reasons that a lot of people already know about. So I would expect him to come back in, and if you have Chad Green healthy at some point, now you're telling me, innings 6 to 9 could be covered by a healthy Green, a fully in rhythm Swanson, Garcia, Romano. That looks really good. And then if you get, one of the lefties pitching the way that they did last year, and I think both are at least moving in the right direction, then I think you have something really, really nasty. But you're right. Right now, it's tough. I mean, they're asking a ton out of their starters, and I think they have an inflated bullpen ERA, but some of it is they're putting guys into spots that they wouldn't usually put guys. Like they had to put some guys in leverage spots, frankly, that they weren't going to put them into probably if everyone's healthy. So I think that it's, as we get some movement, by the way, on the field, we'll touch in a second, but I think that their bullpen is good, but it's hard to do what they're doing right now without it at full strength.
The bullpen has been, I think, a more positive aspect of the team, especially in the last, let's say, 2 weeks. But I do think with this is the case for all teams. Like, you're always going to need more bullpen pitchers, right?
You're never done.
Even the Dodgers and the Yankees and the Braves and all these, the best teams in Major League Baseball are always going to need more. You mentioned there's movement on the field. It does. Okay, so they are pulling back the tarp, but I do wonder, and it does kind of look like the skies have cleared up a little bit. You can still see the flags, Ben, in the back, the far of right field, the far end of right field, the American flag, the Canadian flag, the Royals flag. They're still billowing, so it does look quite windy there. I'm not sure if it's raining quite as hard. At the same time, I do wonder if they're just shaking the water off the tarp before they put it back down, which they have done before.
They have, yeah. It's possible. It does look like the people who control the weather at Apple are saying that it's not raining right now.
Okay, all right.
I don't know what that is, and like in terms of what's actually going on there, because the weather forecast has been wrong before.
This
but
is true, yes.
It's at least encouraging a little bit. I mean, one thing is if they had canceled the game, they'd probably leave the tarp on there because Kansas City's about to go on the road, so it's not like they need to do anything right now for the field.
Right.
And the good news is, in theory, if it's a good tarp, which I'm sure it is in the majors, the infield should be pretty dry. Like, this has been a long delay, as you very well know. So it should be somewhat dry under there right now. They're pulling it all the way onto the outfield. If they do the dreaded turn back and start to put it back on the field, that's where.
Yeah, that's why I'm waiting. That's why I'm waiting with bated breath here. I think, to see what they do. Their next move is on the in right field here.
But again, I mean, we said it right off the top. They've really waited. Like, they've far surpassed the minimum they'd have to wait to cancel this game.
Yeah.
Or not cancel, like finish this game, because it's already an official game. So, wow, that's a lot of water in right field that they're about to have to deal with. But a little bit easier to move water off grass than dirt. So, we'll see.
I suppose it's a better, as much as I hate rain delays, I suppose it is better to just get this done. Let's say they do play this game, which honestly I thought was extremely unlikely like half an hour ago. But let's say they do play this game. There's almost no chance Berrios comes back out.
I would put it at literally like 0.00, like 100
Cole
zeros
Reagan's
to 1.
too. I'd be
no
shocked.
shot. Like, because you can't throw, like, if it's 30 minutes, maybe. But you can't, there's too much of a, like, tightrope to walk where you throw enough to stay hot, but now you've thrown too much. Like, you can't throw for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And if you have, you've thrown 14 innings of up-downs already. So, unfortunate, because I thought both pitched pretty well. I mean, it's crazy. Berrios makes one big mistake, really, in this game. Maybe two if you want to count the double by Isbell.
Sure.
But because it's a 5-inning game for now, that's the difference in the game. But it will be interesting because the Royals used their 7, 8, 9 guys 2 days in a row.
And MacArthur pitched quite a lot.
He pitched 6 outs. I couldn't even believe he pitched yesterday.
I was shocked.
He pitched 6 outs in game 2 and then pitched yesterday, and they had Schreiber and Stratton go both 2. So in theory, General Baseball Convention says that all 3 of those guys are down, and it's a 1-run ball game. The Blue Jays actually have their leverage rested, unlike usual.
That's right.
So both starters, as good as Berrios is, you never want him out of the game. But if you're telling me both starters are out of the game, this could swing in the favor of the Blue Jays from a pitching availability standpoint. But again, we have to see what's going on here. They have picked up the tarp again, although it's upside down. Yeah. I think they might be moving it off the field. I'm not going to say anything for sure.
Well, while they go on and try and sort out whatever's going on with the tarp, because they are right now moving it upside down back over towards over the diamond. So I don't know if
that might not be
I wasn't
good.
sure if they were just trying to spread it out so they could fold it up. But then again, you know what? It's not on the field, at least right as far as I can see, unless you see it, is that kind of like that roller, the roller that they actually put the
mechanical
tarp about.
thing starts rolling it up.
So I don't know. I don't see that right now. I do get a text from Jeff in London. Woohoo! The Weather Network. that's pretty funny, actually. Yes, we are not meteorologists. We only play them on the radio. But it is quite funny to try and discern what they are doing, because like you said, they dumped a whole bunch of water off the tarp when they flipped it upside down into right field. And now kind of looks like they're getting ready to flip it back the other way.
They've stopped though, like halfway on the infield, halfway not, and their tarp roller thing is down the right field line there. So I do wonder if this is where it looks to me like they might be folding it up.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's kind of surprising, I gotta say. Well, If that is
There's
what
no
happens,
rain right now, according to the Weather Network and Apple.
It's funny because I had seen earlier today, Ben, that it looked like it looked like the rain. There was a break in the rain, but it made it look like the rain was going to start at least Eastern time around like 1:30 Eastern, stop by 2:30. There'd be enough time to get a game in before 4:30 or 5 o'clock Eastern. And now, right now, it's 5:40 Eastern. And you were kind of hopeful that in about 2 hours, especially with the pitch clock these days, you'd be able to get in close to a full game in like 2 hours and 15 minutes, let's call it. But the rain obviously did not cooperate. But if that was the worst of it, even if it is quite windy, I mean, I don't think anyone's going to complain about getting more Blue Jays baseball today.
Certainly not the Blue Jays either,
Yeah.
who despite not hitting much so far in this game, are only down 1 run with 4 innings left to play.
It does make me wonder if John Schneider was like, I am not leaving. We are not leaving. We've barred the doors to the visitors' clubhouse shut. I
Put
genuinely,
a hockey stick on the handles.
Exactly. I genuinely wonder what the conversation was being had by Schneider. I only bring that up because before they did send this game into delay, he was as adamant as I have maybe ever seen him, because he's not like the most like strident person out there unless he's getting like ejected essentially.
For sure.
But he was very adamant that they not stop this game. Like you saw the umpires, and you said it to Chris, but they ran out and like pointing in every direction to like get the tarp off the field. And it kind of just seemed like they just had no choice. It was raining so hard. Cole Reagans couldn't even grip the baseball. There were puddles all over the field, but I mean, it looks a lot better now.
Yeah, and they are folding it up, definitely. It's being folded up in right field. That would still probably mean like there's a little bit more delay. They don't just literally run on the field right now. They'll probably inspect the infield. But that could mean that baseball resumes in, I don't know, what, 20, 30
That's
minutes?
the thing. That's the thing, too, because if they were to start the game right now, which they couldn't, but if they were to start the game in seconds, we would have just gone through about 2 hours of rain delay programming.
Yeah.
And that never is going to happen because they need time to get to warm up and get ready and so on. So let's say they do start this game in like 20, 30 minutes, which I honestly at this point, now that they're folding it up, is not out of the realm of possibility. It looks like other people are starting to mill about in left field. I see some figures out there just by the video board. So, I mean, we'll have to see if any players actually come out onto the field. But, I mean, if they do get that in, that'd be pretty remarkable. Let's say, Ben, we've seen the last of Jose Berrios today. All right.
I would agree that that's probably likely.
It seems pretty likely. I don't think you want to make your guy, your best pitcher so far this season, pitch after a 2 hour delay. You know what? I think I'd give him largely a pass. All things considered, I mean, the guy had an ERA of less than 1 entering play today. That was never going to be the case all season long, obviously. But at the same time, even with the 2-run shot given up to Perez, battling through the elements. And, impressive by Cole Reagans as well. But I've been very impressed by Jose Berrios because I had questioned over the course of all of his starts this season, I think 4 starts, I had questioned how much luck was involved in those results. And I mean, if you have an ERA of less than 1, there probably is like at least a little bit of luck in there.
There has to be.
Right? Just because that's just how baseball works. But unless he was like literally going like 3 up, 3 down every single half inning, which he was not doing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he has played extremely well to the point where that aberration of a season 2 years ago, it seems like such a distant memory. It doesn't even seem like that's the same guy you've seen for the vast majority of his, not just Blue Jays career, but his Major League Baseball career.
Yeah, I mean, it was likely that year was going to be a blip because it wasn't like the 3rd year Berrios was in the majors or the 2nd year. It was like, the 7th year that he was in the majors? He had put together a long, impressive resume before that, had been a multiple-time All-Star twice with the Twins, an opening day starter for them, a playoff starter for them before. And so just completely, losing that, while it happens sometimes, it's unlikely to happen to a guy. And he returned, I think, to his regular form last year. But he has, while I would agree that maintaining an ERA below 1 has some luck involved in it, he has come out looking different, pitching, strategically a little bit different this year. I happen to think even for his great shape, he's in maybe even better shape this year. And it just really has impressed, everyone, whether it's opponents, Blue Jays players and coaches, obviously us. So it has been a big, big deal, I think, what he has done. He has won them single-handedly a handful of games, and he's looked great. And even with the Perez mistake, a line of 5 innings and 2 runs, That's pretty good. And it would have been 6 innings, maybe even 7, but he didn't have the opportunity to go out there. I think that, he made the wrong pitch to the wrong guy. He hung one of his slurves, which he had done a little bit and gotten away with in the past couple starts, but you don't want to hang one to Perez. He's one of the best hitting catchers of the generation. So he makes a mistake to the wrong guy, but he immediately keeps them in the game after that. 4 scoreless, strands a runner when there was a runner on third, 1 out, gets a pop-up, and then I think a ground out after that. So, he's been great once again. He hasn't showed any signs of slowing down. Barker, I know, has talked about on Jay's Talk sometimes, does he strike out enough guys to maintain this? Typical aces are striking out lots of guys, but there is a long history of baseball of being able to do this as well. Guys swing a bit differently than they did then, but Jose Berrios can strike out guys sometimes. I mean, he had a couple 13 strikeout games in his tough season, I think, and he also has just for a decade now produced soft contact on a consistent basis, and he's finding new ways to do it, and maybe he's unlocked a unique way to become an ace-level, all-star level pitcher that hasn't been done at least in probably 5 to 10 years.
It's funny, right? Because I've seen a lot of the conversation about Berrios been in the last, certainly this year, but the conversation I think was muted a little bit last year because Gausman was so good and Bassett was so good as well. So you didn't really have to have this conversation. But because Bassett and because Bassett and Gausman both got off to semi-slow starts, and I think they've been fine. Gausman, I think you attribute to that to having a very short spring, kind of funky weather too in his very first start. It was very cold. Velo looked fine in his second start. Just after that, even if it wasn't quite as long, because he did get hit around a little bit in the second start of the year, he was still getting some whiffs and swings and misses and so on. So I think you don't feel too bad about Gausman. And again, he did have to grind over the last start as well, but at the same time, not a lot of worry about Gausman.
6 2/3 no earned runs, I'll take.
Yeah, you'll still take it.
He should have made 7, but he had to throw extra pitches in the 5th after the error.
And Bassett, his last time out, we learned he was dealing with a sinus infection, and it still wasn't a terrible outing against the Padres, right?
Yeah,
so
it was fine.
So I only bring up those guys and their relative differences, their starts to the season, because it has allowed people to zero in on Berrios because he has been so good. And I do think that is caused people, and probably better than most people, that I hate when people use the term the ace, right? Because I think it's wildly overused.
It's just used all the time.
It's kind of lost its meaning. A lot, when people say, they say this a lot in basketball and football, actually, ahead of the NFL draft tonight, but they use the term generational talent so much that I feel like it's lost a little bit of its meaning.
Franchise quarterback.
Yeah. It's what does that mean?
Is Baker Mayfield your franchise quarterback? No offense to him. It's I don't know. Yeah, he's a good quarterback. But.
And so I think people use the term ace in the same way they use those terms, to the point where I think it's almost like every team has to have an ace. And I don't think that's true. And I'm not sure Berrios is an ace, but he is as close as they come, I think. Gausman, I think you still label him an ace, but I don't think it's also true to say that every team does not have an ace. I don't think that is true. Right?
Yeah, I don't think every team has an ace-level pitcher. I mean, Kevin Gausman, if he's had a tough start to the year, but if you pulled around the game, most people would consider him a top 5 starting pitcher in all of baseball, not just in the American League. He led the American League in strikeouts last year. I believe he has either the 3rd or 4th best ERA in the last 4 seasons, 3rd or 4th most strikeouts in the last 4 seasons. You're putting him and Garrett Cole and Zach Wheeler and these guys in the same discussions. You need to be a guy who eats a ton of innings and pitches to an extremely low ERA, and in most but not all cases strikes out a lot of guys as well. But Berrios this season, look, if he pitched to a 2 ERA, go ahead. You can call him that if you want, but I don't think the focus needs to be on is Berrios the ace or is Gausman the ace. Right. They have a unique rotation. Berrios is getting a ton of attention right now. Yusei Kikuchi has been phenomenal this year. He's been really good. And like you mentioned, Bassett, first 2 were tough. He's been really, really solid the last 3. So I think this is a staff where you more just look at it and, like a deep lineup, you're going to go into a series and you're not going to get an easy day when you're going against the Blue Jays. The Royals are up 2-1 in this series. They haven't scored more than 3 runs in a single game. They didn't have an earned run off Kevin Gausman, and they didn't have an earned run off the starter in game 1 either, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Or maybe one. Maybe one.
Yeah.
I think Michael Garcia hit a home run. But at the end of the day,
that's right. That was the Kikuchi game.
Yeah,
that's right.
You're not going to most days load up on the starter. You're going to have to get your hitting in late, or you're going to have to, prevent the Blue Jays from scoring runs, which is most of the time how teams have beat the Blue Jays so far this year. So they have kind of like the old Phillies, or if you go way back to the Orioles or some of these teams, like the 3-4 aces kind of model where so many different styles because everyone's unique and they're all really tough. I mean, these are 4 guys who could all end up getting Cy Young votes, being in that top 20 at the end of the year.
Well, Ben, we'll see if the Blue Jays, and again, like we said, I do not anticipate Jose Berrios pitching again today because it has been well over 2 hours since this game went into a delay. 2-1, the score stands right now in favor of the Kansas City Royals. But the tarp is completely off the field. It actually looks a little sunnier right now. The light is shining on the outfield and infield. The grounds crew is busy at work, putting dirt. What did you and Chris call it?
What did he call it? It was some fancy cat litter I've never heard of.
It wasn't resurface. Turfus, yeah,
Turfus.
That's what it's called.
I swear, in York Simcoe Baseball Association, stuff like that, you were throwing cat litter from Walmart on there. But Turfus, I guess, in the big leagues.
Well, it looks like they are spreading Turfus all along the infield and the dirt on the base paths and in the infield itself. So it feels like we will get some baseball today. So I will let you go rest the pipes because you'll have to call some more baseball very soon. And
excited to do it.
Yeah, and it does mean we will likely get some baseball today. So I appreciate you hopping in here with me.
Yeah, of course. Appreciate you covering all this rain delay. So good luck with finishing it off.
That is Ben Schulman, voice of the Blue Jays. It certainly feels like, we haven't gotten an official word, but it certainly feels like Ben, alongside Chris LaRue, will be calling games in let's call it the next half an hour. Again, we haven't actually gotten any word as to when there will be a first pitch. But again, with the grounds crew beginning to fix up the field and running all over the kind of the warning track and where the on-deck circle is in front of the dugouts, certainly feels like they're getting ready for a game. As we continue this Blue Jays rain delay program, Show Ali here with you on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Let's bring on, as we do the tour of my Sportsnet colleagues, let's bring on Jeff Blair, who is standing by for Jays Talk. Jeff, I'm sorry you had to wait so long, but I guess we will get some Jays Talk in. It certainly feels like, after all.
Yeah, it'll certainly be in the radio, maybe TV, but my guess is it's probably going to be radio only.
I'm thinking you're probably right.
We shall wait and see.
Well, I was having a conversation with Ben. I'm honestly surprised they tried to get this game in. I do wonder if the rationale for it is just simply they wanted no part of having come back to this place, to Kauffman Stadium, after next week's series against the Royals, which is at the Rogers Center. But also, it seemed pretty adamant that John Schneider did not want to give up on this game. Like, it almost seemed like he was willing to wait out this storm if there was even a sliver of a chance to get a baseball game played, because they waited it out. I'm genuinely surprised.
Well, I mean, there is according to the collective bargaining agreement, there's only a certain number of days that you can play consecutively without getting, without having the team vote on it. So I know that it shouldn't be an issue for the Jays because they've got an off day, I think 2 or 3 days after next Thursday. But I haven't seen the Kansas City Royals schedule, to be honest. I should probably do that. But I don't know if it's an issue for them. But I think you're probably right at this point. It was, the radar looked pretty clear after 6 o'clock all along, 6 o'clock our time, 5 o'clock their time. So I think the fact that they played as long as they did in the rain was kind of an indication that they were going to give this thing every chance to finish. And if you're the Blue Jays, I mean, why not? Although I will suggest that as soon as, let's be honest here, we could have called the game when it was 2-0 based on the way this team hits if we really wanted to.
Hey,
we could all beat the traffic home and watch the Winnipeg Jets hammer the Colorado Avalanche tonight. Come on now.
You would love that, Jeff. You would love it more than most things, I think.
Probably.
It's funny, the offense certainly continues to be a talking point. Ernie Clement with the only run, an RBI single off of Cole Reagans, but Cole Reagans has played pretty well so far this season, and Cole Reagans also was having trouble gripping the baseball. So I do wonder what we get from the Blue Jays offense when they come back out here. It is unfortunate now that the Blue Jays will get back to Toronto, I guess later tonight on short rest, and then have to play the Dodgers after not having the full time off they wanted to get off. But still, I do wonder, Jeff, as we discussed, and you talked about this with Barker ad nauseum over the past, really the entire season, I do wonder when it comes to coming up with fixes for the Blue Jays offense, if there even is a quick fix, because it certainly feels like there aren't any reinforcements coming that would make the team different like really demonstrably different. And if that's the case, you have real no choice but to continue going forward with George Springer and Bo Bichette and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. as a top three and just kind of wait for them to turn things around on their own.
Yeah, I mean, it really does seem like it's game number 190 of the 2023 regular season. I mean, it really does. We took a lot of calls, or we've had a lot of calls and a lot of exchanges with people in the last couple of days about, well, what could the Blue Jays do? And, it seems to me that their top three pitching prospects are hurt. And one of them, Alek Manoah, who the hell knows when we're going to see Alek Manoah again. So, I would just say to people, what are you going to trade? You've got nothing to trade. I mean, Aurelvis Martinez, Addison Barger, you got two guys that people would probably want who are a year and a half away from free agency. I can't imagine. Look, I would never say that there's such a thing as an untradeable contract because Vernon Wells' contract was traded. But George Springer, what would you do to make this team better? How would you find a trade partner? This is a team full of older starting pitchers, okay relievers, and two, I guess we still call them cornerstone offensive players, one of whom really hasn't done much of anything for a couple of years and is a year and a half away from free agency. So there isn't a quick fix here. The quick fix is for Vladdy to look. At this point, we're not even looking at Vladdy to get his MVP form back. We want him to be what he was last year.
Right.
And Bo Bichette to be what he was last year, or just be what Bo Bichette normally is. Other than that, enjoy run prevention, because that's the only way this team's going to win a game is through pitching and run prevention.
Well, I know you and Kevin have talked, and you said this on Jay's Talk, you said this on Blair and Barker a number of times, but just talking about not treating Vladdy like the generational star prospect that he was discussed to being before he was called up, the type of player that's included in conversations like Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani and Ronald Acuna Jr. and having him be treated as a very good player. But it just, it's funny because you look at the reception, and Jeff, you see this more than most people, but you see the reception for that idea from the fan base, and it's, I mean, to put it lightly, it's not a particularly warm reception because of the expectations set for someone like Vladdy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there are two types of baseball fans. There's the fans who really like the game and who fall in love with the players and are absolutely, positively convinced that player is just one at bat away from turning it around. And then there are, and those are Vladdy fans. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's why we watch sports. But then there are other fans who, look at the fact that his best season was in a minor league, a couple of minor league ballparks, played a lot of his games in a couple of minor league ballparks. The team has had no playoff success. He hasn't had particularly good playoffs. And he's a year and a half away from free agency. And I think there are a group of fans who have kind of come to the conclusion that if you're not going to sign Vladdy, shouldn't you get something for him as opposed to letting him walk? There's the short-term fans who want Vladdy to hit a home run tonight and win a game. And there are long-term fans who wonder where the next core is coming from, and that's kind of where we are. And it's always been the case in this city with players. There's two types of fans that really love the player, and people who always think and cheer with the future in mind.
I think the tough thing for me, Jeff, and we're chatting with Jeff Blair here on the Blue Jays rain delay program as we await a potential some potential news on whether or not we get a first pitch here.
I hope you're getting overtime for this, by the way.
You know what? I haven't asked, but I probably should.
You should get a gift card or something.
I continually have the see the text on the text line. You get the calls that I get to talk to the callers on Jay's Talk about trading Vladdy, and it's just. The trading Vladdy stuff is really tough for me, Jeff, just because if you don't think Vladdy is good enough to keep on your team, the Royal U, shouldn't all other major league teams also think that? If you really are blowing it up to trade for some Magic Bean prospects, in theory, wouldn't everyone else also have the same view of Vladimir Guerrero Jr., or at least close to the same view? It's why whenever people make the conversations or make the comparisons, about saying, okay, well, the Blue Jays didn't blow it up like the Orioles did. Well, the Orioles also lucked out in a lot of ways they have to lose like 100+ games a year for many years in order to even be in the position of having the chance to draft guys like Gunnar Henderson and Adley Rutschman and so on. You can point to a lot of rebuilds that have been tried the same way that have not panned out, which is why I always kind of have one eyebrow raised that, we should blow it up and trade everyone and rebuild the farm.
There's a couple of things. There's a couple of things at work here. First of all, baseball people always think they can reinvent the wheel. There's somebody out there. There's some hitting coach out there saying, man, if I could just get my hands on Vladdy. Hell, Barker would like to be able to sit down with Vladdy for an hour and tell him what he needs to do. He's also going to be a free agent at a really young age. And he's also, and this is something people need to, this is why I wouldn't completely undersell Vladdy's value.
Okay.
He plays every day. He may DH, he may be given the day off, a quote-unquote day off, and he DHs, but he posts up. So you've got a guy who posts up. You've got a guy who is going to be a free agent at a relatively young age. He would still be attractive. And here's the thing. Let's just suppose that Vladdy ends up going to a good team. Right? Let's suppose Vladdy goes to a team where he doesn't have to be the guy. Let's suppose Vladdy goes to a team, he wouldn't want to go to the Yankees. He's made that pretty clear. But I don't know. Let's say Vladdy goes to Texas. I'm just throwing it out there. And he goes to a really good team. Now, all of a sudden, you're getting some value out of him. But, the issue for people is going to be, the longer it goes on, the fact that he's getting closer and closer to free agency. I do not think you will get for Vladdy what, Washington got for Juan Soto. So, I hope people aren't sitting here and thinking, boy, if we trade Vladdy, we're going to get some organization's 3 top prospects. Probably not.
I think people do think that, Jeff.
But then they're wrong. There's nothing to suggest that they would. He's not Juan Soto. He's not as good as Juan Soto. He hasn't been as good as Juan Soto for a couple of years. And when Juan Soto was traded to San Diego, he still had a couple of years left before he was a free agent. So the idea that you're going to put together some sort of deal that, is going to give you somebody that's going to help you at the major league level and 3 prospects, that's just not happening.
It's just funny. You think about the value a lot of these guys carry, and it's always an interesting conversation with Vladdy specifically because of his stature in the organization. It's not like we're having these same conversations about Ernie Clement or Davis Schneider, even when they were prospects before they got called up to the major league roster. It's funny. I see a lot of comments as well, especially this season, because again, a lot of the outlook of the season that you and Kevin talked about were, okay, well, you need bounce backs from Vladimir Guerrero Jr., you need to bounce back from George Springer, and he's looked a little bit better as of late. You need to bounce back from Dalton Varsho. He's looked better as of late, certainly as well. But you also need some production out of guys like Alejandro Kirk and Danny Jansen. And I know the Jano injury changed the tenor of that conversation to a certain extent. But gosh, Jeff, when you look at, when you're talking about fixing quote unquote issues on this team when it comes to the offense, Kirk has been another part. And even today, in today's ballgame, before the delay happened, there was an opportunity with runners, I think, on second and third, and he kind of had a weak fly out. And again, I suppose the rain can be a factor there, but when it's been a factor all season, I'm less willing to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and there's no excuse now for Alejandro Kirk. He's not being overplayed. He's had a couple of days off. I think, what did he play in the 23rd? So, yeah, it's a great point. But, you have to look back at what we were being sold all off season. And we were being sold 3 things by this front office. 1, pitching. Pitching was going to be great. 2, run prevention. Defense was going to be great. And 3, basically, forget about this team hitting a ton of home runs. This is going to be a team that is going to be grinding out wins. Right? They're going to be grinding out offensive wins. or runs. They are going to have to do small things to grind out those runs. And most importantly, there was an emphasis on, quote, streamlining the communication process and, all the stuff Ross Atkins talked about, giving our core players the tools to make them better, et cetera, et cetera. Absent from that was going out and adding a couple of bats to really help the lineup. That's where we are now. And Justin Turner was really, the major acquisition for this team. And, he's been fine. He's been better than fine. At times he's been really good, but it's kind of, I think if Jays fans are honest with themselves, I don't think you can really say that you're surprised by the team's lack of offensive production.
Right.
Because you're asking, you made this point, it's well made. Bo, Vladdy, Kirk, Varsho. 4 guys having bounce back seasons. That doesn't always happen. Sometimes you get a couple of guys, but 4 guys having bounce back seasons at the same time, it doesn't happen that way.
Yeah, like you can get away with hiding quote unquote players if it's one guy who's struggling, sure, right? Maybe you can do it if it's 2 guys. Can you do it if it's 4 of your 9 batters?
But I mean, and this was an issue the Jays had last year with Matt Chapman.
Yeah.
I mean, thank God that there wasn't an 11th spot in the batting order, because if there was, John Schneider would have put him in the 11th spot last year. He's basically said that. He basically designed the lineup so that Matt Chapman stopped coming up with men on base. This year, the idea is, what do you do with Kirky, right? He's had 15 at-bats with runners in scoring position. Vladdy's had 16. Those are the top 2 dudes in the team. This is not good. Based on how Alejandro Kirk is swinging the bat right now, you do not want him up with runners in scoring position. And you sure as hell don't want him up in a double play situation. So, there was a lot hung on the fact that this core was going to be better, and that hasn't been the case. I'm trying to think, and there may have been a span of 15 games where Bo and Vladdy both looked bad at the same time. It's entirely possible. But I don't remember it looking quite this bad.
Jeff, a couple minutes ago, you mentioned Justin Turner. And I remember when Turner signed and he came on with you and Kevin on the podcast earlier prior to spring training. And I remember one of the things, I think it was Kevin who asked him about his approach at the plate, how you always get very patient ABs, you get disciplined ABs, and how that might it might carry over to other players on the team like Vladdy. And I remember one of the things Turner said specifically about Vladdy was he wanted to see Vladdy do a little bit less. It's just funny, right? Because you look at what we've gotten offensively as a whole from the team. And there have been some bright spots. Certainly Dalton Varsho in the last couple of weeks has been great. But I've often wondered, and you've watched way more baseball than I have, but can a player like Justin Turner actually be effective in showing other players within the clubhouse, hey, this is how you should do things, beyond just saying, okay, well, the offensive coordinator is Don Mattingly and there's Matt Haig and Guillermo Martinez and sometimes it's Victor Martinez and Edwin Encarnacion. There's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, but can one of those guys also be a player like Justin Turner, I wonder?
I mean, I think, when Justin Turner said he wanted Vladdy to do less, I don't think he was talking about production. I think he was talking about he wanted him to, be a little more controlled at the plate, or not feel that he has to, that he has to swing, that everything has to be 100%. I got to tell you, I used to kind of buy into the whole clubhouse chemistry nonsense. It's bad. Look, it's if you're a sports writer, the easiest story to write is the clubhouse chemistry is good or the clubhouse chemistry sucks. You can do it in any sport, and you can always find somebody who's going to agree with you or disagree with you. I just don't think it's like Vladdy and Bo in particular. At this point in their career, they're playing for a big contract. And I don't think, I'm sure they like what Justin Turner says, and I'm sure they listen to him, and I'm sure they nod. But it's possible that Vladdy can't do what Justin Turner does. Right. He's just not wired that way. It's possible, it's possible Bo can't. I just think sometimes we really fall into this whole thing about, they're sitting around the clubhouse talking about hitting, and everybody's sitting at Justin Turner's knee, and he's like father around the fireplace, and he's reading a book on how to hit like me. Guys don't work that way. I mean, they just don't. And I used to kind of buy into that. And, of course, spending time around Barker, who spent a ton of time in clubhouses, I kind of realized these guys are all independent contractors. Vladdy Jr. is employee number 27 who wants to get paid at some point in the next 4 years. That's his thing. It's great if he wins along the way. Everybody would love to win along the way. But the big thing is, how do you get the multi-year contract? And I think at some point, and I don't know who would ever answer this question. I think at some point, though, the question has to be asked. Did you guys ever seriously think of signing Vladdy or Bo to a long-term contract? And if not, why? And, I'm of the opinion that when you have... Here's the thing. Vladdy and Bo don't need the money. They both come from families with a lot of money. All right. So it's not like that necessarily. It's not like they need it to live. But you are showing how much people value you by how much money you make in this game. And I think in the case of Vladdy in particular, I think this team, they needed to be a little more aggressive in trying to sign him to a long-term contract. I also think that in Vladdy's case, getting rid of Teoscar Hernandez, whatever the reason for that was, I think that took a little. That made it a little less fun for him to come to work. Should that matter? Probably not. Could it matter? Yeah. And I just think that there's a lot at work with Vladdy we don't know about because we're relying on his interpreter to tell us what's going on with Vladdy.
It's true. And you wonder about the future for both these guys. And they've often both, Jeff, taken different tenors when it comes to their conversations about their futures with the team. And I've also long thought when it comes to Bo, for example, and I'll let you go after this, but Bo, he's always struck me as the kind of guy destined, no matter, even if you were to have re-signed with the Blue Jays, he always seems like the kind of player who is always in a test free agency, not just because of his background and because of the family and so on, but also just simply because he's a shortstop. And you look at the amount of money that shortstops have made just in the last, 3 years?
Oh, my goodness.
They make gargantuan amounts of money. It would almost seem silly for him not to test free agency, even if the Jays ponied up and offered him $350 million or whatever the contract is to beat Trey Turner or Dansby Swanson or Bogarts or whatever. It almost seems silly for him not to try it out because some team out there, not named the Blue Jays, probably willing to offer him big bucks.
Yeah, and the thing with Bo is, I've made the point. I would have signed Bo 3 or 4 years ago, and I would have given him a contract that buys out a couple of years of free agency. I just would have. Vladdy, I'm not entirely certain going year to year. Ask yourself this. If the Jays did, let's say they'd signed Vladdy to a 7-year contract a couple of years ago, how would we be viewing that contract right now if this is what the team was getting from him? Maybe, as I've said, in my case, I think it probably would have made things a little easier for Vladdy, but nothing's 100% certain. The thing with Bo, and you made a very good point, shortstops are getting a ton of money in free agency. And you know what else is going to help Bo? Is there are a lot of guys playing shortstop now, making a lot of money, who are going to be in their early 30s when he's a free agent at 27. So now you're getting to the point, if Bo can continue to maintain his level defensively, now you're getting to the point where if you are a team with money, you may be looking at, let's say you're the Minnesota Twins. He's not going to sign there, but let's just say the Minnesota Twins go, you know what? Yeah, we got Carlos Correa, but you know what? Let's sign Bo and move Correa to second, or let's sign Bo and move Correa to third, because you're getting a younger shortstop who again, is not the butcher defensively that a lot of people think he is, and he's certainly not the butcher defensively he used to be. So I think the market for Bo, as long as his defensive game doesn't fall off a cliff, and there's nothing to suggest it will, I think the market for Bo is going to be huge. Yeah. I think it's going to be bigger than we realized, and I think there's going to be a lot of teams who we look at right now as being pretty established at shortstop being interested in.
Jeff, I'm going to let you go, mainly because I can see right here on the monitors John Schneider and Matt Cotaro walking around together. Like they're walking around right next to each other, testing the infield dirt kind of as they spread turfus around. They're talking to each other and
there you go.
Almost putting their shoulders around each other as they test the base paths here. So
maybe Schneider will say, "Can you just give us Bobby Witt for like a year? We'll give you Vladdy."
Maybe trades have been consummated in less weird ways, but
one never knows.
At least it does make it seem like we are pretty likely to get some Blue Jays baseball in very short order, at the very least, as they continue to spread the turfus around. So I'll let you rest the pipes, because you'll have some Jays talk coming up in the not-too-distant future, but I appreciate it, Jeff.
Thank you, and really well done this afternoon.
Thanks, Blair.
You've been ragging the puck like Morgan Riley.
That's a callback.
Yeah, take care.
Thanks, Jeff. There he goes. Jeff Blair, of course, of Blair and Barker and Blue Jays Talk. You'll be able to, it certainly seems you'll be able to hear Blair and Barker after this one. Like I said, so I guess right before the delay was put into effect that led us to the Blue Jays rain delay program, Show Ali here with you, one of the images you would have seen on television were the umpires. Quattaro comes out of the Royals dugout. Schneider comes out of the Jays dugout. They're kind of like pointing all over the place. They are arguing clearly about whether or not they should continue this ball game. A gentleman came out in a Royals hoodie, probably one of the groundskeepers, short gray hair, black track pants on, comes out, chats with the Quattaro, with the umpiring crew, with Schneider. These same four gentlemen right now are in a deep conversation just where the dirt meets the cutoff of the grass there, and they're walking around testing the infield dirt. Alejandro Kirk standing out there in the outfield throwing some balls back and forth with the pitchers. So we are very likely going to get baseball today. I gotten word also that the start time will be probably closer to 6:45 or 7 o'clock Eastern. So it's a 6:16 Eastern right now. So that would be about half an hour to 45 minutes. So it certainly feels like I can see Bo Bichette just wandering around behind John Schneider as well on the screen. So certainly feels like we're going to get some Blue Jays baseball, which is great to see. So stay tuned. We are going to actually finish this game today, which, again, right now, as the Royals grounds crew spreads the turfus around the infield, stands at 2-1 Blue Jays. As we await word on an official start time. But again, expect a start time, I'm told, between 6:45, 7 o'clock. Maybe they speed it up. Who knows? Maybe they can spread the turfus around the infield a little faster when he can get started. But Bo Bichette throwing the ball around. Players starting to get warm again. So even though it is quite windy, does not seem to be raining in Kansas City. Let's take a very quick break. And by doing that, I want to play a piece of audio for you. You heard me reference this conversation earlier in the rain delay program. Gary Varsho joining Blake Murphy and Kevin Barker as Blake was filling in for Jeff a couple of days ago. I thought it was a great conversation. Honestly, anytime you can listen to Barker talk hitting with really anyone, even if he was just talking about it by himself, I think it would be a great conversation. But this was a conversation between Blake, Barker, and Gary Varsho, former major leaguer, former major league coach, of course, father of Dalton Varsho, talking about his son and the strides he has made so far from 2023 to 2024.
Gary Varsho, former Major League outfielder and bench coach, joins us now. Gary, thank you for doing this. What a time to be a Dalton Varsho supporter.
Well, it's gone on for about 28 years now, so we're excited at this early season. It's early, it's April, but having good at-bats, much better than early on in the season. So it's a long year, but really like how he's progressed, and basically there's a lot of people in Toronto that are responsible for his early success here in April.
Yeah, he talks about all the time bat path, and you know, we try and break down bat path, and you know, when he goes from the way he looked early in the season to the way he is now, you know, everybody's saying the pace of his lower half looks better. I just think it looks like mentally he's not thinking about it. When you watch him now and he talks about bat path the way he does, what's that mean to you?
Well, basically, you know, we've had a lot of time in the batting cage over the years.
Yeah.
And basically being in position where he can strike the ball with hard hit contact and having good swings, even if he swings and misses, just trying to get on plane with the ball. And I've heard this term a long time. I think J.D. Martinez talked about it a long time ago. I heard of it, kind of understood it, but, you know, in my day, it was more being on top of the ball, but being where the ball is at the point of contact, wherever you see it. And what we talk about a lot, which are the standards for him, is his eyes and his hands. If his eyes and his hands are synced up, or he takes pitches that I never could take. I was swinging.
Me too.
He takes some pitches in the zone, and if his eyes tell him yes, his hands will follow. And that, to me, puts him on plane. I don't think you need to think about plane. I just think that if your eyes are in position to let your bat naturally do things, I understand. To me, it's just like you'll hit it, you'll square it up. And, you know, a lot of this has to do with over and over and understanding, but I think he simplified things. I think George Springer has really helped him along with his other teammates and staff. But George has really helped him quite a bit, understanding himself, staying connected, being synced up. And it's a simplified version of what we're all after. All Toronto fans are after. The Varshos are after it. Mm-hmm. Just having great at-bats and allowing his ability to come through, as opposed to, you know, the whys. You know, he's very talented. He's much more talented than his mother and I. And so, of course, he gets most of the talent from his mother. Mm-hmm. So in the same respect, it's like he looks like a hitter at the plate.
Yeah, it's well said. Now, if you were watching them at home, obviously you do all the time, and you just sort of took your hand and put it over the top of his body, right? You just sort of hid his waist up and you just watched his lower half. Is there something that would tell you with his lower half that everything's going to work the way you just mentioned it was going to work?
The only hiccup he's trying to overcome, which he's really cleaned it up a lot, is taking the two strides. You know, it's stride and then stride again, kind of being down too early and then having to kind of regroup. And that's always been a little bit of a Achilles heel for him. When he gets into the game, it's like trying to basically reach back for more where less is more. And until you're in the box and controlling adrenaline, you don't really have a really good understanding of it. But when his lower half is right and he is on time, when we talk about being on time is basically when your foot comes down, you're in position to ready to strike. And so the timing sequences sometimes differ a little bit between pitcher to pitcher, wind up to deliver, or normal delivery, or wind up to stretch. But for the most part, he looks like a hitter. He looks like he's supposed to look. And that's sort of like we've all been after. There have been, you know, ups and downs and valleys, but just trying to maintain that consistency each night when you're playing. Can you have an at-bat after at-bat after at-bat? And I know last night he struck out the first two at-bats, and I knew right away he wasn't seeing the slider. Just didn't pick it up. The spin was great, and you know, Singer's a good pitcher. He had a really good slider. So it's one of those deals where, okay, hopefully he makes a mistake, but the approach was there and everything was right. And so just a matter of time. And, you know, fortunately he got a pitch he could hit and he hit it. So, and that's the whole point, is that if you get a ball you can strike, we talk about this all the time. Mm-hmm. I think if you go back in years previous, how many balls did he fall off underneath it, fall back, and then you don't get that extra one back. So it's a matter of him not following that ball off and really putting his bat on plane with the ball so I can strike it hard, and whatever happens after that. You know, I don't get caught up in hits. I don't get caught up in how many hits he's had. I just look for the at-bat, because I know if the at-bats are good, the process is good. And I know he knows this, that hits follow. It's always happened that way throughout his career. It's like when the process is right, he's going to be right, and the team will be right, and he's going to help the team.
You may have just answered this in talking about how important his playing to the ball is. But when you guys are working on his swing, you're in the cages in the offseason, and you see something like, hey, pitchers really challenged him on, say, the inner third of the plate last year, and he had a little bit of trouble with that. When you guys are working on things, how much are you trying to focus on that and fix that particular part, or just fix everything and assume that that'll, hey, if everything else is working, everything else is connected, the inner third stuff or whatever the whole is, that'll take care of itself?
Good question. So last September, I had a chance to, Blue Jays had an off day, and Don Mattingly came. He asked me if I was going to be in town, and I was. And so Dalton, him and I went in the cage. And he showed me video prior to Dalton. He goes, this is what we need to get rid of. And not to be too technical, but rear end sticking out and hips weren't right. He goes, ideally, we need to get there in the offseason. We can't do it now. I said, well, we need to go to the cage and work on it, because there's no reason to wait, because I need to understand it. So when we do this process in the offseason, I have a better feel as opposed to just talking about it. And we did. We did some drill work, and Don kind of honed in on how it's supposed to go. Now, Dalton's got to figure it out, what works for him, what's going to work, what's the drill package that's going to work. So to your question of, is it working on the inside pitch, laying off the high fastball? To me, it was all about swing mechanics. Can your swing mechanics, and that's one thing George talked to him about a lot, 10 days, 2 weeks ago. It's like swing mechanics. And that's what Don was after. The swing mechanics. Are your swing mechanics correct? And so working with his posture and making sure posture is correct so he can get off this swing that we're all excited about. So Don had pinpointed this real early. So going back to your question, do we work on the inside part? Do we work on... And Dalton's done that, and it doesn't equate to production on the field. And so you can work on it. It goes back to proper swing mechanics, and I think that's the one thing that he has really honed in on, because if he sees it and it is inside, I can get to it. So that's sort of the thing. And the one thing he hasn't done very often is swing at balls that are down and away for strikes, knowing that if I do swing at that, I'm out. So still trying to get that good pitch that he can do some things on, but Don triggered that right away, and then it followed up with George a little bit. And I just kind of stay out of the way now. I just kind of let them do their thing and don't talk a whole lot about it. And I talk more about his defense now than I do anything.
Yeah, speaking of his defense, why is he such a good outfielder in your mind?
I've been being an outfield instructor a lot of my career. A lot of guys do not understand how to teach outfielders. So why is he so good? I believe that there are certain guys that can just see the ball off the barrel from the outfield position and has an idea of where this ball might be going. I think he's innate enough where he sees things that a lot of other outfielders may not see, that as the ball is being in contact zone, he's able to get a quicker feel of the ball off the bat than some other guys. And look, it's not that easy playing the outfield. We all harp on, why didn't he catch this? Why didn't he catch that? And there's all kinds of different parameters, but the spin of the ball between left and right field, but he sees things quickly, so allows him to move quickly and to create angles. And he's learned, by teaching the outfield, we always talk about, okay, angle. What's an angle? Well, real simply, if you were standing in the outfield and you had a clock around you, so 12 o'clock was facing the plate, 6, 9 and 3. If that ball's hit to my right, I have got to get my. So if you're playing defense, the first thing you're going to move is you're going to move your shoulders, and my hip will follow. If my hip goes, my shoulders will follow. So he's a football player, and he understood it. So if that ball's hit over my right shoulder, I've got to get my shoulder to 5 o'clock to create the angle. And if it's over my left shoulder, I got to get the 7 o'clock with my shoulder. I got to move it fast. And he can move his hips move really well, and his upper body really works well. He's so doggone athletic. And so he is able to get quicker reads, his feet work. And when your feet work as an outfielder, chances are you have a chance to make some plays. And I'll be honest with you. I mean, I've seen him shake a lot of balls in my life when he was little, and I've seen him play the outfield, but to take it to this level, he's taken it to a whole different level that I never anticipated. And he's done making plays that I just sit back in my chair and I go back and I go, you got to be kidding me. So it's like he's taken it to another level for himself. He's worked hard on it, but he understands technique. He understands situations. I thought one of the best plays over in the San Diego series was when Tyler Wade was up and he had 2 strikes on him, and Tyler Wade's not going to hit it over his head. He was in closer, and he made this little blooper that if he were playing a little bit deeper would have been borderline to catch, and the run would have scored. He was right there, caught it, ran it back to the infield, and saved a run. I mean, those are little things that, as an outfielder, you play into. You understand situations, the hitter's strength, what he does, and so he does his homework, and it's paying off for saving runs for those Blue Jay pitchers.
Yeah. It says a ton too that obviously he has grown up around baseball. He has seen a lot of fly balls, a lot of ball paths, and things like that. And maybe our brains fill in some of the blanks when you have that much. But this is also a guy who was playing catcher and third base a couple years ago. It's not as if he was every day in left field, every day in center field. It's pretty incredible. How much extra work was there when he found out, hey, you're probably not going to play that much catcher anymore, or in Arizona, we're going to use you in the outfield a lot more? I'd imagine preparing for catcher is its own whole separate thing off to the side. Making that transition has probably unlocked even more for him as an outfielder.
Well, it's unlocked a ton of athleticism that he can help the team with his legs. As an outfielder, what we're trying to do is we don't cover mistakes. Okay, so when a pitcher makes a mistake and he hits it a long way, we don't cover that. But what we want to do is we want to cover the ball that's just slightly mishit up in the air. Anytime the ball's got air, I want to be on it. So for him to transition to that, I mean, he transitioned from center field, he went over to right field, into left field. So now, moving over to right field, we had tons of discussions how to set up with your feet. And so we're always trying to cover gaps. Outfielders, we don't really cover the lines. Lines are irrelevant to us because gaps is where damage is. Lines are lines. If a guy hits it down the line, down inside the foul line, so be it. He's rewarded. If we can get to it, great. But we really want to cover the gaps because that's where the damage is. So trying to get him to understand his feet, how to align between left field and right field. And again, seeing the ball. Left field is the hardest one to play. I'll be honest with you. I mean, it's the most difficult play because you have these right-handed hitters, strong right-handed hitters, and when they clip this ball, and it's a short window. They clip this ball. You kind of have a real small window where you're looking at the ball, and you've got to react much quicker than you ever do in right field. Even with left-handers hitting, for some reason, and again, this might be me, but the window in left field is so small, you really want to have somebody who can really read the ball quickly and not have to be Velcro to the fence and catch everything in front, being able to make plays in the gap and down the line and get to the fence. Right field, the window's more open. There's more room for error. You can see more often, especially with a ton of more right-handed hitters. So he just transitioned because he understands. And with the amount of knowledge I had with all some great outfielders, just the great guys that I had to work with and I learned from, and Bill Verdon, who was the master at teaching outfield play when I was in Pittsburgh, he understood footwork and how important it was and what he needs to do in order to get in position. It's not cheating, but I am going to use my strength and what I need to do. I got to cover my weakness because we all move to one side or another better than others. So we got to make sure that we can always cover gaps in the corners, and my feet might align a little bit different. So nobody's the same, but he understood it very quickly, and he picked up on it so doggone quickly, and it was like he loved it.
Okay, what's Dalton's next step offensively? We've seen him hit a home run off a lefty. We haven't seen that in a while. It looks like mentally he's able to walk away from a bad at bat. His next at bat, it's much better. In your mind, what's the next goal, the next step forward for Dalton offensively?
It's the steepness when things aren't going well. For me, it's and he knows it. He should be going 0 for 20, 0 for 15. I mean, if you're having a good approach and you're swinging at strikes, good things will happen. Again, you'll go 0 for 4, you might hit 3 balls on the nose, and I get that. But I think he's graduating. Hitting is a process. Hitting, I'd heard the other day Justin Turner didn't arrive until 29 and trying to figure things out. I mean, everybody goes through it. Everybody understands a little bit more about themselves. I think he's getting a really good understanding of who he is, what he can do. And, I also think that the trade, never admit it, but I think the trade had a lot to do with it, trying to do more than what he should be capable of doing. Just be Dalton is really good. And I think it put a lot of more pressure on him than he'll admit. But he's just the consistency every at bat, knowing that, hey, when he comes up to the plate, you just see the approach and it's good. And I know this is a result orientated game, but for me, it's just like you grind, you keep at the at bats, you keep graduating, because it's every day. You just can't get lost in, I go 0 for 4, it adds up to, you have 4 poor at bats. The next day, you go 0 for 8, then 4 more poor at bats, and you go 0 for 12. And then now we're trying to catch up. And he's never been able to get out in front. And I think, he's in a position now where he can stay steady. And nobody's asking him to hit 330, but just good at bats, help this team win, drive in some runs. I mean, runs are huge in our lineup. And so if he can just keep adding to it, and everybody's going to hit. I mean, hitting is like, when you're a hitting coach, Jerry, it's like the old Ed Sullivan show when the guy's spinning plates and spinning saucers. Never once do you get all 7 plates spinning at the same time and the saucers all together. You're constantly balancing everything, and it's like you're just trying to juggle. Yeah. So hopefully in your lineup of 9, you got 5 good hitters, and 4 might be scuffling. You might get 6 and 3. You might get, I might have 3 and in 6, and you got a whole lot of work to do. So just that consistency, day in, day out. I know he'll prepare. I know he's preparing already for tonight against Walker. So it's like having an idea, having a plan. That's nothing Don talks about, having a plan at the plate. What is it you want to do? But again, getting a good ball to hit and putting a good swing on it and just having that consistency of at-bats. And that's the goal for him. And I want him to be happy. He loves Toronto. He loves the fans. But, I mean, we liked Arizona, but we love where he's at. And he has fallen in love with Toronto, being part of it, loves it. I mean, as much as he wanted to be in the World Series, I think Toronto is one of the best places he's ever going to stop in his career, and hopefully it's for a long time.
Awesome. Yeah, that was great. That's great to hear that he's having a good time and starting to feel comfortable here. Gary, thanks so much for taking the time.
That's great stuff. You're the best, Gary. Thanks.
All right, you're welcome.
It's awesome.
My
Good luck.
Gary Varsho.
That is Gary Varsho chatting with Blake Murphy and Kevin Barker on a Blake and Barker episode from a couple of days ago. I love that chat. It's a great chat because Gary Varsho, former Major League ball player, former Major League coach. He has been on the show a couple times, but it's great to hear him and how involved he is in his son's career. But again, you can find that conversation on the Blair and Barker podcast feed. Welcome back to the Blue Jays rain delay program. Show Alley with you at Baseball Control in our downtown Toronto studios. I'm joined in studio by Mike Gentili. Mike, how are you?
Hey, rain delay programming. Let's bring Mike out of the bullpen.
Well, you got
for a couple of innings.
We talk about banging programming. You got your show banged completely tonight.
Dude, I'm going to set a record. I'm going to get 2 shows canceled in one night because I'm supposed to be on from 8 to 10, but we'll see what happens. This game's going to start soon. Resume.
Supposedly, this game is supposed to resume. They said 6:45. It's 6:36 here on the East Coast. Maybe it starts closer to 7 o'clock. The ticker on Sportsnet saying in 20 to 40 minutes. So it's a pretty nebulous time. I get the sense, Mike, the reason we are still not sure about a first pitch time, and I kind of wonder based on what we're seeing if we will get one soon, because based on where we are, we're in Baseball Control. We can see the umpires chatting with right before. They were just chatting with John Schneider, Matt Cotaro, the Royals manager, and the Royals, I guess one of their groundskeeper, probably their head's groundskeeper, because he's been seen all afternoon. Mm-hmm. And they were the whole umpiring crew chatting with these 2 managers and the grounds crew. And then now we're getting a shot of they were all kind of testing the infield. It's kind of like when people test their lawns in the morning. They're kind of like tamping it. Oh, feels good. It feels good out here. And it looked like their shoes were making impressions basically on all the turfis that had been spread around the infield dirt on the base pads and where the bases go and so on. And now John Schneider, we have a shot here in Baseball Control addressing the Blue Jays, all of whom seem to be in the Blue Jays dugout. Similarly, Matt Cotaro and the Royals groundskeeper addressing the Royals in the Royals dugout. So it kind of feels like we're like real time seeing if they want to keep playing. I'll just say this though. If they, after a 3-hour rain delay, decided they're going to bang this game,
you know what? Can't do it.
That is an unforgivable offense. I will have lost some of my love for John Schneider and the Blue Jays.
Such a unique rain delay because what was interesting, it wasn't like the first, second, or third inning.
Right.
They got 5 innings in. So as we know, the baseball rules, a game could be made official once 5 innings are played. You don't have to remake it or reschedule it or some kind of doubleheader. You could just, call it a game. And what was interesting was it seems the Jays clearly were pushing for this thing to continue. They're only down a run. They wanted a chance to get back in there. But once you go into a delay, you got to wait 45 minutes. So once the delay's been called, you can't say 10 minutes later, you know what, it looks good. You got to get 45 minutes to make sure the field is in pristine condition. So you're trying to do the X's and O's in terms of what to do with the game.
Right.
You're trying to also look at player safety, which should be number one at this point. Can they get back on this field at all? And then, you know what, you got a bit of a conflict of interest. If you're the Royals, you're like, let's go home. Let's take this W and go.
Yeah. And the Royals have to get on the road too. They're playing the Tigers in Detroit tomorrow.
Right. So why not get the hell out of there?
Yeah.
So what's interesting is what if there's that split? What if one team's like, let's call it and go home, and the other team's like, let's try? It's really the umpire's discretion. And they say, listen, they could wait there forever. Like the whole point in fairness of the game is, can we try to get this thing in? It seemed at the time when they called it, the radar was saying there's at least a couple more hours of rain expected. So it didn't look like it was going to stop anytime soon. It looked like a monsoon out there. And then the tarp came out, and now we're looking like this game's going to resume. And it's kind of a weird one because I don't know how the players feel. They probably all feel like, let's get the hell out of here. But I got to give John Schneider a bit of credit. Fighting this hard to get the chance to get back in the game, which you're down a run, but you really want to seize the moment and try to get a win. I think it's kind of a moment for him. I think this is kind of a cool moment.
I can see John Schneider standing on the dirt, just looking down into the dugout where all the players are kind of in the dugout. And honestly, we can see that's Bowden Francis. There's Nate Pearson, Eric Swanson, a number of the coaches, Don Mattingly blowing a bubble with his gum, Danny Jansen, Bo Bichette is wandering around, Justin Turner. And so you see a lot of the members of this team just kind of waiting. They're just like sitting, waiting, wondering what's going on. And all of them, mostly the pitchers, the position players are largely just in their uniforms, but the pitchers are all wearing hoodies and jackets, probably so they can keep warm, because I can't imagine it's super warm outside after it was been raining for the past several hours.
And they were all soaked.
Kansas City.
You probably want to change your uniform or throw it in the dryer, perhaps.
And we did just see, actually, right before they cut to this shot, Mike, I don't know if you saw this, one of the members of the grounds crew for the Royals just walked over and put the bases back into the turf. So, it seems pretty likely there will be a game. I know they were probably, conversing, hey, how do you feel about the turf? Because there were some shots as well of Kirk throwing a ball around, Bo was throwing a ball around, so probably seeing what the field feels like to be racing around out there and making diving plays and, running and grab, all these different things. So I respect that they took so long, but I think you're right. I mean, if I had to guess, without knowing, I agree in that sense that this is largely falls on the shoulders of John Schneider, if only because before they called it, right? Before it went into a delay, however many hours ago now, one of the last shots we saw was John Schneider emphatically coming out of the dugout being like, no, I'm pretty sure he dropped a few F-bombs in there. Yeah. And he was gesturing, gesticulating very wildly to the umpires to not have them put the tarp out. And then clearly got to a point where they just could not wait anymore. They had to have the tarp come out because it was just raining so heavily. There were puddles of water all over the infield and the outfield. But I mean, as John Schneider stands there right now chatting with one of the umpires, I mean, I tend to agree that basically everything we've seen since this game went into a delay largely falls on Schneider, because you got to think that the Royals in Qatar were lobbying for this to be an official result, a win for them. And John Schneider saying, no, this game got delayed top of the 6th inning. We still have a chance to come back. There were some people on the text line, Mike, that did ask the question, why couldn't they just have, banged this game and well before and played it at the Rogers Center, given that they're playing the Royals starting on Monday for the first of 3. There's an off day on Thursday. One of those games could have been a doubleheader. You could have just played the game on Thursday. I totally get that, but I got to also think that I can't imagine the Royals would really want to mess around with their own travel schedule just to essentially accommodate the Blue Jays having a chance of winning a ball game, essentially.
Totally agree. And Jeff Blair was telling me as well that there's, in the last time they had the CBA negotiations, about the amount of days you're allowed to have in terms of the off days and that sort of thing. So I just wonder, once you make that decision to go into the rain delay and then you look at it, should there be a time that passes that once that time has gone, like the game's just over? Like it's an hour or it's 2 hours?
Right.
Because right now it could be like they could be there all night. They could turn the lights on and play a night game. Right?
Yeah.
But I think what's different about this for me is if it was 2 or 3 innings in and you still want to salvage the game, it makes sense. But the game's already technically complete. So I'm kind of surprised that they let it go this long.
Matt Cattaro now actually just walking over in front of the Blue Jays dugout. He and John Schneider shoulder to shoulder as they hear a little bit of something from one of the umpires. So it looks like they're trying to explain maybe the protocols for tonight, and I guess they're trying to maybe come to a consensus here. Qatar kind of shrugging as they're kind of pointing to each other. So yeah, we'll get as soon as we find out a more precise first pitch time, we'll certainly get that over to you if we do get baseball tonight. I gotta say though, Mike, if you wait this long for a game and you're trailing 2-1, top of the 6th inning would be where we restart this game. They better win this game.
Oh my goodness!
You know
Can you imagine?
Like,
it would be the same thing.
Yeah, could you imagine they go out there and they just get hammered?
They'll give me some classic groundouts.
Oh my gosh!
And, runners left in scoring position.
Yeah, like this has got to be like the you know when they give out the World 2024 Blue Jays World Series DVD in like 8 months. This has got to be the point where they're
this
like
is one of the turning points.
Yeah, it all changed
on that
here.
rainy night in Kansas City.
I don't know. They've got to win this game.
Big advantage for the Jays. Like if you're the Royals, you're mad that you had to go back out there. The game was pretty much done.
Yeah.
You'd be annoyed getting back into this game. If you're the Blue Jays, you got life. You were left for dead. The game was over, and now your manager pushed for it to still go on. If I'm the Jays, I would like look at it like new life. And it goes to show you every win counts. It's so early in the season too. It's so bloody early in the season. But you got to ask yourself, I mean, what other choice would he have? Is there an advantage to take the L and just leave?
Right.
I mean, you have to look at it that way. This now delays everything for them tonight.
Yeah.
And their rest and the prep for the next series and all that sort of thing. But it's a lot of effort to salvage one game.
Well, you and I haven't really had a chance to catch up for a large chunk of the Jays season on the air about, what you've gotten to see out of the Blue Jays. So this is game 26. So through, let's call it 25 and a half games, given what we saw today. I've asked this of a couple of people, Mike, so I'm curious what your take on this is. What have you learned about the Blue Jays through 25 and a half games, 26 games, whatever you want to settle on, you want to round up, you can. But what have you learned about this team that you didn't already know? Because we knew coming into this game that the problems that ailed the team last year were largely going to ail them again this year. The things that were great about the team last year were also probably largely going to be great this year, and that was the pitching and the defense. And the offense still something of a problem, so to speak, when it comes to scratching out runs. Ben Shulman brought this point up with me earlier, but they have not scored more than 5 runs since they lost 9-8 to the Yankees. That was on April 6th. Okay, it is April 25th today. They have not scored more than 5 runs since April 6th, almost a full month, essentially. So what have you learned? And hey, if you're listening to this and you want to weigh in before we get back to game action, you can certainly text us 590-590, name and location. The People's Text line, as you guys know, is always open. But Mike, I'm curious, what have you learned in 26 games that you didn't already know? So you can't say the offense sucks because we kind of already knew that.
Still flawed, but not as bad as people think and say. Like, there's a little more fight. I kind of like, even if it's the same results and it looks very similar to last year, I do like the influx of new players like a Justin Turner. They have it, like last year felt like when things weren't going good in any given game, it was never going to change. This year it feels like even when things aren't going great, with a guy like that, things could, I feel like they're more in games than they were. Right? Even when they feel like things are down, they have a little more pop than they did last year. So I definitely like that. And I saw a stat earlier. It was something when they allow 4 runs or less, they're 13-0. When they allow 5 or more runs, they were 0-10.
That's this year?
That was earlier this week. So allowing 4 runs or less.
My goodness.
So if the pitching's working, 13-0, allowing 5+ runs because they can't out-hit their problems, they're 0-10.
Wow.
So I think it's very similar to last year's team. I think, funny enough, like IKF looks great. Kevin Biggio's flipped the script in terms of what he's done. The Dalton Varsho story has been incredible.
Yeah.
Like, what an absolute turnaround. And it's funny because the big criticism was, well, you can't sit around waiting for someone to just improve.
Yeah.
And that comes to Springer, comes to Varsho, comes to Kirk. But they've all kind of had their moments. So you kind of feel like they're turning the corner, and they got a little more edge to them this year. I think they have a little more bite. I think there's a difference between a team that feels pressure to win and then doesn't deliver versus this is the first year that they're a ridiculed team. This is their first year that they're underdogs, that people don't believe in them anymore.
I see what you mean. Right, right.
Like they have that kind of feel where they didn't have that the last couple of years.
It's really interesting, right? Because Mike, I think a large part of why they are what you say they are in the sense of like you feel like they've been counted out more is I think and Blair said this when I was chatting with him about an hour ago, but I think it's totally true that I was reticent to say this when they struggled in the Tampa series at the beginning of the season. They started the 4-game set against the Rays at the Trop, right? And they won the first game in like wild fashion, and they kind of struggled for the rest of that series offensively. And I remember some people would call in, text in on Jay's Talk, and they'd say, "Oh, this is not a small sample size. I know it's a game 4 of 162 or whatever, but it's not a small sample size because the sample size is actually 162 from 2023 plus 2 wild card games, so 164 plus 4, right? You know what I mean? So I think Blair made the point that at this point, it's not actually a sample size of like 26 games. It's actually a sample size of like 190 something games or whatever. And I think that's why fans are ready to be, like quote unquote out on the team. Like there was a text, and forgive me for not mentioning it. I think it was Dale actually in Nova Scotia, because Dale does text in pretty often. But it was a text earlier, like this is at the beginning of the ball game before the rain really started to fall. But that like fans aren't going to like stand for this anymore. And I've seen a lot more of that sentiment, around the Blue Jays more than I ever did, even at the end of last year. Like last year ended as dismally as it possibly could have, and you and I did a lot of those shows. But gosh, I mean, it's like I don't want to say fans are not willing to give the team the benefit of the doubt, mainly because I think for a lot of people, it's not a whole new season, even though technically it is. It's just like a continuation of what you already seen for like the better part of like 12 plus months, essentially. It
definitely felt like last year rolling into this year, like there wasn't a real divide, because they essentially ran it back.
Right.
With the same team. But the one difference I see this year's show, there's one guy that sticks out. I feel like the clock is ticking on one particular person, and you can kind of wait and wait. But I feel like the clock is ticking on George Springer.
Okay.
Like, George has to be a lot better than he's been. And I think he is one of the guys, like it's a weird thing with this team. When he's going, they're winning. When Danny Jansen's healthy, they're winning. Like it's been proven when these guys are either slumping or not in the lineup, the team suffers. And I think the thing with Springer is like it ain't getting better.
Yeah.
And I think it feels like this is the first time the clock is ticking because they got a problem. They're going to have a problem in center, and they got a problem with the leadoff position. The main problem with the leadoff position is if it ain't him, who is it?
Yeah.
Right? So I think there's been a little weirdness that way. The other problem, show, is to quote someone like a Hulk Hogan, what are you going to do? Like, even if you've discovered that's the issue, what are they going to do? The only thing they could hope is you have a real influx from the Bisons. You have someone like a Tiedemann be able to make the team, and then maybe there's someone that's ripe for a trade to help you get a bat that way. Like, you're not going to get it by just spending money.
No, that's true.
And so the only path out of it is you have someone from the farm come into the major league team and allows you to move someone else out to fill a position. But otherwise, the team you see now, get used to it. It ain't going to change.
Well, do you really think, and I'm not saying what you said is necessarily inherently wrong, but like when you say you can bring up someone from the Bisons, because you're not wrong. You can bring up someone. Like you can call up Nathan Lucas. You can call up.
No, it's like if someone like stood out and was so good that they blasted their way into the lineup.
Right.
It gives you the option to move someone else out there to get some help, right?
And I guess you would have to, because like the only guy who I think has made it a conversation, the only two guys I think that have made it a conversation, one was Addison Barger, and he's now with the team.
Yeah.
So that's no longer an option. And the only other guy really is Aurelvis Martinez. And I think like the problem with bringing up Aurelvis is this is a guy who is, I think, largely projects to be a second baseman, probably. Maybe he can play at third, probably more at second. But it's like, gosh, the Jays have like an overabundance of guys who can play at second base right now. They have Biggio, IKF, Schneider, and Clement. And the problem is that like most of all of those guys I just labeled have all played they've played fine to good. You know what I mean? Like they've like not I don't think any of them have played so great that it's not a conversation that you can't call someone up. But I don't think any of them have played poorly that you need to replace them, which is why you can kind of have the rotation at second and third base. And it's worked out fine. Like they have, of all the 4 guys they mentioned, none of those 4 guys are the problem with the team beyond just you want more power bats in a lineup just from a baseball perspective. But that's kind of like a separate conversation. But it's just, if you were to bring up Orelvis and you have even more of a logjam and you were to trade, I don't know, like IKF, or you were to trade Schneider or something.
Maybe a Schneider.
Yeah, just to clear a spot. I mean, I don't know.
It doesn't change much.
Yeah,
like
would it really make the change?
If you went by position, if I asked you name a position that they have to improve right now, you could say many technically, but here's the thing: Varsho looks fine now. You're probably not touching him, right? You're leaving Springer where he is. Kiermaier's playing great defense, so you probably stick with the outfield. You're not touching first base. You're not touching shortstop. IKF's giving you just what you expected, maybe a little more. He's had a pretty good bat, so he's fine. And then the platoon of Biggio and Schneider and all those dudes at second have been okay. And Kirk's shown a bit of promise. So it's not like there's an easy fix that you're going to put someone in this position and they're going to hit 40 home runs and the Jays are fine. I think a lot of it is you got to keep what you have and hope that they can elevate further than where they've been so far. So there's no obvious hole.
That's what I mean.
That you can just plug.
It's true.
Right now, if it was the off season, so if right now we're in the off season, then I'd say, okay, second base, third base, right field. Like those are problem areas.
Yeah.
But you're not going to be able to change that like now. You're not going to change anyone or trade someone that's in that position to get someone better than them. It makes no sense. Right? Like you're not going to trade Springer and then suddenly end up with a better right fielder.
Right.
This is not going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen. And the players, I've said this many times, but the players that would make differences, right? I'm just going to throw out 2 names, and I think there's almost a 0% chance both these guys get traded.
Makes it even better.
But I'm going to say, let's say Luis Robert Jr. from the White Sox.
Love him.
Pie in the sky target for me. I would love to see him as a Blue Jay. Do I think the White Sox, as abysmal as they are going to trade Luis Robert Jr., barring getting like a really premium prospect? I don't think so. But again, you can dream. Or like Mike Trout, for all we know, right? Like Mike Trout is making $1 billion in Los Angeles, leads the league in home runs, and I mean probably is going to miss the playoffs again, right? And so, and I mean, who knows with Mike Trout? That might be like a Sidney Crosby type thing where he's like maybe he's had conversations with the Angels and has said, "I'd never want to leave. Don't ever trade me." Who knows? We really have no idea, right? But
you know who I was thinking the other day? Someone that's currently miserable where they are, and you never know if they could be had. What about Lindor?
Gosh,
a lot of money there, but my goodness, when he was available, I thought that I would have loved to have seen either him or Jose Ramirez on this team. Would have just been
and hey, Ramirez was the guy last year who I think everyone was like, hey, why don't they go out and get Jose Ramirez? And then he signed the extension and then was like, I never want to leave Cleveland, right? So that's probably never going to happen. But my only point is those are the names that are difference makers that would actually, in theory, change the way this team plays. But I'm not even really sure you could go out and get a Luis Robert Jr. or Martinez and Tiedemann. You know what I mean? Like that might not even be enough. And if that's the case, then you are, like you said earlier, you are kind of largely stuck with what you have. You want to answer some texts? You want to do some text questions? 590, name and location. We are, by the way, still awaiting word on first pitch. So again, the scenes here at Baseball Control, Show Alley and Mike Gentili, the camera shot, which again, the camera is kind of affixed it's kind of like to the facing of the second deck, looking out onto the field of play, and there's no one actually on the field. Like the dirt and the turfus is what it's called, has been spread around. The bases are there. The chalk lines have been repainted. The field looks ready to go. And right now the camera, Mike, is showing us Alejandro Kirk walking in from the bullpen in left field, the Jays bullpen.
And he looks like he's saying, so are we doing this or not?
Yeah, he has all of his gear on. He has his glove. He has the catcher's gear on his knees. He has the chest protector. He has the catcher's helmet on, like the face mask and everything. So he is at least ready right now. But, I mean, they had said that they were targeting like a 7 o'clock start time. And I'm going to guess with basically no one on the field that we are, and it's 2 minutes to 7 o'clock here in the East Coast, that we are not going to start 7 o'clock, but we'll keep you up to date and keep you abreast of any developments that go on at Kauffman Stadium. But again, it's not raining at least. So
you know what this looks like, Show? When you're waiting for like a big press conference and there's the shot of the podium.
Yes.
And you just keep staring at it. There's no one there, but for some reason.
The door is closed on the side.
But when it goes to the podium, you catch yourself staring at it. You can't help it. That's kind of what it looks like now.
It's true. It's very, I'll tell you this, Mike. There is no one in the stands. Like everyone is left. Like I'm not exaggerating when I say if you were to count the people in the stand, there's like 20 people in the stands.
There's more people in the Jays dugout.
I agree, yes,
than there are in the stands.
There was a text here, 590, name and location, which actually makes me chuckle. Peter from Woodstock, listening on SiriusXM about 20 minutes ago. He says, at this point, I'm wondering what will be longer, the actual game or the rain delay. Honestly, probably the rain delay at this point. I don't think that's a joke. It's not a joke. I actually think
you can play a game in 3 hours now.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we went into delay only because I was sitting here in the studio at 3:40. It is now, it's 7 o'clock now, essentially, right? So that's 2 hours and 20 minutes, right? So yeah, depending on how long the sixth inning to the end of this ballgame goes, it might actually be the rain delay. I see here a text from Brian in Toronto. Always enjoy getting texts from Brian. Brian says, I'm glad I changed my win total early on. I brought it down to 82. I thought the hitting was going to be better. It hasn't been. I thought the pitching was going to regress. It hasn't. Though now we have nobody to call upon with Manoah being what he is, the Tiedemann situation. I think huge changes are coming. It is, I think, good to point out for Brian about Manoah and Tiedemann. I do think this because Tiedemann, if people are unaware, I think most people are, but just in case, Tiedemann with the elbow injury, as a lefty, is a left elbow injury. And that's never great for young pitchers, Mike, especially in this climate where like guys get injured all the time, it feels like, right? So that's not promising. You hope for the best. We haven't heard too many.
Pitching injuries, you never want it to be the arm.
Yeah, the arm, the thing they need to throw the baseball. Yes, no. And again, like, you hear all these things about like elbow inflammation, shoulder inflammation, forearm tightness. And unfortunately, a lot of times that leads to Tommy John surgery. Again, you hope that's not the case for Ricky Tiedemann because I thought one of my bold predictions was he would, and I think you had the same thing that Tiedemann would pitch more than Manoah.
Yeah, that was our burning question.
Yeah. When we were doing that before the season started, I don't know.
I still like it, but I don't
think that's going to happen anymore, honestly, because I don't know. Do you really want to risk it with Tiedemann if like he's that important? Do you really want to risk it, whether as a trade piece or as someone who will actually pitch for the Blue Jays? Gosh, like, I don't know. You want to risk that. He might not pitch again this season, honestly, which is pretty crazy.
We may have to expand that question to not innings with the Blue Jays, even side sessions, practice, that sort of thing.
Manoah, so 2 starts ago, Mike, Manoah had a very promising outing. He was throwing the back foot slider, making guys look silly. He got through 5 2/3. He allowed 2 earned runs. And it was a 2-run shot that he had given up in the first inning. So it was something like fly out, ground out, single, home run, out. That was kind of how the first inning went for Manoah 2 starts ago. He allowed 3 hits the rest of the way, no earned runs, around 90-something pitches. And that was 2 starts ago. And then the other day, was it yesterday or the day before? Honestly, time was a flat circle at this point. But
not good.
Not great. 88 pitches, 7 hits in 3 innings. 6 earned runs, 2 home runs given up, lots of hard contact. Again, 3 innings, meaning he did not get particularly deep into that ballgame despite throwing almost 90 pitches. So it's not great, only because you kind of felt like 2 starts ago he had taken a step forward, and now he hasn't. And to Brian's point, it does mean that the Blue Jays really don't have a lot of options in the minors waiting, right? I mean, like the closest guy in the minors was Tiedemann. He's probably not going to pitch. Manoah, not going to pitch anytime soon at the very least. So it kind of means like Bowden Francis just went on the IL today. So that essentially means that at least for the next 2 weeks, right? You kind of need Yariel Rodriguez to be that guy. And the nice thing is he's been great.
He's certainly your most important pitcher.
Yeah, and in a way, it's nice that he's been good because it means you feel good about it. But the margin for error, and this is a thing we've talked about this team all year. It's not just with the pitching, but like the margin for error for everything is razor slim. Like they have to walk that tightrope every game. Every game. Look, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. Could be the worst team in Major League Baseball. Like they play the Rockies away from Coors Field, and they still lost one of those 3 games. Or they could be playing the Dodgers starting tomorrow, and the margins are super tight every time.
Well, and to your point, if everything went according to plan, the Jays are probably going to be a game or 2 in the playoffs or a game or 2 out. Like if everything went according to plan, it was already going to be a tight race to begin with.
Yeah.
So And that's with everything according to plan. Then you start factoring injuries into it. You're right. You're like one move that could suddenly go from 1 or 2 games out to 3, 4, 5 by the time you get to the end of the season. So it's a very tricky time, which I think explains why Schneider's just so revved up to get this game going.
Oh my gosh, I know, right?
Right? I think also just on the Manoah point, I kind of feel with him, it's different than the other kind of pitchers you'd look at to bring back. It feels like with him, if he does come back, it's got to be as close to a for sure thing as you can get. Like, there was no point to rush this guy back.
I see what you mean.
For
Right,
sure.
right.
Because I just think where he is mentally, to bring him back, only to send him back again, is just going to send the team and himself backwards. So I think with him, you're going to have to see like a long stretch of positivity before you can officially say, okay, now this guy can come back, which means he's further away than we think he is.
Because the Jays are now approaching, kind of, like they're coming out like midway through this 30-day window by the end of which they have to make a decision. They don't have to make a decision on his status until the end of this 30 days. So if that's the case, then gosh, I mean, even if he gets, let's call it 2 or 3 more starts for the Bisons by the end of these 30 days, you hope you see enough progress to make a decision. But even if he pitched great in the next 3 straight games, which honestly, based on the work we've seen from him in the minors so far, doesn't seem like that likely. Even if we allow for it and he does pitch great, it still feels like you want to. The leash needs to be a little bit longer. Like I still feel like I would feel uncomfortable with having him called back up to the majors at the end of the 30 days and just plunking him back in the rotation right away because of the struggles. It's not as though he had a very short period of struggle. It's been such a long time, right? So I don't know. I hope he figures it out. I really do, because I quite enjoyed watching him pitch. He's a lot of fun. He has the emotional aspect to him in terms of being like a guy that's fired up and telling guys to sit down and all these things. Like, I personally kind of enjoy that kind of stuff, but I mean, I feel like we're farther away from that than you maybe might think, even if he does have a pretty good next couple outings at Buffalo.
Did you see the latest couple of texts here, show? We have an out-of-towner.
Okay.
Greg from Florence, Italy.
Ooh.
I haven't seen one of those in there.
Is that where your family's from? Florence?
No, not from there. But hey, Paisan, thanks for listening. The Jays haven't been the same since blowing Game 2 against Seattle a couple years ago. The front office has not done enough since.
That's fair.
I guess it's fair. It's accurate. They are the same team that they were. Yeah. But thank you to Greg for listening in. Did you see the other one here? What is your go-to snack to eat at the ballpark? Come on, Joe. What do you like there?
My favorite snack at the ballpark? God. I don't know. What's your favorite snack?
Well, first off, this sounds like an absolute rain delay text. Let's just put that out there.
Very much a rain delay text. Look, once on a rain delay, I talked with Ben Schulman about how I worked on a boat, for a summer when I was in university. So this is right up. This is right in the rain
hold
delay.
On. So you are the host, producer of all our Jays games here. Yeah. So this is something that you are prepared for.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Like and you've done it before.
Sure.
So do you have like topics? Do you have like a emergency plan, the emergency show that you do in case there's a 3 to 4 hour rain delay?
It's when we play
all the topics.
It's when we play Immaculate Grid. We play Immaculate Grid with all the listeners.
I'm gonna go popcorn.
Okay.
For a snack, because a hot dog's not a snack.
No, okay. I would say
snack?
See, here's the thing. I think anything you eat at the ballpark is a snack. Anything you consume is a snack.
Yeah, okay. Hot dog and popcorn.
I see. That's popcorn is kind of like you know why I say no to popcorn? Because popcorn is to me a very like a movie theater snack. You know what I mean? It's like you eat popcorn when you're at the movies. I don't really care. I think I said this to you before, but I also kind of hate eating at sporting events. I kind of really don't eat, or at the very least,
I'm with you. I like eating before.
Yeah,
or grabbing a bite after. I just want to watch the game when I'm there.
Exactly. They renovated the Rogers Center. They made it a lot easier for you to eat snacks in your seat with the cup holders and everything. But honestly, one of my favorite things they added at the Rogers Center, truly, is that when you're going down to the 100 level sections, there's like stand up kind of like tables almost, right? And that's great because then I can just fill my face with all the food without having to sit down. It's great.
I never sit down in the seat and eat. I have to find one of those places near the concourse, and then when I sit down, nothing but a drink.
That's really funny.
I find people get a lot of weird stuff. I was at a water park a couple weeks ago. People were in their swimsuits.
Yeah.
Ordering nachos and cheese. That's What are you doing?
At a water park?
Yeah, it's like trying to eat soup naked. What are you doing? and I'll see these people that like go to their seat with like a hot dog, nachos, cheese, popcorn, and like, where are you going, man? Like you're not going to not get that on you. And that's where popcorn is bad. I've never eaten a bag cleanly. There's always shrapnel.
Man, like
you can't eat at Cleveland.
Water park with nacho cheese?
Yeah. It's like, what are you doing, man? It's like your bathing suit. Let's have some melted cheese.
Have you ever seen, Mike, like I know we're getting way down the rabbit hole here, but I mean, whatever. We're still waiting on
We'll
first
get
pitch.
back to sports in a second. Absolutely.
Have you ever seen, and I've always been curious about what the Rogers Center would do, which is why it was really interesting. And you and I went together to when they had like the media day or whatever at the Dome when they reopened things, and we got to see the kind of new concoctions they have for fans to eat, like drinks and food and whatever. But I always enjoy seeing what other ballparks come up with. Like I remember when, you know what, it was when the Braves won the World Series a couple of years ago, right? And they came up with it was a burger that was genuinely like 12 inches, 18 inches high in height with all the toppings. And then it was like covered in gold leaf to like commemorate their championship.
Yes,
do you remember this?
Yes, I remember this. And wasn't it like $90 or something for the burger?
Exactly. It was like the number had something to do with their championship. It was like the number of years the Braves had existed or something like that, right? But it was covered in gold leaf. And I remember thinking to myself, like, I would probably try this just to say I ate a burger that was like gold plated, essentially. And then the Rangers, I think they did something similar after they won last year. But they also for a very long time, and I remember I had this conversation with Ben Schulman. They have in their ballpark, in the new ballpark, which is like the brand new one they opened in Texas. It's called, I think they call it the Boomstick. It's essentially like a gigantic hot dog that they come in like a trough almost that you can like pick up and walk away from the counter with, and it's just like you can barely see the hot dog. It's just covered in everything. Like I've always kind of hoped secretly that the Blue Jays would come up with something like really gross like that at the Rogers Center.
Some of these things look like an SNL skit. I forget which team it was this year. It was a hot dog. Then I think there was chili on top of it, and then they lined it with pierogies.
Really?
Like you're trying to incite
at a ballpark?
Yeah, you should only serve those close by a defibrillator. What are you trying to do to people? You're trying to make people never come back?
You would try it.
Oh no, that one's nuts.
Pierogies that's where you draw the line.
Oh, it just seemed like 5 meals it looks like an SNL skit. I don't know if you ever saw that skit where it's like a Mexican restaurant.
Yes.
And they keep taking the taco and wrapping it into something else and deep frying it and all that sort of thing. Someone asked, the Jays need a McGriff Fernandez Carter Alomar type of trade. Okay. And I still was alive when that trade happened. I still remember because Pat Gillick was called Stand Pat. Everyone was so mad because he would refuse to make a trade.
Right.
And this is when he found out about trades when he opened a newspaper and showed the front of the paper was the headshot of those 4 guys.
Okay.
McGriff gone. Alomar comes in. Carter, Alomar, Carter come in. McGriff and Tony Fernandez gone. Here's the thing: if you do that kind of move, like then you got to be looking at trading like Vlad or Bo.
Well, I think that's what they mean, right?
Right. So years ago, it's true. If you would have said turn Vlad into Juan Soto or Fernando Tatis or something like that, maybe. But like those are like generational trades that aren't likely, and I don't think that's possible, and I don't think that's going to fix the team.
Do you think? And I wonder. Paul is from Toronto, who texted this in, and I mean I know a lot of people who listen are not only from Toronto, obviously, like they come from all over the country, but I do wonder if the Kawhi Leonard trade, to draw a line, like a dotted line to the Raptors for just a quick second, I do wonder if like the result of the Kawhi Leonard trade, and certainly seeing trades in other sports as well, but I do genuinely wonder if, you see that happen in your city. Kawhi Leonard comes in here for 1 year. And I remember when he got traded here, a lot of the conversation was, oh, will he even report to the team? Like, will he even play? Will he ever play for the Raptors?
There was doubt of him even playing.
Yeah, and like, would he even want to even talk to these guys? Like, who knows, right? And then obviously he did, and the load management was invented essentially, and then they go out and they win the NBA title, and then he leaves, right? But like that will forever live in this city as a moment of like ballsy, like chutzpah for them going out and making a franchise-altering trade that could have easily not worked out, right? It could have very easily not, like the Kawhi Leonard could have been great, but the Raptors lose to the Bucks in 7 games or something, and they never get to the NBA Finals.
If that shot doesn't fall, baseball history is told
Maybe they
differently.
lose in overtime against the 76ers. Who knows, right? But I only bring it up because I do sometimes wonder if that has somewhat skewed the perception of how easy it is to make a franchise-altering trade
I see
that
your point.
works. You know what I mean? Like trade Vladdy and Bo and go out and get Luis Ariz and Luis Robert Jr. and Juan Soto and remake the core of this team, and boom, World Series contenders because the pitching is good and the defense is already good. You know what I mean? Like
I would just say cite
that's
the examples. What are all the examples of those kinds of trades that happen often? They don't. Hey, I got one for your show.
Yeah.
This is a great one. Simon from the great city of Bowmanville. Great city of Bowmanville. I don't know if it's great, but it's definitely a city, Bowmanville. What was your fall in love with baseball moment?
What's yours?
Oh, it's weird. I don't know if we have time. I think we have to hit a break here soon, but maybe on the other side we'll do it.
It looks like the
we're good.
The umpires are still
okay.
inspecting
Fall
the
in love
infield.
with baseball moment.
Go nuts. Go ham.
I would say
Blair was trying his best to distract us.
It's okay. This is weird. 1988, sort of between 88 and 90. So this is pre-Blue Jays success. I mean, they had one. They had the pennant in 85, but for some reason, Oral Hershiser had 59 straight scoreless innings. They won the World Series. Tommy Lasorda. It was just something. It was just so different in baseball. It was a real fall in love moment from a Blue Jay standpoint. I mean, we were already there, but I mean, the Alomar home run against Dennis Eckersley, is still my favorite Jays home run over them all, including the Carter one.
Including Carter,
by the way.
I think for me, because I'm a little younger than you are, Mike, so I was alive for that, but I not enough to have a definitive memory of that. I was quite young when that happened. I think for me, because of that, a large part of my baseball fandom was formed by Doc and Carlos Delgado. Mm-hmm. And they are my two favorite baseball players of all time. I actually think Carlos Delgado is my favorite baseball player ever. And I think second was Doc, Roy Halladay. And watching them, I don't know if I could pinpoint maybe an exact moment in a game that necessarily led to, saying this is my fall in love with baseball moment, but definitely the memorable moments from their careers in the mid to late 90s, early 2000s is easily what I think of when I think of why I love baseball. You know what I mean? And it was crushing when Doc got traded to the Phillies, and then certainly when he passed away. I was working here when that happened. I think I just started working here, and that was a crazy moment. I remember I think Blair was doing the Jeff Blair show maybe at the time, and anyways, I just remember when that happened, and it was the newsroom was at a standstill when that news came down. Also, funnily enough, this is kind of a tangent, Mike, but during the pandemic when we were, there were no sports and we had no idea what was going on. I was hosting a lot of shows remotely, and I remember no one had anything to do, right? We had Bill Guerin on talking about when he was a player, and we had all sorts of guys, coaches from the NHL and from all over baseball and basketball. It was kind of interesting actually, even though I don't necessarily want to go back to that period of time. But I got a chance to interview Carlos Delgado, and I think that was one of the coolest things I have ever done working on the radio, just because I thought to myself, gosh, I gotta not be a huge fanboy here when I talked to Delgado, and he couldn't have been nicer. He talked to us for half an hour. It was great.
Do we have time for a wild, weird Carlos Delgado story?
We absolutely do. Yes.
All right. Okay, here we go. I'm an intern at the Fan. We're in the 90s at this point.
Okay.
I was working on a feature called Faces of the Game. And every week there'd be a MLB conference call where there'd be a player. And at that point, it was Kurt Schilling and those kind of guys.
Yeah.
And it was press 4 to ask a question. And I would always look at the board and want to do it and just chicken out.
Right.
So I'm a kid. What am I doing? So one day it's Carlos Delgado of the Jays is on the weekly conference call. And I'm like, well, if it's ever going to happen, this is the one.
Sure.
It's in Toronto.
Yeah.
So I'm looking so we get to the end of the conference call and I'm just literally my finger's right over. It's press 4 to ask a question. So I press it. And then they go to me. Now I'm recording this whole thing.
Right.
So remember, this is my first chance to do it. And
how old are you at this point, you think?
I would have been 20.
Okay.
19 or 20.
Okay. All right.
Okay. 19 or 20. So they finally select me. So I'm now next in the queue. And you had to log in and sort of give your, give your name and affiliation and all that sort of thing. This was so embarrassing. I remember Gord Stellick even took this tape and played it on his show. They finally went to me.
It was on Landry and Stellick?
No, this was the big show when Gord was on from 1 to 4.
Oh, okay.
So I hit 4 to ask a question to Delgado. They finally go to it.
Yeah.
And they go, next question, Mike, genital, fan 590, please go ahead. And I froze. So embarrassing. I didn't know what the hell question I had to ask. So I tell that story, and then they grabbed the tape and they played it on the air. So there you go. That was.
I wonder if that still
was
exists.
my intro.
I wonder if that exists anywhere still. It's got to.
It was
It's got to.
It was on a DAT, like a little DAT tape.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Very small thing. I think it lives somewhere.
That's really funny.
We should do an update of what's going on here. You know what this looks like? Schneider and all these guys, you know what this looks like? When you're hanging out with your neighbors and you don't want to go back inside. You want to just like elongate the night a little bit and hang out. So I'm not sure what's happening here.
It's just like, like when people would buy houses and they have to like offer a blind bid, and then they offer a blind bid and then they go and confer, and then the other group confers with their lawyers, and then they bring back the bid. Okay, well, you're close. You're really close to the top of the bidding pool. What are you going to do now? And then they another round of bidding. That's kind of what it feels like. Because I feel like all I've seen on this television for the past like half an hour, honestly, has been the umpires running from one dugout to another, then like running out into the field, like stepping all over the field, the infield dirt, and then running back to John Schneider. They kind of bob their heads up and down a little bit. Schneider goes into the dugout talking to Pete Walker and Vogelbach and Danny Jansen and the rest of these guys. And then the camera cuts to the umpire sprinting across to Matt Cotaro, bobbing his head up and down. And then Cotaro goes into the dugout, talks to Bobby Witt Jr. and all these guys in the Royals dugout. And then he runs out. And then we just actually got a shot of them. The umpire is just running away. Like they just ran up a little catwalk or something back inside. Like they're back inside the stadium in the bowels of Kauffman Stadium or whatever. So I guess there's no real update as to what's happening after we thought maybe we would start
This
as
is a wild night. It's
6:45.
It's 7:20. They haven't started yet. This is going to be a night that we're going to always remember. Remember that weird night last year? Chris Bassett throws a complete game shutout against the Braves at home, which was the same night the Leafs get bounced by the Panthers in the playoffs. And we had to do a baseball/hockey show right away. That was a wild night. I know what's more interesting, watching the monitor of everyone wondering what's going on in Kansas City or our control room. Very, very similar. It's just everyone just waiting around for just some kind of word as to what's happening. We have not had an official word yet.
That's Mike Gentili. I'm Show Ali. You're listening right now, as you have been for the better part of 3 hours, to the Blue Jays Rain Delay program here on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Mike and I are in the Baseball Control downtown Toronto studios, as again we are awaiting right now the situation. Again, if you're really just joining us now, I bet you've already figured out that the Blue Jays are in rain delay. But if you are just joining us now, the Blue Jays tried to get through an official game at the very least. When this game was put into delay, it was the top of the sixth inning. The bottom of the fifth inning had just wrapped up. John Schneider comes out of the Blue Jays dugout at Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City after the bottom of the fifth, pointing in every which way. And then it looks like he did not want the game to be put into delay, Mike. It was put into delay. We haven't really gotten a clear update as to whether or not this game will resume. It certainly feels like it will resume because after the tarp was on the field through some really crazy rain and weather, lightning going on all around Kauffman Stadium as well in Kansas City, the grounds crew came out. They took the tarp off the field. They repainted the lines. The bases are on the field. They put the turfus out there as well. Like the field looks like it's ready. But the field's been ready for like almost half an hour, essentially, right? So I'm not really sure what the delay is. Maybe they're still trying to figure out. The only thing I could think of is not only are they trying to figure out is the field suitable to actually play on. Mm-hmm. I kind of wonder if they're still trying to figure out if lightning is in the area. That's complete speculation off the top of my head, mainly because we have no idea what's going on. But
there was earlier. I remember checking out the old radar because that's a deal breaker.
Yeah, exactly.
That's completely different.
And that's the same in the NFL, for example, as well, right? I mean, I think in where the stadium is, for example, just to put it in perspective, I think Kauffman Stadium is like across the street from Arrowhead, where the Chiefs play. But I only bring it up because you see in the NFL as well, and I think this is just like a thing for outdoor stadiums. If there's lightning in like a certain radius, that's it, right? Like they just don't even risk it. So I kind of wonder, it's not raining right now. I did just get a very quick glimpse, like the briefest fleeting glimpse of Arden Zwelling milling about the field. So maybe we can get some inside scoops from Arden. Maybe we can get Arden to like run into the Jays dugout and find out what's
Arden
going on.
was taking some bases there.
Maybe he was. He has been doing
this
a lot
has to be a new sign show because there's way more people. First, it was Kirk and no one else.
Yeah.
Now everyone's milling about like this thing looks like it's going to get started at some point.
Well, they had some of the Blue Jays pitchers, including the Blue Jays, like the bullpen staff, kind of walk. They've done this a couple times now, but they've walked from the bullpen out in left field to the dugout and then just back in. So they're clearly just waiting, right? And it's kind of funny. The one of the bullpen coaches kind of just like made a little gesture to his watch and kind of just shrugged. So I don't think they really know. You know what I mean? I don't think it's like they've been told, yeah, we're starting at 7:25, and they haven't. You know what I mean? It just feels like they actually haven't made a real concrete decision yet. Kind of bizarre, honestly.
You know, if we make this segment any longer, they're going to put our names in the level of excellence in this studio for doing rain delay shows. It's always fun.
Micah, we got that.
We got a ton of texts here.
We got that text from Peter in Woodstock. I think his text about what will be longer, the game or the rain delay. I think at this point, almost certainly the rain delay.
Oh, I'm putting money on rain delay.
Right?
You kidding?
I'm telling you, man, if they play this game and the first AB is a ground out to short, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to tear my hair out. Honest to God. No one wants that. There's not one person on earth who wants that. Actually, it looks like the Blue Jays are going back into the dugout right now, kind of.
I see a lot. I saw Danny Jansen and Justin Turner shaking his head.
George Springer just grabbed his batting glove and his bat, and I'm getting word that they did bang this game. I think they did.
It's over.
They did call this one. So again, we're gonna have to wait to get official word on this. But yeah, so just to explain what's going on in the dugout, I just painted the picture, Mike, of all of these players waiting around the dugout, and then all as one, in unison, they all got up.
Yeah, we saw head shaking, and they were done.
And they Springer picked up both his bats. He picked up his glove, picked up some towels. They're in the bullpen right now. Looks like they're putting stuff away in bags. Yeah, it looks like they're packing stuff in bags and are walking away. So
they're cleaning up quicker than when I have company announce they're coming over.
Yes,
and I'm trying to make the house look respectable.
They're absolutely. I am strongly thinking this game is not happening. You know what that means, though, Mike? It might mean your Sportsnet tonight.
So
is
my Sportsnet tonight is back on the air at 8 o'clock. There you go.
That's funny. We haven't actually gotten official word yet, but I'm willing to guess, based on the fact that the bullpen coaches just packed up the entire bullpen. Oh, it looks like the lights actually just went out in the bullpen as well. So
that's another signal when they turn the stadium lights out.
Never mind. You know what? And to put a nice bow on this, they just killed the feed from Kauffman Stadium. So it's a nice. It is a nice a banger of a game in the way you don't want.
What a waste of time. They wasted 3.5 hours to just not do what they should have done before. And now would this not be ruled a loss? It's going to be a Jays loss to the Royals. Unreal.
So it looks here. Okay, so I'm just gonna read you from Ben Nicholson Smith, who actually is in Kansas City. He is there with Arden, with the Sportsnet crew, with Dan Schulman as well. He just tweeted this a minute ago from the KC press box. Ben actually joined me earlier. He was my first guest in the rain delay program. He just tweeted this from the KC press box. Attention, media. It's over. So Royals win. The Royals, Mike, officially win. They win 2-1 after a 3-hour and 38-minute rain delay. The Blue Jays have now lost 3 games in a row. They have lost 4 of their last 5. They are now 13-13 on the season. And unfortunately, after a 3.5-hour rain delay, that means they're going to come back to Toronto and unfortunately, I guess have to come in late tonight. The Royals are going to get to Detroit late tomorrow, and both these teams are going to have to play their opponents, the Dodgers for the Blue Jays, the Detroit Tigers for the Royals, on very little rest, I'm going to guess.
Big Shohei night. Where do you stand on that?
You mean did you boo him or something? Is that what you mean?
I think 1,000% he's going to get booed.
Would you boo him?
You know, I was thinking about it earlier. I mean, at the end of the day, whether he used them or not, he didn't do nothing wrong. He just went and signed with another team. But if you're a Jays fan, you paid money, you're down there, that's the opponent, of course you boo him. I would.
You know what? I'll say this. You pay for a ticket, barring saying things that are mean, I think you can boo.
Right.
Say if you say something that's inappropriate and then you suffer a consequence for it, I don't have any sympathy for you. But if you pay for a ticket and you go out there and you want to be like, hey, Shohei, I bet your shoes smell real bad. You know what I mean? I think that's
even if he never intended, he still gave you your number and didn't answer when you called.
Yeah.
He still ghosted you when you tried to text.
Not great.
Right?
And now he's coming to town with his hot new girlfriend, essentially. It's not great.
Exactly. Well, and let's just say his season has not gone the way that he had expected it as well.
That is Mike Gentili. I'm Show Ali. Well, Mike, this was fun.
I think we did more on this show than the Jays did on the field today. I think we spent more time in that segment than they played baseball.
They scored 1 run today, and it was an Ernie Clement RBI single, which, hey, great for Ernie Clement, great contact hitter. But unfortunately, that is all she wrote. If you've been following along with me for the past almost 4 hours, I very much appreciate it. It's been kind of an odd afternoon, given that,
to say the least.
Yeah, kind of like you kind of thought this game would get going, but alas, no. The Blue Jays do lose again after a 3-hour, 38-minute rain delay. They officially bang this one, which means again the Blue Jays are 2-1 losers, and they have now lost 3 of their last 4 and 4 of their last 5. Let's take a break. You've been listening to the Blue Jays Rain Delay program. Show Alley and Mike Gentili with you on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Bring excitement to your landscape with proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better, so they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs, in the distinctive white container at your local garden center. Or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Runner going, throw down to second. They got him.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network. We're 2 men and a truck. And we've got lots of men and lots of trucks. Whether you're planning a move to a new home or to a new office down the hall, big or small, we move them all. We even sell packing and moving supplies. But no matter what you need, we'll do it with a smile. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. So when you're planning your next move, call 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Hey, this is Danny Jansen. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Back to Blue Jays baseball, I guess. After 4 hours of delay, the game finally has ended. They decide to call it at 5 innings after a lengthy rain delay. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Feels like it's 2025 right now, but the Blue Jays lose today's game 2-1 in 5 innings. And Chris, it was still a pretty good day for Jose Berrios, despite the Blue Jays picking up a loss. Yes, he gave up the early home run and will pick up his first loss of the season. But right after the Salvador Perez home run, he settled down and pitched 4 pretty good innings.
Well, let me see if I can remember exactly what happened. But no, he looked good. Obviously, there was a ton of rain, and we saw this with Cole Reagans too. There was rain on the hands, rain on the pants. So every time you go to wipe that rain off of your hand, you're getting your pants wet. So it's kind of it's everything kind of snowballs on you, right? You need to throw the off-speed pitch, but you can't throw the off-speed pitch because your hand's wet. You go to wipe your pants, the rain comes off your hand on your pants, but the next time you wipe your hand on your pants, your hand stays wet because your pants are wet. There's so many things that are happening, and Jose Berrios did a good job of powering through that. He didn't have his best stuff today. He didn't have his best fastball. Obviously, it was raining. It was a little bit chilly. It was about 15, you said. It was windy, but he grinded through it. He gave up that 1 home run to Salvador Perez. But other than that, he grinded through it, and that's what good pitchers do. That's kind of what we've seen all season from him. He hasn't had that good slider for the last couple of games now, and he's just grinded through it, commanding that fastball, throwing that good hard sinker when he needs to. he's a guy to me that could potentially win a Cy Young. And I know it's early. I know it's early in this season, only 6 games in. And yes, he has great numbers, but he's a guy, and a lot like Justin Verlander. You see this. Some days he doesn't have his best stuff, and this is kind of how I see a great pitcher is getting through one of those games when you don't have your best stuff. And today he really didn't have even remotely close to his best stuff. Fastball was 91, 90, 92. We saw a couple 93s in there. There was no real slider because of the weather and the rain. But he got through it. He gave up 2 runs in 5 innings, and he got through it, and his ERA is 1.23 now.
Which is the best through 6 starts in Blue Jays history. At best, Dave Steeb's 1983 mark of 1.28. So he just edges out Steeb. There on the other side, Cole Reagan's very good. For Berrios, his line, by the way, 5 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, 3 walks, 1 K. Reagan's very good as well. 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Justin Turner gets robbed of a hit on a diving catch in the second, comes up with a double in the fourth. That the lone Blue Jays extra base hit in the 5 innings they played. Ernie Clement would knock in a single with a run. Yeah, Davis Schneider with 2 walks, and Dalton Varsho extended a hit streak to 6. I mean, it's hard to lump it in with the other games because it was cut off after 5, but another, not booming offensive day by any means for the Blue Jays, and they end up losing this one 2-1, and now have to come home a lot later than they were expecting to come home, Chris, with a very tough Los Angeles Dodgers team on the horizon.
Well, I think that's the hardest thing for a player. You see, obviously, John Schneider was fighting to play this game. John Schneider was fighting to potentially win this game and tie the game and potentially go ahead, but you still had 4 innings left, and I understand that. But as a player, you look at the 4-hour delay, and you're sitting around for 4 hours. Yes, you're stretching. Yes, you're in the cage. You're doing whatever you can to stay loose, but you can't do that for 4 hours. How do you ramp that back up and, number one, stay healthy, right? Like you have
probably eat a dinner in the middle there.
Well, your belly is probably full. There's a lot of things going against you. And I think that John Schneider, yes, I understand that you want to win this. You want to win this ball game, especially because you've lost 2 in a row. But from a player's point of view, this has got to be the worst thing ever. Sitting around for 4 hours, humming and hawing whether this game's going to be played. The game should have been banged. I mean, I'm looking at the radar. This game should have been banged 3 hours ago, 3.5 hours ago.
Well, I personally, at least, I still can't. I'd love to know what happened from the umpire's perspective there.
Well, John Schneider was arguing.
I know, but he's not in control of if games go on or not. He's the manager of the team, and they're trying to win games. Why did the umpires delay this game 4 hours to then still end it when it was always an official game? That's a question maybe we'll have answered, maybe we won't. But some more questions will be answered coming up in just a second with the post-game show with Blair and Barker. The Blue Jays lose today 2-1. Blue Jays score 1 run on 3 hits, no errors, 5 left. The Royals 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, 3 left. Cole Reagan's with the win goes to 1-2. Jose Berrios with the loss goes to 4-1. And the Blue Jays are 13-13 after the loss, losing this series 3-1 to the Royals. The Blue Jays back home tomorrow. 7:07 is the first pitch. Chris Bassett on the mound against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Gavin Stone will oppose him, and that's going to do it. Finally, for our live game coverage today. However, more going on. I'm sure there are lots of questions, calls that you might want to get in and have answered. So now is your time for our original technical director, Tom Young, and Austin Mackey manning the ones and zeros right now. Our great host and producer, Show Ali, who carried you through it all. And my partner, Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman. Appreciate you hanging around. Get your calls in because Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker.
Jays Talk. The numbers are 416-870-0590, star 591, 888-666-0590. I mean, I was looking forward to doing this. I figured people were going to be so upset if the Jays blew this one. I was looking forward to doing Blue Jays Talk. It's, it was 3 hours and 38 minutes ago. But if you got something you want to get off your chest, feel free to call us at 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. Maybe we should just talk about how excited we're all going to be tomorrow to see Shohei Ohtani in Toronto, finally.
You are very excited?
I mean, kind of.
Yeah, I think this is a very important series for the Blue Jays. Coming home, and now you're at 500, and your offense still looks the way it looks.
How's it important?
You're pitching. Well, I mean,
you got a chance. You got a prayer against these guys?
I think so. I mean, you always have a prayer because of your pitching. I mean, their starting pitching is really, really good. I mean, for the most part, they play good enough defense, and a lot of the times baseball IQ's there. It's just offensively, right? It's situational hitting. It's just guys that sort of, I mean, you don't even have to know by watching the game. If you look at if you look at the box score, you sort of know what happened, right? So, it's again, hopefully they get another good start or a couple of good starts in a row and
giddy up.
And somebody, has a better at bat with a guy standing at third.
So the Jays have lost 3 in a row, 4 of 5. They lost 2-1 today. The Kansas City Royals. Jose Berrios, velocity was down dramatically. I think 3 miles per hour on your 4-seamer is dramatic.
Yeah.
Maybe John Schneider will have something to say about that. The conditions certainly were not ideal. Mm-hmm. The whole rain delay, my understanding of rain delays is pretty simple. It's the crew chief in consultation with Major League Baseball in consultation with the home team. Both of these teams had off days on Thursday. I mean, if they really want next Thursday, if they really want to, I suppose they could have just said, don't even bother showing up today to play the game. But it was an official game. It was 5 innings. I don't understand. Well, Dan Schulman is reporting that the reason is that the umpires didn't feel the field was safe enough to play. They thought it was safe enough in the 5th inning when there was an ocean by Bo Bichette. But either way, it was. It just doesn't it sum up the road trip? It sums up the road trip.
Yeah, maybe you're trying to blame the umpires.
No, I'm just saying it's the frustration. It sums up the road trip.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the road trip is what it is, right? They scored 10 runs in 4 games, and 5 of those came in 1 game. It's just, I think if that's what you're talking about, that part of it, absolutely. You sort of know predictability with the pitching staff you're going to get there. You know what you're going to get offensively. Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I do now.
One day from the other that somebody may show up and have a better at bat, and it's just situational. And
on this road trip.
It's a hard watch.
Bo and Vladdy were 12 for 56 with 3 RBIs for Bo, 2 runs scored. Those RBIs came in the triple. Vladdy had a couple of runs and an RBI.
Yeah, they're not going to win a bunch of games because of where they hit in the order and what people are doing around them or not what they're doing around them. So, yeah, it's important. And then you add Kirky to the mix. I mean, he came up in the 2nd inning, 1st and 3rd and 2 outs, and hit a little fly ball to right, and then he came up in the 4th inning or 5th inning or whatever it was, with 1st and 3rd. It's the same thing, right? It's the bat dragging. It's it's sort of it's just hands are getting pretty far away from the body. What sort of made him and with people that didn't know him was how compact his swing was, right? How close his hands were to his body. Him being able to sort of cover all parts, no matter how hard you throw. Now all of a sudden it's he's flying open a little bit, bat's dragging. You can tell by how far his hands look back whenever he's swinging. Sort of looks like a windmill.
And Kevin,
he
had 2 days off.
Yeah,
and it looked to me like he was still half asleep.
I mean, that's a little rude, but I think he's
really?
sort of
I think
absolutely.
I'm being nice. I think saying you're half asleep is a lot better than what I could say. 17 runners in scoring position.
Well, rain delays make you a little feisty, don't
No, it's not.
Yeah.
He's left 17 runners in scoring position. Alejandro Kirk. That's a team.
Yeah, that's not a good start to the season, no.
Well, no, I said this when I talked to Show Ali, and by the way, our producer Show Ali deserves. I'm going to give him a round of applause for hanging in here.
Yeah, he was great.
As long as he did. And that was, definitely. Okay, don't overdo it. We don't want to get a big head. But that was remarkable. But I was on with Show. And hell, I think if you worked at this station, you probably spent half an hour with Show today.
Mm-hmm. I'm the only one that didn't.
Yeah, how did that that happen?
Well, I was taking a nap when you were.
Yeah, you
when
were.
You were on. I was taking a nap.
I should have.
I sort of.
I was going to take a picture of you and send it out on Twitter.
Well, I was half awake when I heard you had traded Vladdy to like 7 different teams.
I did not trade Vladdy.
And then I quickly went back.
I couldn't
to sleep.
find 7 teams that would want him.
I quickly went back to sleep.
No, I did not trade Vladdy to 7 teams. No, we were just talking about, as one does during a 3-hour and 38-minute rain delay.
You act like as long as you've been around, it's the first rain delay you've ever been a part of.
No, you were the one complaining about it.
Yeah, because I've been
I went
a
and
part
had a
of those.
sandwich. I was happy.
I've been a part of those when I was stinking at my job and didn't want to be anywhere near the field. Now you're forcing me to stick around for 3.5 hours just so you can cancel the game. Yeah, it's tough for a player to sit in there and do that, especially when you're struggling.
Yeah. 416-870-0590, star 591, 888-660. It's such a, you know the number.
No,
Why
no
am I bothering
excuses,
saying it?
but it's true.
God, it's Groundhog Day. I was looking at the score sheet. It looks like the one I had.
Ernie Clement had a good at bat with
Ernie Clement had a good at bat.
He did.
Can I just say this? I'm going to say something
all the time. I know what you're saying.
I'm going to say something really stupid.
Well, we're sort of.
I'm going to say something really stupid.
Okay, go for it.
If this is what I'm getting out of these guys, I play Ernie Clement and Davis Schneider and Addison Barger every day. Every day.
I mean, that would make obvious sense, but you know as well as anybody, bat pass and
bat pass.
khakis, and it's just not going to happen. Like, it's sort of right. You got some guys that are hungry trying to say in the big leagues that, are going to fight and claw and make sure they get off their backside and make sure they get a decent pitch to hit and think about what they're trying to do, with less than 2 outs. So, yeah, you love their bats, but you'd like to see it more.
Show doesn't get to take. We're on for 10 minutes and we got to take a break. Guy in there works like 4 hours. How many breaks did you take? 1? Did you get to go to the bathroom? You didn't go to... Oh, I better not... Wow. I better not drink out of that bottle then. 416-870-0590, star 591, 888-660-590. 2-1, the Blue Jays have lost. Give us a call. I can pretty much guarantee you're going to get on. We'll be back in a few minutes. It's Blue Jays Talk with Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Timbermart is Canada's building center.
On Sirius 138, XM 182 and Internet 848, Padres on Internet 862. 4:05 p.m., Washington Nationals take on the LA Dodgers. Nationals on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 869. Dodgers on Internet 853. Spanish feed on Internet 871. 7:05 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Oakland A's. Yankees on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 858. A's on Internet 859. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Thursday, April the 25th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 861. Brewers on Internet 855. 1:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians take on the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 847. Red Sox on Internet 843. 1:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the Chicago White Sox. Twins on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 856. White Sox on Internet 845.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
New York Yankees general manager Brian Cashman stopped by SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89 to talk about the start to Juan Soto's Yankees career.
It's been a seamless transition. He comes in here. Everybody knows he's a great player. And obviously he's on a Hall of Fame type track. But so you see what he does from afar, and massive respect for those abilities, and so we're excited obviously to have him. But you just don't know about the personality, and some people are very closed off or very guarded and stuff like that. He seems very open and fully engaged with our fans, with his teammates, and so he's letting everybody in. So it's obviously that's not fake. It just seems to be who he is, and so it feels like he's been here a long time. Because of that, because how easily he allows people, whether it's in the clubhouse or how he's engaging the fans on the field and just communicating with them with his body language. In between innings in the outfield when he's warming up in right field, or obviously at the plate when he does something special and he obviously gestures to them as he's rounding the bases after a home run or something like that. Or to his teammates, he just seems to be very open and allowing people which obviously resonates with everybody. So, we're lucky to have him. Certainly we'd love to have him for a long time, but we're certainly going to enjoy him for the short term at the very least because, he's obviously one of the game's greats.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Thursday, April the 25th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 861. Brewers on Internet 855. 1:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians take on the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 847. Red Sox on Internet 843. 1:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the Chicago White Sox. Twins on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 856. White Sox on Internet 845. 1:10 p.m. Cincinnati Reds taking the Philadelphia Phillies. Reds on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 846. Phillies on Internet 860. 2:10 p.m. Kansas City Royals taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Royals on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 851. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 2:20 p.m. Chicago Cubs take on the Houston Astros. Cubs on Sirius 119, XM 180, and Internet 844. Astros on Internet 850. 2:35 p.m. Texas Rangers face the Seattle Mariners. Rangers on Sirius 137, XM 181, and Internet 867. Mariners on Internet 864. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 3:10 p.m. Colorado Rockies face the San Diego Padres. Rockies on Sirius 138, XM 182, and Internet 848. Padres on Internet 862. 4:05 p.m. Washington Nationals take on the LA Dodgers. Nationals on SiriusXM channels 89, Internet 869. Dodgers on Internet 853. Spanish feed on Internet 871. 7:05 p.m. New York Yankees take on the Oakland A's. Yankees on SiriusXM channels 89, Internet 858. A's on Internet 859. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Thursday, April the 25th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 861. Brewers on Internet 855. 1:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians take on the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 847. Red Sox on Internet 843. 1:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the Chicago White Sox. Twins on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 856. White Sox on Internet 845. 1:10 p.m. Cincinnati Reds taking the Philadelphia Phillies. Reds on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 846. Phillies on Internet 860. 2:10 p.m. Kansas City Royals taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Royals on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 851. Blue Jays on Internet